Sorry, I'm saying also as if I've said hello to anyone. Boris Garlic Aldred, welcome in.
And yeah, I guess we're live.
And yeah, I think we can. I'm sorry, I'm super proud of this of the image I made for this one of the thumbnail. Um, but yeah, let's switch over to the actual podcast scene. So, do we want to get a quick round of introducing ourselves? Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
I'm. Oh, hey. Yeah, Dr. T, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dr. DrTChops. Uh, Everyone muted apparently, unless that's just in response to us not responding to you.
I just didn't
I
say
think
anything.
so, but
All right.
we should be good now.
Yeah, I am a known lover of Yakuza games. Uh, I have played almost all of them at this point, and I played Dead Souls a few months ago at this point. I can't remember when exactly. But I played it on an emulator, so I'll have a slightly different opinion from the other two, I think.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting actually. Panda.
Yeah.
Panda, you're muted in Discord.
Hold on. Hold on, my bad. I was trying to fix my scene.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah.
fine. We can wait for a bit if you. I'm sorry. That's very rude of me. I thought you were ready.
No,
We
we're
could
good.
wait if you need a few minutes.
But yeah, I think probably most people who peruse your stream know who I am, but I'm Panda. I guess depending on how you want to look at it, I either fortunately or unfortunately speedrun this game.
Oh
So
yeah,
yeah.
Firelight coming in with the raid. Thank you very much.
I guess it matters how you
Sorry.
feel about it. Who cares what everybody else feels about it?
My
True.
opinion of this game changes every day.
Let's maybe get into that actually, because I actually this is one of those times where I remembered to take notes and actually have some sort of order to the things. So maybe it would make sense to just begin with just our general impressions of the game, our general opinion. So what do you think of Dead Souls in broad strokes? I guess.
Is this who's fighting who today?
Well, let's wait and see.
This is where we all stop becoming friends.
The last Dead Souls killing the Yakuza spoiler cast, much like it has killed the Yakuza series in the West for like seven
How
5
appropriate.
years. Yeah.
Panda, why don't you go first?
I really like this game. Why? I don't actually know. Every day I question my sanity and my life choices when I play this game. But yeah, I like this game. It's great.
I think this is the greatest game ever made. Okay, that's maybe a bit of an embellishment. I think this is a good game at its core that's dragged down by a few really glaring issues, but also I just really had a good time playing through it. So who's to say if it's good or bad? I guess me, and I say it's good.
Yeah,
But I
that.
can I can understand why people would be put off from the game, we'll say.
Oh, which leads us to the next opinion. uh, no, look. I'm gonna not be coy about this. I'm gonna just come out and say it. This game is a disaster. This truly is like okay. When I first played the game, so I did two playthroughs of this game. The first was on hard, which was just a very straight and to the point playthrough. I was mostly just doing the main story, a bit of side content, but not really.
Oh, so you were playing
And
it wrong, is what you're saying.
that's kind of how I like to play Yakuza games these days, though, because I want to do all sub stories on the highest difficulty because I want to, have a save file for a mod on the highest difficulty. And having to do everything again on two different difficulties, especially when these games always have, their pain in the ass sub stories, which surprisingly this game doesn't. We'll talk about that, but yeah, because of that, I always tend to, go for the main story first, and if I like it, then I, do a higher difficulty playthrough, and do all the sub stories, or all the sub stories I can be bothered to do. So when
At
I,
least,
mm,
at least you didn't have to purchase the hardest difficulty.
yes, that's true. That is something. This game, whatever you say about it, unlike the one you're alluding to, it has a soul. This is not a
Yeah.
cold corporate product. Not completely. It is a bit.
There are souls, they're just dead.
Yes.
It's got so many Dead Souls, like so many thousands of Dead Souls you go through in this game.
Oh, you kill like tens of thousands of souls easily.
And it's still just got more. It just never stops.
Yeah. It's endless content. How can you complain about this game? We'll find out in a moment. But
I I think that's the difference for me is like, yeah, sure, it like sucks and everything, but it's charming and I can't help but like it because it puts all of itself out there, you know? Whereas
and,
with like Yakuza 4, it's just kind of bad.
and that's where I come down on it, which is on my first playthrough, I think I wrote in the group chat that I would put this in my 50 worst games of all times, which is I don't think so anymore. The thing is, this is kind of when I say it's not a cold corporate product, I think it kind of is because I think if you were approached by anyone, let's assume we're in a timeline where this game never happened, humanity is liberated, everything is great, and someone said, "Hey, what if there was a Yakuza game, but there's no hand-to-hand combat, or not much. We'll get to that as well. But it's a zombie game, and you just shoot them." You would say that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, and it is. And I think it's impossible to deny that this game really just tried to cash in on the contemporary popularity of games like Left 4 Dead, your Resident Evils, especially. There's surprisingly a bit of Resident Evil 5 in this game, but even though the concept is very, very cynical, the sub stories in this game are honestly some of the best in the entire series. Not all of them are hitters, especially some of the later characters have some real not great ones. But man, some of the sub stories in this game just completely took me by surprise by how good they are. And that's kind of when people say the good thing about this game isn't the main story or the combat, it's the characterization. That's
Yeah.
really, really true. Like it's kind of a cliche at this point, but it really hits the nail on the head. And as a result, I still don't think this is going to be anywhere near my, top half of Yakuza games, but it's a game I'm glad I played. And honestly, like you said, Dr. T, there is something weirdly fun about avoiding the zombies and like getting through a level, um, which I can't quite explain. But yeah, there is something entertaining to it, even though the actual shooting mechanics are again a disaster.
They're so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Worst controls I've ever had in a shooter.
See, this is what I like. All three of us will often disagree about how much a thing matters about a game, but we kind of I think we're all on the same page on what Dead Souls is. We just have different levels of
Yeah.
appreciation for it.
I
Yeah.
think I think part of it is just like that like I don't know Panda when you originally played it, but I don't think any of us played it when it was like new-ish, as far as I know.
No, I did not.
Uh, I think if we played it back then, when we're in the middle of, well, when we're like over zombie games, because this game came after the craze, really,
Hmm.
I think it would have been just like kind of shitty and annoying. But like, I haven't played a zombie game in many years because the whole industry moved on.
Hmm.
So going back to it now, it's easier to appreciate.
That's the thing. I think it even lingered a bit after that because keep in mind, Last of Us came out in 2013, and Walking Dead was the same year as this game. I'm pretty sure there were a few stragglers and even a few critically acclaimed ones. But yeah, by the time you get to I don't know 2014, 15, zombies are completely out, and for a good reason. Because man, did we get too many zombie games for a while. Um. Okay. So, do we wanna get into the nitty gritty of it? Get so what I thought. This is just a suggestion. We just go through the story in sequence. We can talk about each character's main storyline, then their sub stories. Make it all the way to the finale, and just cover things as they come in. Maybe talk more about side content at the end. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Cool. I will admit I have no idea what either of you said because you said something at the same time, but I'll take that as
We said sure.
okay. Cool. All right. So Dead Souls. Dead Souls begin with I've been watching a lot of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul recently, so I've been getting really tired of this technique through no fault of the game. In media res, where it's basically it shows the call that Nikaido calls Kiryu in Okinawa to tell him that Haruka's been kidnapped, and then just it's as if the game's saying, "Don't worry, we're getting Kiryu eventually," and then it just immediately switches to Akiyama. Um, Akiyama is out on a collection run with his assistant Hana. Which what do you feel about Hana in this game?
I love Hana always. It never
Yeah, I
Yeah,
changes.
mean, I love Hana as a character. I just wish they did more than just make fat jokes at her all the
yeah,
time.
Yeah.
yeah. She even I think Hana is very much in the consensus, and wonder if this is going to be longer edition. I don't think it will be. I think despite liking this game more, we probably all have, or maybe because we like it more, we probably all have much less to say about it. But yeah, Hana is great in this. Always great to have more Hana. And yeah, I agree. The whole she says, "Don't get handsy," and Akiyama's like, "With you." Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
had that feeling
I
toward that
agree
character.
with Dr. T though. It annoys me how much they bring up her weight. Like when he's carrying her down the
Yeah,
stairs and then she's just like,
Mm.
"Oh, did you lose weight?" I'm like, "It's never okay to ask anybody about their weight ever." Like, I don't know. It irritates me.
yeah. I have some experience with this because one time I was really sick. I had I had really bad sickness. I don't even remember what it was, and I lost weight because of that. And everyone was like, "Oh, you lost weight. You look great now." And I'm like, "That's a good attitude we have to health in society. I like that."
You're looking so healthy.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah. It is funny how those things are conflated. But yeah, as they go on their collection walk, a mysterious man, this lanky man with with like frizzy, thick hair, goes into a yakuza office and just starts biting people.
As
And
you
one of
do.
them, as you do,
Yes, you too.
one of them gets knocked out the window, and Akiyama gets a gun from somewhere and shoots him. I'm honestly kind of iffy on these early parts because I
I think
played
it
them
was
one
like
time.
one of the random Yakuza guns just like dropped beside
Oh,
him.
yes, yes. And yeah, apparently now Camarocho is having a zombie outbreak. Oh my god. And what I really like about this starting section, and this is one of the big compliments I'll give this game, I think this game's localization is fantastic. I think all the dialogue they managed to make it sound very natural. I kind of cringe whenever, especially, this is especially bad in a dub, when they just, kind of work the Japanese, force the Japanese honorifics into the dialogue because you're translating and you're still doing that, it comes out kind of and they worked around it by whenever Hana calls Akiyama-san in the subtitles, it says Mr. A, which I think is also really fitting to her characterization and all, just a good way to show that she is showing him some deference with that nickname.
Mhm.
Always loved Hana,
I
but
think
Akiyama is always a dick to her. Yeah, he's kind of a dick in general. Sorry, Dr. T. What?
yeah, Akiyama's just a dick. Period. um, what was I gonna say?
About
Yeah,
Mr.
for
A?
for the most part, the translation is good. There's a few places that are a bit cringe, but
Hmm.
it's definitely like uh, if you compare it to Ishin, it's like more of a casual tone, except it actually fits better than it did in Ishin. Just because
Yeah.
like it's not historical and it's not mixed with like needlessly old style sounding stuff. So it works a lot better than it did in that game.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because you're right. They do that in Ishin as well, and they do not pull it off as well as they do here. Any specific things you think are bad in the localization, or just
Um,
do you want to point those out as we get to those points in the story?
Nothing really comes to mind. There's just uh, like random throwaway lines that just like sound like they're trying to be edgy, but like 15 years ago, kind of edgy. So it's just kind of cringe.
Oh, I see.
Like
Fair enough.
somebody calls somebody like a crackhead or something like that, and
Oh
it's
yeah, I
just
actually posted that one on Twitter. The crackhead one when Akiyama gets to the DVD store. That's a really bad one.
and then there's like just some general content things, but that's like not because of the translation. Like there's a certain Majima sub story that ugh.
Hmm. I wonder. I pretty much have all of Majima's sub stories in my notes, so I wonder if
Yeah,
we'll.
I'm sure we'll talk about it. See,
Yeah.
I played this like months ago. I'm pretty sure I did all sub stories, but I don't fully remember if I did or not.
Okay.
And there's only a few that stick up in my mind, but I'm sure as soon as we talk about it, I'll be like, oh fuck yeah, that one ruled.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones from Majima. Um, what do you feel about this game's localization, Panda?
Yeah, I definitely agree with like the cringy moments, like later on with the beefy lady, like with
Oh
the
yeah.
question mark, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
really, you couldn't just call her by her name or whatever. Okay,
Especially when she's been a character in several other
yeah,
games before
she's not a
this.
new character. Like, ugh.
Yeah, and honestly, the one game I remember her from is Yakuza 4, and I remember her being treated pretty badly in that one as well, which, I mean, obviously, it's Yakuza 4.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so at this point, I gotta say, I know this is kind of shallow, but I do have to comment on it. This game is super fucking ugly.
Yeah, no, it
We
is.
know,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
we know it
yeah,
runs
that's a little
badly.
bit of a difference for me since on emulator I could crank up the resolution and it
Does
ran
it
it.
look better on a better resolution?
It does. Like it's still not a great looking game, but it's at least less muddy for everything.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, I had half a mind to try and play a bit of Yakuza 4 PS3 because I do have the PS3 version of Yakuza 4, just to see, if it's as bad. But I ended up not having time to do that,
Mm.
or forgetting to, and instead speedrunning OG2, which is a very productive use of your time. Um, but yeah, despite like the game being ugly isn't the worst thing. It's just the first few sessions I played this game, it gave me a really bad headache. I eventually got used to it, but at first it was like actively. I actually thought I might not be able to finish the game. Luckily, I did.
I wonder how
But
much of that is the graphics and how much is just the atrocious frame rate.
it's definitely the frame rate as well. this is also something that's worth mentioning right now because this is a recurring theme throughout the game. This game doesn't so much dip in frame rate as it like sometimes manages to soar to 20 something FPS. Any battle scene, Panda had an amazing moment on her Dead Souls run from last night where the game actually dropped down to single digit FPS and it
Yeah.
took 30 seconds for the game over screen to show up.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a solid 3 FPS.
Yeah, it's like and everything you've heard about the way this game looks and performs, it's people aren't exaggerating. It's super bad. To the point where people speedrunning this game have to do like NES runner shit of like tricks to reduce lag and such, which is kind of funny, but yeah, kind of a bad time as well.
Yeah, since I played on emulator, I didn't have to deal with that. I just got a solid 30 FPS the entire time, regardless of what was happening. I had other trade-offs, but at least I didn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, that's if they could make an emulator version of this game that doesn't crash every 5 minutes, that would be cool.
So I ended up like when I tried to play it on the latest version, it would crash every like 20 minutes or something like that, which it was pretty much like either right as I started playing or like shortly after I got to a save. So it was never like the worst, but it wasn't really playable. I ended
Yeah.
up looking back in the logs of like when people were testing it, and I got a version from like 2 years ago or something when people said it was perfect. And I played on that, and that crashed significantly less.
Oh,
It still crashed extra, but it was enough to get through the game.
interesting.
It also looked a little bit worse because it was a much older version, but that's definitely a worthy trade-off.
Yeah, for sure.
Just play like GoldenEye and look at the ground. That's exactly what we do.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much. At least in the tank phase of it. Oh, actually, you do that in fights as well. My
Yeah,
bad.
we constantly look down.
Yeah, instead of
Um,
doing it to despawn things in the other games, it's just for the FPS.
it's funny. In some of the games, you look down because the game is running too well. In this game, it's because it's running like shit. And that's either way,
So,
you're looking down.
like Yakuza 4, it does actually despawn them when you're in the overworld, but if you're in like the quarantine zone, it doesn't despawn anything by looking down. But like
Mm.
the NPCs, when you look down, they just don't exist anymore. Why? I don't know.
Um, yeah. So after the first encounter with the zombies, we have um, Akiyama and Hana going back to the office, realizing that they're not going to collect any money today. And at that point, zombies break into the office in order to give you a tutorial about all the least useful things in the game. At least casually, like kicking zombies, using weapons. I know that the speedrun uses weapons to an extent. I always felt like anytime I would pick a weapon, I would just get hit and drop it immediately.
I think I
So
used 0 weapons the entire time.
yeah, and which is actually apparently a mistake because apparently if you take like the hermits, the big shelled up guys, then if you hit them with what is it, Panda? The
The oil
exploding barrels?
barrel. Yeah, the oil
Yeah,
barrels.
it just two shots them or something.
Hmm.
Um, at any rate, I think at this point Hana gets bit, or she starts developing a fever, and that's the point where Akiyama carries her down to Serena, and there's the whole dialogue, the lovely dialogue from earlier, and you go out to Dakamoto to try and get the cure. And at this point, the game introduces you to what I thought would be a really good mechanic, the headlocking mechanic. Um, so up to this point, the game just has you shoot from the hip, sorry, in free look essentially, and you kind of just need to hope that zombies get hit by that, which works a decent amount of the time. But now the game wants you to target zombies from afar with L2. It was on my controls, and man, is this targeting method just it somehow manages to be the worst of both worlds because if your aiming sensitivity in a game like this in a console shooter is too high, it becomes really hard to make precise shots, headshots specifically. If it's too slow, then you can't, scroll to an enemy in time. And they kind of picked. I don't know how they did this. This is like a very high skill move. They picked the exact sensitivity where you can't do either of those things correctly.
Yeah.
Hmm. And the most mind-boggling thing is normally when you're just like running around, whatever, the right stick controls your camera. When you
Yes.
scope in, the left stick controls your camera. I was mind blown because then I couldn't even like remap to be good controls with the emulator because it's just like you're fucked no matter what you do.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
just
thing. Sorry, go ahead.
absurd.
No, you're right. I was looking at the control. There's two control schemes for this game, and both of them barely change anything, but also both are pretty bad. And yeah, that's the big thing. This is 2011. We've had twin stick controls for console shooters for years at this point. I don't know how
How
they
old
missed.
is Halo at that point?
Yeah,
Like
Halo's
11 years or something?
something like that. Yeah, and it's pretty ridiculous. And that's what really makes it a problem a lot of the time because they even have the thing of the right stick controls your camera when you're not aiming. So why doesn't it doing when you are aiming? I don't know. I don't know. Impossible to
It's like
explain.
when you're first trying it, it's just like this struggle to understand how to even do what you want to do. I feel like eventually I got at this point where like I figured out the tricks on how to like steer these tanks that I'm controlling, where you have to like do your rough aiming by like physically moving your your actual person and like doing like one of the aiming types to just like snap them in that direction, and then you can actually do the fine aiming with the like actual zoom in. Like it's just so clunky and so weird, and it feels like you're tricking the control system rather than actually using how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're coming up with speedrun strats just to do the basic combat.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing if RGG managed to come up with this brand new method of controlling shooters on console that was better. That would be fine. It's not that this is different. It's just bad. Um, yeah, and this is boy. We'll talk about Subterranea at some point. That becomes a real thing in Subterranea. But yeah, after this tutorial, we get a tutorial about the abilities, and Akiyama fights through some hordes of zombies coming up. And at some point after this, we get the tutorial for heat sniping. Panda, as our resident speedrunner, would you like to explain how heat sniping works?
Well, sometimes it doesn't, but so basically there are it's very similar to Yakuza where, you need to be in heat mode to even do them. But once you're in heat, you will see random things around that have little exclamation marks. That's like a green exclamation mark. Those are things you can heat snipe. You basically press triangle and then you can hit R1 to initiate the heat snipe. Then you get a a QTE, which can vary in annoyance because um, if you're really close to the object, the QTE is going to be super quick. If you're really far away, it's kind of longer. If you're playing on Dead Souls, it just doesn't matter because it's just instantaneous. You just need to be God, I guess, to do it. But yeah, some of them are good, some of them kind of suck, but I think, like, in my opinion, the best one tends to be the motorcycle.
Mm.
Doesn't it also have the problem where like it starts counting the timer for the QTE before it's actually visible? So by the time it actually appears, you're already like halfway done the timer
Well, yeah, there's also an
or
input
more.
delay. That's the problem with like Dead Souls, is
Mm.
like by the time you, not only do you have to read it quickly, you also have to deal with the delay. And I've noticed this because of doing New Game Plus runs recently, where like I know what the because the QTEs are the same for most of them. So like for example, in Majima's fight with Tsuchigumo, his final boss, it's always square. But you can be mashing square and it has like a 3-second delay before it goes, oh, you pressed the button. Which, as you can tell on Dead Souls, that's like absolutely terrible because you only have 3 seconds. So how does that work? It doesn't.
Oh, I wish you had 3 seconds on Dead Souls.
That's true. You don't even have three
It's
seconds.
usually like 3 frames or something.
It's really ridiculously fast. It's like
Yeah.
worse than the Kashiwagi Zero QTE, isn't it?
Oh, way worse. Way worse. Kashiwagi, I can see myself if I steal myself and train, I can probably hit that on Legend. Some of these QTEs on Dead Souls are just impossible. Just to put it into perspective for anyone who hasn't played the game or hasn't played on Dead Souls, to hit some of these QTEs on Dead Souls, people speedrunning this game, and I even had to do this casually, will actually push the PS button to go into the XMB, where it freezes the image on your screen so you can see what the QTE is. Because if you just try to hit it with your reaction speed, you're not going to get it. And there are some mandatory QTEs in this game. They do the Lost Judgment thing of healing bosses if you fail their QTEs and stuff like that.
Oh, yep, yep. Yes, they
Which
do.
time, yes.
You gotta have a flashy ending to your mediocre bosses.
I think that I think of, I think really Pops is like the final Pops is the only one that if you miss the QTE, you just have to wait for him to come back up again. But yeah, most of them regain a health bar and you get to dwindle it down again, which is really annoying.
But you do still have to succeed the QTE,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
Yeah. Um, yeah, heat sniping. Sometimes it's useful. There's the what's it called? There's the heat snipe that freezes a bunch of enemies. The
Mm-hmm.
liquid nitrogen one. That's pretty good in some instances. A few others that are useful. Most of them are just really bad, and the game is so stingy in the range at which things get hit. Like you have those gas canisters in Theater Square that you can heat snipe. That's like that. You might as well not bother. Those are never going to hit anyone unless they're directly on top of them.
There's those like big oil tankers that you have to like fully upgrade to heat to even do.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hit them and it's like just the enemies that were directly beside it. It's like, really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't have done a little bit more than that?
Yeah, there's an important one for that for the speed run. I don't know if Froob or Streetback Guy do that one, but it's in Kiryu's part when you're in the like grocery store and there is a monkey boy and a crybaby that spawn right beside this barrel. If you shoot the barrel immediately with a heat snipe, most of the time they will die instantly and that part will just end and you get to continue. Every once in a while the barrel just goes in some random ass direction and does absolutely nothing. And you can't do anything about it.
Dragon. We always complain about Dragon. Well, I always complain about Dragon Engine physics, but I mean these games have them to an extent, pretty much from the beginning.
I am a Dragon Engine enjoyer, but I can say in the speedrun, Dragon Engine's really fucking annoying, especially when you're like, I need to pick up this weapon, stomp. It's destroyed now. Never mind. Okay, I guess I didn't want to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Dragon Engine knows better, okay? You just have to trust its divine plan.
True.
But yeah, so yeah, we complain about these mechanics, but I don't think it's nitpicking because even the game at the end of it's kind of inconsistent about when this happens, but at the ending of each chapter and also the ending of some fight sequences, it gives you a score, and based on that gives you experience. And headshots and heat snipes are a big part of that score. They have their own categories, and the gall of this game to be like, well, you finished this very quickly. You barely took any damage, but not enough headshots. That's a B. That's a B from me. Like, dude, can how are you supposed to at the same time go for the headshots with this impossible fucking targeting scheme and also, not take a lot of damage and not take a lot of time to defeat the enemies? It's pretty it's pretty ridiculous.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I've been thinking about that recently because I mean, I see the score screen a lot from
Mhm.
speedrunning, but now I'm like, what if you wanted to do all S? I'm like, I feel like that would just be an absolute fucking nightmare because, like, for
That
example,
sounds horrible.
if you,
Yeah.
like, to your point, No, if you want to do a heat snipe, usually they kill lots of enemies. Okay, well, those enemies are dead now. How are you going to headshot them? You
That's
don't.
really funny.
So it's like,
You have to run around and get more to spawn in, but now your time is crappy.
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. I kind of want to do it now just to see how terrible it is because I have a morbid curiosity.
Oh God, Panda, you gotta stop abusing yourself with that game. The
It's a
platinum
good
and
game, I
running that.
swear.
What?
It's a good
Sorry,
game,
what?
I swear.
It's a good game, I swear.
I mean, I think just getting an overall S score it's still gonna be a pain in the ass, but you can do it. Getting all S's in like every individual category, oof, that's mm, mm.
At
No, what
least,
you should do is try to get ass in every single one and just
true.
S. That would be a much more achievable goal.
You can, I did notice in when you're in premium adventure, you can go to the guy who gives you the gun, the material rifle, and do each scenario individually.
Mm.
So that was kind of cool, but yeah, I still don't. And he updates the score, so like if you get a better score, he'll update it, kind of thing.
Oh,
But even then, I still think it's gonna be a pain in the ass.
yeah.
So let's do it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's that line from Community. He's been joking about wanting a pee bucket, and it's gradually becoming less of a joke. And I've noticed that with speedrunners. You're like, haha, I want to do this crazy idea. Just kidding. And eventually you do it anyway. Um,
Did you see what I did at Hackathon?
oh, yeah, we forgot to shout that out. How was your run? I'm sorry I couldn't watch it. It was just both of your runs fell on very bad times for me, sleep schedule wise. But do you want to tell the listeners what you did with Skyrim that no one's done before for some reason?
For some reason. It was just so I mean, I don't know how much I want to get into this on the Dead Souls podcast, but basically instead of marrying somebody, we're rejecting every marryable person at the altar. And it had never been routed before for some reason. And I didn't even get halfway through it before we cut it off because it was just
Oh, really?
Skyrim was Skyrim.
Yeah.
It was
That
never gonna finish, but it was like particularly everything was going wrong. Anyway, that's how I feel about Dead Souls, where it's just like everything is going wrong, nothing is working. But honestly, I'm kind of having fun with it anyway.
fair enough. Fair enough. That's speedrunning minus the fun. Uh,
Sometimes
yeah.
it can be funny. Like I have had Dead Souls runs where they were just so hilariously bad that it's just funny, and then there's ones that just make me want to snap the controller in half. So
Oh, yeah.
you never know what you're
I
gonna
mean,
get.
yeah. Maybe we'll get to see one tonight. Stay tuned.
Well, it's gonna be routing all S's apparently.
Yes.
Apparently. Yeah. Anyway, at this point, we meet Nagahama, who also introduces the partner system in this game.
Oh god.
This game, yeah, the partner system is interesting. Sorry, do you wanna introduce it, Panda?
Oh, I was more oh my godding Nagahama because I'm just so
Oh,
fucking tired of him. But I can talk
yeah,
about it if you want. But yeah,
sure.
there is, well, there's a partner system. It's certainly something. So it actually, for the most part, works pretty well in this game, except the fact that there are better partners and worse partners. Like, I feel like any partner you get that has like a shotgun is probably going to be your best bet. The ones with like rifles, just they don't do anything because like your partners don't shoot that much anyway. So if you have one that has a rifle, like they're like dut, dut. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna kill a zombie. Nope. Um, but you can issue them commands. You can also do heat snipes with them. Uh, I unfortunately I don't think I've done a whole lot of the group heat snipes because I don't think I really used partners other than when I was like forced to. Um, you can also heal them, and then they actually get abilities as you level them up, and their max level is actually 20. Um, but yeah, I would say overall that there are a few partners that are actually pretty good as far as like they can heal you and they have like a lot of health and they can heal themselves a lot. So those are probably better for like casual play. But overall, I don't know. I think it's just something that's like kind of fun to run around the quarantine zone with like a partner. Because Daigo is certainly not helpful as we saw yesterday.
I mean, that's a
Well,
given. That's just in
yeah,
character.
exactly. Yeah, I gotta say I would like this isn't the most amazing partner system I've ever seen in a game, but I think it's decent. I expected this to be a lot worse. And I never really got into because you can level up your partners, give them abilities, give them new weapons. I never got super into it, but I'd say like half the time when I had a partner, I felt like they were doing something, which is pretty good.
I think, like, I mean, I pretty much like I tried using it at the start. I pretty much only ended up using it when you're forced to and to do like partner sub stories. I think it
Mm-hmm.
has a major flaw, which is that a lot of the sub stories you can't do when you have a partner. And since you don't know which
Yeah.
ones those are when you're going out to do sub stories, you just don't take a partner and do all the sub stories, which made me just not want a partner ever. I think that that one thing just kind of completely killed the partner system for me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I feel like they needed to take an RPG approach. Like, so for example, like I'll just use like Honkai Star Rail as an example because that's what I've been playing recently.
Oh
But
boy.
you have your main character, and there's parts where like those characters in your party aren't actually with you, but you know when you start a fight, they're there, and it doesn't really disrupt the story because they're just in the fight, and then like when you get back to like doing the story, they're just gone. Like I feel like they could have done something like that. Like so, whenever you were doing like a sub story, like they just weren't there.
They did eventually figure it out with Yakuza 7 because that's exactly what they do for
Yo,
that.
true, true, good
Oh
point.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
But that would
that
be
that game is a bit interesting because literally all of the sub stories are only itchy. Every single one. There's no sub stories that contain other people, except for like
oh yeah.
their bond conversations, which I don't think are sub stories. Whereas with this game, they do have like some sub stories that are based around the partner, which for those I think it would make sense to like be forced to take them to do those sub stories, but like for the other ones, just do the same thing where you just pretend they're not there and it's fine.
Actually, this is something I plan to bring up later, but as long as we're complaining about the general structure of sub stories and the partner system and that, this game has a ridiculous amount of backtracking.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
in some games, backtracking can be interesting if you like Resident Evil, the first one. You backtrack through parts of the mansion, but it's parts that change in various ways. In this game, it's just go to this location, go back out, get a text message, go back to the same system. It's really, really annoying. Like
Hmm.
that's one quality of life thing that really could have been much better in this game.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
the worst. Oh,
especially
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, especially towards the end when like the quarantine area takes over more, trying to get from one end of the city is just so roundabout and tedious, and it just gets
Yeah.
worse and worse as the game goes on. Sorry,
There's
Panda.
like I'll actually yeah. There's actually something I want to mention about that, but I can save it for the Curie part. Penna, you were gonna say?
Well, actually, what I had to say has to do with Kiryu, funny enough. But yeah, I was gonna say the worst one I can think of is when you're trying, if you're doing like a platinum and you have to do the hostesses.
Gross.
Yeah, Kiryu and Ryuji have a host at which what is that place called? The one at the I can't remember the is it Jewel? Yeah, it's Jewel.
Jules, the one
That's
next
for
to
There's
the
Shine and
NBA,
there's
I believe.
Jewel. I always mix them up.
yeah, Jewel's the one that's far away from like the quarantine zone entrance. Um
Yes.
fun
Shine, I think, always stays outside of the quarantine zone. I think
No, it's
Shine
in
is
it,
the
but it's like
one.
it's right inside. Like right when you go in the door, it's like right there.
Oh, okay.
So it's not really a big deal. But the way this game works is like whenever you get to a point of like when you get their hearts up to a certain level, you actually have to leave the quarantine zone. That's okay when you're at Shine, but when you're at Jewel, you have to
Oh
run
my
all the
god.
way out to get the phone call because you can only get the phone call outside the quarantine zone. And then when you get the
Of
phone
course.
call, then, afterwards you have to run all the way back. Yeah, I don't know who decided that. It's absolutely terrible. The
I'll
only
just
saving
yeah.
grace it has is if you're Kiryu, he has a little bit more mobility because the map is opened up more where like yes, the quarantine zone takes over like pretty much all of Kamurocho at that point, but there's more places he can go through, whereas Ryuji literally can only go one way.
Mm. You have to go
Yeah.
like around everything.
Yep.
The thing I was going to say, and no, I'll have. There's too much preamble for it right now. I'll get into it later. But I agree. There should have been. I get why taxis are. There's less taxis as you go on, but they should have had some method of fast travel in the quarantine zone.
Yeah.
Um.
I really like the quarantine zone in concept. Like I think it's cool that you can just like go into a gameplay section and just do gameplay just straight up whenever you want, because that's not really something that exists very much in the Yakuza series.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is that you just spend so much fucking time walking,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and like you go inside of it, you have to go all the way across, do like a sub story, whatever, and then you have to walk all the way back, and it's just like if there were multiple points to leave or enter it, it would be so much better.
Yeah, I was actually going to touch on this later when you actually because the game forces you into the quarantine zone for the first time in chapter 3. But we can just kind of get into it right now. What did you two feel about the whole liberating stores concept? Where you have a business, you go up to it, you interact with it, you fight a bunch of zombies, and then you can access the business.
I think I think the idea is interesting, but there were quite a few of them that I remember like you had a very tiny area that you can actually move. And I seem to remember one of those where you couldn't barely move. It had a hermit. So basically, anytime the hermit was spinning, you were just on the ground.
Hmm.
So yeah, I guess if you want to do that, I would recommend just taking a grenade launcher with you. But
Uh,
I didn't other than that I didn't really it was like a take it or leave it thing. It was kind of annoying when I was sitting there and I was like, where is the store? And I'm like, oh god damn it, it's in the quarantine zone. And then I'd get there and I'd be like, oh god damn it, I didn't liberate it. And then I'm just like, blah.
Yeah, to me, I agree. I like the idea. I also agree that the combat itself for liberating given store can be very annoying. Um, I just think it should have been more meaningful, because you liberate the store, they're like, come in, and then you just treat it like the store in the other games. And this game does something kind of interesting where completing a restaurant gives you a reward instead of giving you this game's equivalent of a completion point, which is well, it's points of some kind. It's the points for Hasagawa, but you don't get those from completing the restaurants. You get just every business has its own reward. But you have to do all this extra stuff for it, and it doesn't feel very rewarding. And as a result, I really only liberated like 4 businesses in the entire game. I liberated the Matsuya next to Theater Square because that's just a good place to have healing when you need it. Ebisupan and the Dragon Palace Casino place
Mhm.
because you get items there that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think I've liberated any other business in the entire quarantine zone.
I did Mahjong, the most important one.
Yes, of
I think
course.
I had to do them all though because I think that's required for the platinum.
That makes sense. Yes.
Not to mention
I think
some of the things that are required, you'd have to do them anyway. Like for example, you end up having to do the bar that has pool in it because you have to do pool. So even if you don't necessarily have to save the bar itself, you have to be able to go there to do pool.
I
Well,
think I ended up liberating all of them. So another difference with my playthrough is I played through on easy, uh, and I think that was a good idea
it was a good idea.
because it minimizes all of the bullshit. Kind of like you still have to deal with like constantly being knocked down and just sitting there and watching your character just lie down for a snooze every time
Yeah.
something brushes past them. But like I didn't really have to care about having to redo sections or anything like that. Like dying was never very much of a problem. So it was just kind of comfier. And I think it worked better with the clunkiness of the game. I could take it less seriously. So like, I don't know, I'm kind of the same about the liberating things. It's nice in spirit. It's just kind of whatever in execution. But I think I did go around and do all of them just because it was something to do and it wasn't bad. So I just kind of did it.
Yeah, that's fair. It's funny you bring it up. Yeah, it used to be a criterion of mine for how good a game is. A game is worse the more time I spend mashing a button waiting to get up. And this game has a lot of it, and especially on Dead Souls difficulty, there's a lot of it.
Mhm.
But yeah.
And there's a specific enemy that they start using a whole lot later on in the game. That is
Oh
a big
God.
problem.
Yeah, yeah. We're actually about to. Actually, you know what? I did forget to note down when they introduced the various mutants, but I think one of them is coming up because Nagahama, after you get together, he introduces several things. He first of all introduces co-op heat snipes, which I don't know about either of you. I used those maybe twice during my entire playthrough because it's really
Uh,
first of all it's really hard to notice when they become available, and also I just don't think they're too great.
I
Yeah, I
think I
don't
only
think I
did
ever
it the
used
one
them.
time he introduced it.
Yeah. After that, he also introduces, kind of gives us our first taste of Subterranea. You go through this gray sewer thing, and there's a big room, and then there's another corridor. And congrats, you have just seen all the different rooms you will see in Subterranea.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's also the big room.
You do get the big room. You do get the big room in that sequence.
Oh,
Oh
all right.
no,
Well,
you know
then
what?
never mind.
You
The
don't
like
get the big
really
hallway.
big room.
The- See, you get the big room. You don't get the big hallway with the two big pillars in the middle. That
Of
one,
course.
that one isn't in it. Okay, so
So
there is
you
some
you
variety.
only see like 75% of all of
But
Subterranea.
still 75.
Yes, yes. Um, but more importantly, after Akiyama gets to Dakamoto's clinic and gets the medicine for Hana, we are introduced to
Gary.
everyone's favorite Gary Buster Hose.
Hell yeah.
Gary's
Gary
so
is a
fucking good.
surprise star of this game.
Absolutely,
I love
absolutely.
Gary. Honestly, I love Gary in all of his games. Yeah, bad. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone says like bad because in the speedrun, you immediately quit out of Gary's training, and you get obviously the lowest score, and he just goes bad. And but yeah, it's Gary's boot camp is a weird little mini game
Yeah.
in this game where it's think about the shooting gallery from Resident Evil 4,
Hmm.
but much worse. There's two styles of gameplay here. One is when you run across like a bunch of cardboard enemies and you have to shoot them down and get to the ending as fast as possible. The other is just a shooting gallery where you stand in place. Neither one is really interesting, but the game forces you into doing them. But Gary, much like the rest of the game, the gameplay portion of this is crap. But Gary is so fucking good.
uh,
Every time you get, sorry, go ahead, Doctor T.
I was just gonna I was gonna talk about it later, but like Gary has the singular funniest moment I think from any Yakuza game. Like just came out of fucking nowhere, made me laugh so hard. Where I can't remember. It might be like in Kiryu's part maybe, but you're like you get introduced to whichever partner it is, and you're in like the second floor of a building, and it cuts to Gary just
Oh
climbing
yeah,
up the side
I
of the
remember that.
wall into
Yes.
the window, and I just fucking lost it at that point. That
Yeah.
was just so out of fucking nowhere and so good.
Yeah, and he just takes him and is like, "I'm gonna train this guy," basically, and you're just like, okay, you
It's
do
like, what the
that?"
fuck, Gary? Where
It's
did you
like,
come
did you
from?
realize there's a zombie apocalypse going on?
But yeah, that's I believe that's RSA, by the way.
Yeah.
But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
the entire thing of Gary is he kind of becomes the hub for all of your partners. Every partner you get gets sent to Gary, where he supposedly trains them, and you can interact with him in Gary's boot camp and initiate a bunch of sub stories involving them through that. And every time you are introduced to a new to a new partner, Gary comes in and just steals the show with
Mm-hmm.
whatever mad bullshit he's doing that time. With RSA, it's the climbing through the second floor window, which I was actually going to point it out to. That's the best one. I would agree. There's one good one with Date where he just appears in Serena. We'll get to that as well because I have weird questions about that whole sequence. But yeah, we've never seen this much Gary Buster Holmes in any of the games, and man, it's some real good stuff. Some real good stuff.
There's one where he's just like peering around a corner, smiling at you in the distance. He's so good.
Actually, that
It's
is something that makes this game suck, though. Just Arase being in this game in general. Like, why did they put him
oh,
in
I
here?
agree. I fully agree. We'll get to that as well. But yeah, and every time he shows up, it's it's the stereotypical like jingoistic American military music. Turn to turn turn to turn turn
Yeah,
turn.
like
I love
MASH or
it.
something. I don't even.
Yeah.
This motherfucker, didn't you learn your lesson in 3? You shouldn't have even been in that one.
I would say. But yeah, the after Gary Buster Holmes, you are. At least I think this is the sequence of events. You get basically forced to go into the quarantine zone once by Hasagawa. Or actually, this might be the beginning of the chapter. I get confused. Either
Yeah,
way,
it's
we
before,
cover
but
the quarantine zone.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all basically chapter. The sequence of it is chapter one kind of introduces you to the basic mechanics. Chapter two um, adds a bit to that, and chapter three kind of introduces you to all the side activities. That's also the first chapter where you can do sub stories, and then chapter four fully opens up the thing and also introduces Subterranea, which we'll get to in a moment. Um, but yeah, at this point, Akiyama goes back to Serena with the medicine and finds out that Hana is gone. And you have a really weird fight with like two weirdly strong zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah, two random zombies that have way more HP than anybody else, but they're not special zombies, so
Yeah,
eh?
yeah, kind of a bizarre part. And yeah, Akiyama goes back outside the quarantine zone and basically hooks up with Hasagawa. I actually completely forgot the part where you go to the DVD store to get your weapons, but it's not that important.
Yeah.
Weapons in this game, whatever. um, and yeah, this kind of sets you up for the final set piece of the chapter. At which point you also run into Kine, who is the character who asks you to go to Subterranea. Subterranea, would you like to describe what it is, Dr. T? This wonderful
It's
side activity in the game.
it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's just take that little preview of it that you had where you ran through some boring hallways and do that literally 100 times,
Yep.
and that's it. and and it splits it all up, so you have to do like I think it's like 10 and then like 15 and then like 20 and then 25. Uh, and it's just it never gets any more interesting.
Yeah, it's every character has two excursions to Subterranea. Each one, it's weird. It's like five less and five more as you go. So 5 and 15 for Akiyama, then 10 and 20 for Majima, 15 and 25 for Yuji, and Kiryu just has the one with 30, and then Amon is his second Subterranea supposedly. And yeah, it's procedurally generated. You never know where the entrance necessarily is. You just kind of stumble around these long gray corridors without anything interesting to do whatsoever, hoping that you're going to turn the corner and see like the bright letter that tells you that you can go to the next level. It's horrible, and you would think that just running past all the zombies would be a decent strategy. The way they have elected to make this difficult is every now and then you will have a corridor that has a bunch of trash cans and other debris on in the way, where you have to aim down to destroy it. And every time this happens, the same room has zombies that throw Molotov cocktails. Yes, there's Molotov cocktail zombies in this game, by the way. And those guys can just either destroy the things for you if you manipulate them correctly, or just unlock you to oblivion. And
Yeah,
my god, is it horrible!
those were the guys that I was mentioning or hinting towards earlier. The Molotov
Oh,
zombies can fuck off forever.
yes, yes. Although they can be bros sometimes because they hurt enemies just as much as they hurt you. But yeah, they are bullshit.
You can get rooms in Subterranea with like 10 of them just kind of spread out. And like because the controls are so bad, it takes you so long to like aim and shoot one of them that
Yeah.
all of the other ones have enough time to hit you. And you just kind of get like juggled by fire.
Yeah.
Firelight says they're bros in DSDS. I mean, in the
Yes.
campaign, kinda, not in the Subterranea.
I think in for the speedrun they're pretty good.
Hmm.
Because usually they're so aggressive. Like they're so aggressive in Dead Souls that they can detect you through walls from very far away, so that usually they throw a Molotov into the wall and just kill themselves or kill other zombies for you.
This is such a good
But
game.
yeah, but in every other difficulty they just are an absolute pain in the ass.
Yeah, and by the way,
Eventually, you
hmm?
get, I think, armor. There's like an upgrade for the armor that you can get where you don't get knocked down by explosions, and it makes it 1,000 times better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
you can't get flinched, grabbed, or knocked down. So you just don't
but that
react
is
to
like
anything.
very late game. compared to everything else.
Yeah.
Well, I think both of you are talking about different things. Panda, you're talking about the rage gear, which makes it impossible for basically to have your animation interrupted in any way.
Yeah, you just
There's
run through
also
everything.
Yeah, but there's also a more basic upgrade for just regular armor. Like from a certain point, when you upgrade armor enough, you don't get knocked down by explosions. You can still get staggered, but you don't get knocked down.
Ah, okay.
And that one's not too difficult to get. But yeah, there's the big one kind of room you can get in Subterranea. You reminded me by talking about the rooms with 10 Molotov zombies. You can have a really big room covered in oil barrels, covered in Molotov zombies. And the moment you see that, you know, okay, I'm going back to the first floor. That's there's no way I'm making out of this one alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Subterranea is bad, and your reward for completing all of it and also all the sub stories is the worst Amon fight in the entire game. But maybe
In the
we'll
entire
talk about
series.
this. Sorry, in the entire game, in the entire series,
But you
yes.
get
At
the
least
laser.
the ones I've played. That's true. That's true. But yeah, we might talk about that a bit later. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's everything up to Akiyama's final
Yeah.
set piece.
I
Anything else
never
you wanna cover?
Yeah, I never actually finished the Subterranea, so this was one of the problems with emulator. I did all of Akiyama and Majima's, and I was already like sick of Subterranea. But I started Ryuji's. I got a few levels in, and the game crashed, and I'm just like, I am not trying that again.
Yeah.
Oh,
If there's like only a 50% chance of me getting through the entire thing without it crashing, I'm just not going to because this shit sucks.
yeah, that would be
So
frustrating.
So yeah, I never did. The rest of Subterranea, I never did them on. And I don't feel like I missed anything.
You did not. You did not. I had to retry Ryuji's. Surprisingly, I didn't have to retry too much. I had to retry one of Majima's once and one of Ryuji's once. And the Ryuji one was like halfway to the 20 level goal and or 25, and that was pretty soul crushing. So if I knew I would have to deal with crashes as well, then yeah, no.
I think the only other
Uh,
thing to mention is Hasegawa.
Oh yeah, sorry. I actually had her here, but completely forgot to mention her. Talk about Hasagawa, Doctor Panda. Talk about
Dr. Pan.
Hasagawa.
So I actually, she is very confusing. So basically, what she does is she seems to be. I honestly think they were trying to make Ada. That's who she comes off as. They were like, Resident Evil has Ada, let's make Ada, so we get Hasegawa. But she's like supposedly a scientist who wants to, I guess, study the zombies. And basically, for doing certain things, you get points, and with those points, you can get rewards from Hasegawa. So, like, for example, there's like, kill 50 zombies without getting hit. There's like 100. A lot of them have multipliers. There's like, you can kill, if you're in crit health, if you kill zombies, that's another one. There's all kinds of them, like killing zombies with explosions, just the sheer number of zombies you kill. Um, and yeah, as like the harder they are, the more points you get. But yeah, other than
Basically, the
that,
completion list from other games.
yeah, in a way. And but other than that, she doesn't really do anything, and they don't really go over her and her story, so it's kind of like question mark. I don't. I thought she was interesting. I wanted to know more about her, but they don't. So I don't know.
Yeah, that whole thing screams cut content to me. Like it really feels like they were setting her up to be more and to have some sort of storyline if you do more of her stuff, and it just never did.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a sub story with her where like it doesn't really progress her story at all, but like she's involved? Am I misremembering that?
I think you're right, but
It's just like a more nothing, but Like, it doesn't really do anything for
Yeah,
the
they just like
character.
tease her. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I thought it would be because this game has a bunch of, and other Yakuza games have a bunch of side content where if you complete a specific, I don't know, thing for a minigame or whatever, then you get more story for a character involved in it. I thought if you plat the game, maybe you get more story with her, but according to Panda, you don't, and I wasn't going to double check myself, so.
Yeah, I don't remember getting anything extra about her. I don't know. Maybe if you do some, I don't know. I have a feeling they just, like you said, it was like cut because it seems like that, right? It
Hmm.
seems like she was meant to do more, and there's just something missing.
Yeah, for sure. Hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe that's all there was to her. The other thing she has too is these like little special levels you can go into. Um,
Yes, the Spec Ops.
yeah, I don't I do they have conditions though for them? I did them, but I like don't even remember really.
So it's kind of weird. I only did one and immediately called bullshit on it because it seemed ridiculous. But basically, if you want to get specific completion items crossed off, it seems they have like spec ops designed for those specific ones because like the one I did was 100 headshots in a row or something like that. And it just gives you a whole bunch of zombies. It's like shoot their heads. So maybe that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know. It feels again very half baked.
Yeah, it's just kind of general, like the kind of general boring randomized mission you would get in this kind of open world game, but they're just like it's like 8 or so fixed ones. So
Mm,
they're just a bit weird.
yeah. Okay. Well, I guess this brings us to Akiyama's final set piece, where he goes in to rescue Hana, who ran away from the zombies and somehow ended up in this building. I guess. Um, I don't think much happens during the set piece until you get to the very end, where you find Hana is locked in a room with the first prototype of the game, the first boss monster, essentially, called the Arabaki prototype. And that's all the bosses, they're always something prototype. And I actually looked up the names of these guys because they seemed pretty specific, and I was curious if they mean anything. All of the prototype names seem to have something to do with Shinto mythology. Specifically,
Hmm.
Arabaki is a very old deity that's not really worshipped anymore. Supposed to be a forgotten god of strength. Really couldn't find too much information about it, but yeah, that's where all the names are drawn from what I've seen. And how do we feel about this guy?
It's a liquor.
Yep.
He can fuck right off. That's what he can do.
Yeah, the Arabaki has been not very cool to Panda in her runs. Here's the thing with bosses in this game. I think this is probably my favorite boss fight of the game. The thing is, every boss fight in this game sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. Not Kinro and Ginro? But they're so cute.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll get to Kenro and Ginro. I take that back. Most of the boss fights in this game are just completely terrible. This is the only one where it doesn't lay on the bullshit too thick. It's just a normal fight against a more powerful enemy, essentially. Then at some point it starts going into the ceiling, and you literally play whack-a-mole with it. Like there's 9 holes and you
Hmm.
need to look up and shoot it down before it does a bunch of attacks. Again, it's not good. It's better than anything that comes after it, or
I mean,
with the exception.
the whack-a-mole is funny. Like
Yeah.
that's It's none of it is good because of how clunky the aiming is, but like it was funny just because of how dumb it was.
Mm.
And trying to like position yourself and get the weak point shots, which by the way, every single boss has just a giant glowing weak point on it, just every single time, as if it like they were so desperate for you to be able to get the weak point shots on it.
They're desperate in
But
a design level. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, there it's like making it as obvious as possible, but like trying to position yourself and shoot it consistently is actually surprisingly hard, which I'm sure Panda has more experience with.
No, it's very
I
hard,
was gonna say
especially
yes.
on Dead Souls. Dead Souls, you have like 2 seconds to hit it before they like flip back over or resume normal activities.
You had a fight with Arabaki last night, the first Arabaki, where I saw you twice hit the dead center of the weak spot and still didn't get the crit.
Yep. I think honestly it has to do with, so one of the problems in this game is the hitboxes and the hurt boxes. Uh they linger way too long and it's really strange. They either appear too early or like stay too long. Like for example, sometimes there's zombies that can fall through like vents in the ceiling. They can fall to the floor. Uh if the game has decided that a zombie is going to fall through the floor, even if like the zombie hasn't fallen yet, you can't walk through that spot. Like you'll hit an invisible wall and then you'll be like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden a zombie will fall through and you're like, huh? Because the zombie wasn't there. So in theory you should have just been able to walk through, but the game says no. Or the tackle zombies will tackle, they'll miss you to like, from what you can visually see, they miss you, and then all of a sudden like you try to run by them and all of a sudden you're just knocked over, like they just full on hit you, and I'm assuming you're just colliding with their hitbox that somehow was still there even though they're not tackling anymore. I don't know, it's weird.
Yep, it's really hard. The weird mechanics of this game are basically a topic for a doctoral dissertation in and of themselves. Um, but yeah, basically at this point, after sorry, unless anyone has more to say about Arabucky.
I mean, we're gonna see him another like 6 times, so
Yeah. But yeah, after beating him, the chapter kind of just ends. And this is, again, something that's weirdly atypical of the Yakuza series in this game. If you wanted to just sum up the plot, you could do it in 3 sentences. There's no, the Yakuza twists and turns can be kind of goofy, but at least they add some interest. Whereas in this game, it's just kind of a straight progression, and not really much happens. So the Akiyama chapter kind of introduces the idea of there being zombies, but it doesn't really tell you much about the actual plot.
yeah, when you started summarizing it, I was just like, what even happens in Nakayama's part? Like nothing happens.
Yep.
There's no plot. Like most of the game is just kind of plotless. It's just like going from A to B. It's by far the simplest Yakuza plot. But that's, all the plots are pretty over the top, so that's not really a surprise, I guess.
Yeah, so I think that's it for Akiyama's main campaign. I have a few sub stories I can point out that I think are kind of interesting to talk about, unless anyone has anything else they want to add about the main portion of the chapter.
I do not have anything to add.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So yeah, sub stories. Like we said, sub stories in this game are actually surprisingly very good. Akiyama has a couple I would point out. One of my favorite is cliches. Do you remember this one? So
Probably have
cliches.
Oh,
to, yeah, talk about it a little bit.
is that is that the one where all the people are trapped in that building by Theater Square?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that one. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
So basically, you have a bunch of people, survivors, locked up in a building in Theater Square, and the same one that Gary gets into, like climbs the
Yeah.
side of the building later on in Kiri's campaign, and they have someone eventually points out that it's all the cliches from zombie movies. You have the guy who still tries to make money in the midst of the zombie apocalypse. You have the horny couple who's doomed to try to go inside and fuck and inevitably get eaten by zombies, etc., etc. And the game just asks you as Akiyama to save each one of these guys until the guy who points out all the cliches himself walks out with the big bag of money, only to get caught and eaten by zombies in Theater Square.
Yep.
Um, irony?
Yeah.
There's
I
also
don't
the
know.
guy who dresses up as a zombie and tries to spook people because that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, yes, yes. The one who's being irreverent, I think they is how they described it. Um, yeah, I think you know the concept sounds so. I think the writing on it is very good. I think it's a fun little sub story, and it also features the Kaoru bear, which
Oh
they
yeah.
just keep reusing. The bear Kiryu gets Kaoru in Kiwami 2, or just Yakuza 2.
Yeah, I have Cyric's guide open just so I can reference, and he literally slips on a banana peel on the way out.
Oh, that's right. I will say that guide is not Cyrix. It's very good and it's in the style of Cyric, but it's not by Cyric
Oh
himself.
no, it's not. Oh my god. It's like
Um,
formatted exactly like it
yes,
and
it's
everything.
like very obviously inspired by Cyric's guides.
I think he has
I'm
a note in
sorry.
there basically saying thanks for Cyric for making this format. But yeah, I think Cyric was smart and not getting into this game. I can't blame him.
Thank you, Willie GP. I am sorry for mistaking you for Cyric.
Yes. Um, man, I noted another one, and I thought I would remember what this is. Big Daddy. Oh, Big Daddy is there's a sequence of sub stories basically involving a guy who is in a relationship with a woman who's pregnant with someone else with like a former friend of his baby. I English almost correct. And that one's kind of nice because um, it talks about how this guy's stepping up and raising this kid even though he's not his own technically, and he says later on in the sub story sequence he says something about um, the this biological father having renounced his right to call the kid his own because he's not actually raising him. I don't know. I think it was kind of good in its messaging, if that makes sense.
I also think this is the partner that you get, so Gary shows up, so that's always good.
Yeah.
True. This sub story sequence, I'm pretty sure, also introduces the thing that. Oh no, this is a different sub story, but Akiyama's sub stories. My God, did my heart sink when I realized this was going to be a thing, because you get into a point where you confront someone during the sub story. And this game, we'll talk about it maybe a bit more later, but this game is really weird about not wanting you to fight human enemies at any point. And I'm like, okay, this is a human. How are they going to turn this into an action? Oh no. And then it starts a chase sequence. And the moment I see the chase animation start, I wanted to die right then and there.
Oh my
The chase
god.
sequences in this game, I am not kidding. This is not hyperbole. They are the worst of the entire series by a country mile.
So before I played this, I played Lost Judgment. And playing that game, I was like, I'm kind of sick of these chase sequences just because like it's basically autopilot. You have no control over it. I was like, I kind of miss the old engine chase sequences. And then I did this chase sequence, and holy shit, was I wrong. This one is so bad.
I think I'm like the only person on this planet that likes the chase sequences in every
Oh
game.
god. Even in this one,
Yeah.
they're so bad though.
I like the first one that I did
But
in
they're
this
like
one was
so
really
bad they're
bad.
good, like the one where you're chasing the zombie who has the sign.
You know what? That's actually one of the less terrible ones. That one's
I
Because
actually
that one's
not
so
bad.
fucking dumb that it was like, what is this?
this first one with Akiyama in the sub story was definitely the worst one by far, just because
I
it's
would
like the
say so,
first
yes.
one you do. Like I think I got more used to them later on, so they weren't as bad. But like this first one, where I was like just struggling with the controls and like figuring out how to like shoot the zombies while still catching up and tackling the person you're chasing is just like the clunkiest garbage ever.
I have a question though. Did you guys do sub stories while you were playing the game, or did you do most of them in Premium Adventure?
I did all of the sub stories at the end of as soon as all the sub stories were available. So for Akiyama, I just did them all at the beginning of chapter 4, etc., etc.
Wasn't that in your second playthrough though, or did you do
Yes.
them in the first?
Yeah, yeah, on Dead Souls.
Yeah, I did them as they came up in my first playthrough.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I did very few like in the initial playthrough. So I wonder if that also kind of like affects how I think about it because like I guess I had all that time to get used to the controls before realizing that this game had chase sequences.
I mean, that's all.
But
That would apply to a lot of the other sub stories, but this set of mechanics has nothing to do with the rest of the game, so I don't think it would matter to me.
yeah, I'm just a dirty chase sequence enjoyer.
Just let me just describe this because people may be familiar with chase sequences in other Yakuza games, and you think, oh, they suck, but they're not that bad. This is different in a bunch of ways because during the sequences, you still have zombies coming at you at all times because all the sequences take place in the quarantine zone. And the way you deal with zombies is you either have a really shitty gun that you can shoot at them with, which works, I guess, sometimes. You have barrels you can shoot with, like a heat snipe type thing, and you have for the actual thing, person, whatever you're chasing, you have a tackle. Turns out the best way to get through these sequences is to just tackle everything. Tackling the zombies works way, way better than shooting them, and that's like, I'm not joking about that. It's way more consistent.
I think that's all I did. Yeah, I don't think I bothered doing the other things.
Yes. And the thing that makes this really, really terrible, all the chase sequences in the series have some sort of rubber bending. In this game, if you get like half a step ahead of whoever you're chasing, they will immediately rush past you and get like, I don't know, 5 meters ahead of you, something like that. They will build up a gap like you couldn't believe. So you don't have to just catch up to your chase target. You also have to make sure you never get past them because if you do, then you have to build up all to close the distance all over again. It's horrible, just terrible.
You also have to be very precise when you go for tackles, because if you miss a bit and you like barely touch a zombie, you just like get stuck and
Yeah.
have to fully start your run again.
Yeah, there's something weird with like the aiming, or I don't even know what you would call it in this game. Like it became very apparent when you play as Kiryu initially, when you have to punch zombies, which we'll talk about later, but it's really easy for him to just like you're locked on and he just completely misses them and I'm just like, is this OG1? Like what is happening?
Yeah.
Snuck some guns from OG1 in. Just shoot the ground as you're trying to aim.
Yeah. Okay, I think that pretty much sums it up for Akiyama's part of the game. Anything either one of you want to mention about this part?
Okayama sucks. He still
Yep.
sucks.
I I I do hate the guy in this. I do hate him less than I do in 4, I gotta say.
He's
Okay. Mm,
for the most part he's a better character, but that's because he doesn't have clients to abuse the entire time.
yeah, I think it's like there's less of him in that scenario. Yes. Okay. So, do we want to move right on to Majima?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah. All right. Does anyone else want to give us want to describe this glorious intro?
Sure. We start
Go ahead.
Majima and he's watching a zombie movie. Totally appropriate. And then all of a sudden zombies break into his office where he's watching the movie and he turns around and he's like, hell yeah, basically, and pulls out a shotgun from somewhere and yeah, starts blasting zombies because that's normal. But yeah, basically Majima's part when you play casually is hilarious because he just thinks it's the best thing ever that they're zombies and he gets to shoot them. He just thinks it's like a game the entire time. So yeah,
Yeah.
basically Majima's goal is he gets shotgun, he goes upstairs, gets ammo. Why does he have a ammo supply? Never mind, whatever. He basically just leaves the Millennium Tower and he goes his objective is to go to Kamarocho Hills because I guess they're opening it today, which they picked the worst day ever, unfortunately for them. But when he finally gets out of, you basically make your way down the tower. You finally get out, and then you get introduced to the next prototype, the Onraki, which he looks like an ape that has rock armor. I
I
guess.
guess it's yeah. It's a weird
He's a tank. I
um
mean, no, don't sue.
yeah, he's a.
the totally legally distinct tank. It is a weird like recurring theme of this series of this game that all of the prototypes are kind of cute. Almost all of them, and the Unrocky is kind of cute as
Yeah,
well.
I think he's kind of cute.
He's very dopey looking.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
By the way,
earlier in that part they introduced the fatty, which is totally not a boomer.
we've not talked about any of the
The
mutants now that I
mutants,
think about it.
which I think is okay because they're really annoying.
They're mostly just copies
They're
of
the
other
worst.
game
Yeah.
characters anyway.
Yeah, they're the biggest copies of stuff from Left 4 Dead. You have the Crybaby, which is just the witch
Hmm.
from Left 4 Dead, like a woman zombie that shrieks and summons in other zombies. And you have the Monkey Boy, who's super. I think those are the jockeys from Left 4 Dead,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who are the annoying little guys who just jump and grab your head and stuff like that. They're super annoying, and the rest of them get introduced a bit later. Oh, you mentioned the fatty. That's right.
Hmm.
Who releases the gas that
Ow!
causes the zombies to aggro. Oh,
My cat just bit me. Mamie, stop it.
Oh no.
No, she just does it because
Wanna
she wants to
wanna play?
eat. She wants to eat.
Uh,
She's been
oh,
trying to get my attention for
maybe
like an hour now, and I've just been ignoring her.
maybe she's a zombie.
oh
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
she.
I'm gonna turn into a zombie now.
Oh no.
Better go to the hot springs.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that'll fix it. True, good point.
Uh,
um.
one
By the
one
way,
thing I wanted to mention.
Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
One thing I wanted to mention about the intro to Majima section is It's the only time in the entire series that they did something different with the title screen. Where like they had the whole intro of him like watching the movie and doing double take with the real zombies, and then they had the zombie dive at him and like he holds up the gun and then it cuts to the title screen with a gunshot sound, and it's
Mhm.
as far as I know, it's the only time they've done something special with that. And of course it was with Majima.
Yeah.
He has to steal the
It just
show.
yeah, he
Yep.
just has to be different, and I think that fucking rules.
I do think he's very kind of reduced to a stereotype in this game. At least in the main story, the only beat he has is "Oh my god, zombies, so cool." But that's with the main story. They're all kind of very weakly written. It it really gets a lot better in the sub stories again, which
Hmm.
Majima I would say has the probably the best set of sub stories.
Do we have anything to say about the Onraki fight? So the only other thing is like you basically shoot him. You have to shoot his armor, and that reveals his weak spot because you know the big red glowing thing. And then the other thing you can do is there's also a tank that you can get into to shoot him with if you so choose. But it can also be your deathbed if you stay in it too long and he grabs you.
Yep. All I have to say about the Unrocky is I tried looking up any. That's the one prototype I couldn't find anything about his name.
Mm.
Probably, I would assume just like the rest has something to do with Shinto mythology, but I couldn't find anything. But yeah, it's a pretty decent fight, I guess. Also, actually, you know what? This might be not necessarily the coolest boss fight, but the least painful one.
It's the one that makes me the least angry, I guess. Like, if I die
Yeah.
during that fight, it's usually just okay. Whereas the other ones, I don't know, just see red.
Also has one
Yep.
of the worst consistent frame drops when you break his
Mm-hmm.
stones.
Yep.
Oh yes.
Him and the
Anytime you
hermit.
break,
Yeah.
anytime you break armor in this game, it leads to particle effects, and particle effects just annihilate this game.
You want me to continue?
Yeah, please. Oh, just one thing. I found some really cool art by someone on Tumblr called Racecar Art,
Oh.
which basically sums up the different protagonists for this game. Which I'm putting it on the stream momentarily. It's just Akiyama saying I have to save Hana-chan, Kiri saying I have to rescue Haruka. Ryuji says I have to make things right, and Majima just says "fuck yeah, zombies." I just thought it's very well
Accurate.
drawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So yeah, after you fight him, you get introduced to another mutant, the aggro, which is just a giant pain in the ass. I guess he's supposed to be like a hunter. What is he? I don't actually know what
The
he was supposed to
aggro?
be. Yeah.
I'm not really sure if there's. I think that one might actually be an original.
They
Yeah,
did it.
cuz
They made an original enemy.
yeah, cuz it
And it's
was
the most annoying one, of course.
yeah, cuz it's weird cuz like I always kind of saw in a way like the monkey boy was like a mix of like the hunter and a jockey because like he kind of just pounces on you, but then like he doesn't really he's not like a hunter where he's just immediately destroying you. He's just kind of annoying. But
Hmm.
yeah, the aggros are they're actually passive. They are relentless if you breathe in their direction though. Uh if you shoot them in any capacity or if you touch them. They do not want to be touched, which is fair.
I think this is of all the enemies in this game, this is the enemy I'm most likely to hang out with because Quiet people who like listening to music and get very aggressive if you fuck with them pretty much describes 90% of the people I hung out with in high school. So
Yeah,
Just don't get too close.
and funny
yeah.
enough, I noticed this the other day, but at the towards the end, there's a room that has like two of them in it, and when you go in that room, the music changes. It changes when you go in, and then it changes when you leave. And I was just like, what in the world? Like they're like jamming out to music together, and then everything goes back to normal.
Just two dudes 6 feet apart jamming out to music together.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Because they're not gay. Yeah.
So yeah, I think actually this is pretty much where the first real plot of this game takes place. Like once you're introduced to Aggro, he's not really in the way. You just kind of I left. I was just like, I'm leaving. So when you exit the quarantine, that's when you get like the first story bit. When you see Nikaido,
Yes.
which if you want to sum up what goes in that scene, that's fine. I remember the scene, but I'm like, well, I don't even remember what he says or
It's very throwaway. He basically rolls up, and you can see that he's with someone in a lab coat in that car. I wonder if that will come up later. But yeah, he rolls up, says something to Majima about being from the Omi Alliance, and kind of moves on. That's our glorious villain introduction. I
yeah.
do, I do have a really, really deep cut about what Nikaido's name might come from. There's a Japanese politician, was a Japanese politician named Susumu Nikaido, and was he was a supporter of a guy called Kakue Tanaka, who was pretty influential in the LDP at some point, and then kind of fell from grace. And if you want to really like, it's a real stretch, but it kind of parallels Nikaido's relationship with Ryuji, kinda. So that might be it. I don't know. I tried. I tried.
I thought you were gonna say, and he was a zombie.
I mean, it's the LDP, so you never know. But yeah, it's like you're right. It's like the first time story actually happens in the game, but nothing really happens.
Yeah, and then basically after that, Majima just runs to Kamurocho Hills where, oh no, it's taken over by zombies. And he basically busts his way in like he does because he's Majima. And then you meet up with Azumi and Daigo. And Azumi is, I'm gonna plug this everywhere. He shows up again. He's mentioned in the series, so the Dead Souls is 100% canon. You can trust me.
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
You can trust me because I'm forklift certified. Okay.
I mean, by the end, they just fix everything, go back. Like nobody important dies, so it can just slot into the it can just slot into the canon and be fine.
Yep.
Which,
Um,
and then this is where my probably one of my favorite sub stories in this game takes place, just because it's so dumb. But yeah, you're here, and there apparently zombies broke in to the hills, which is somewhat secure and safe place for people to be right now. And Majima's great idea to lure out the zombies was to have Daigo dress like a girl and for them to act like a couple.
haha, guy dressed like a woman. That's funny. That's humor to us in 2011.
Yeah.
Um,
I just appreciate how into it Majima is.
Yeah. He was like very into like acting out this role.
mm. By the way, is this sub story missable?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Okay.
Because you can't go back pretty much once I don't know, you might cuz it doesn't really make sense for you to be able to go back in Majima 4, but you might be able to. I really feel like you can't go back.
The the guide says it's like they're like 99% sure it's missable. I don't really. It's weird because this is long after the series has done away with missable sub stories, but yeah, like you, I don't really see how this would make sense later in the game. There's another instance of this later. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so yeah, man, imagine wanting to do all sub stories and getting to the end and being like, you can't do this Majima sub story. Jesus.
Yeah, they haven't done missable stuff since 1, so it would be shocking if it actually was. I don't
Does
remember what state anything is up there in Premium Adventure.
does two or does two
2,
have
you
any
can do
missable?
everything in the finale.
Oh, okay.
I think OG
Um,
doesn't OG2 and like OG1 have missable stories though.
Just 1.
well,
I'm pretty
OG.
sure um in OG2 I don't think there's really like a proper premium adventure in it, but you can at least do everything in the finale before finishing the game.
So in OG1, all of the voiced sub stories with cutscenes, those are missable, and there's like 4 or 5 of them, something like that. And in two, if you refuse to do the one at the end of chapter 15, I think that one, yeah, that one's missable as well. Um, Other than that, no. I don't know about Kanzon, but yeah, by the time you get to 3 and 4, then there's no longer any missable sub stories. So yeah, kind of weird. Either way,
I have a save
let's.
there. I can load that up at some point and
Ooh,
see if it I can go back there.
that would be interesting. I also want to test the one for Ryuji, which yeah, we'll get to as well. Um,
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, yeah.
you know, but yeah, keep going, please.
So yeah, after that, you end up so zombies are I guess trying to pour into the hills, so you go outside to secure
Oh,
the
sorry, I forgot. Sorry, I'm cutting you off again. I just forgot this is one of my favorite lines in the entire game because the way it happens is they actually have the heels kind of sealed up, and then a bunch of Tojo Clan guys arrive in trucks and try to shoot the zombies, but they just kind of ram into the barrier and like crack it open, and
yeah.
and the zombies can all get in, and Majima just said a line that I think kind of describes how we all feel about these games, which is the Tojo clan is full of idiots. I fucking love them.
I mean, yeah, pretty
Yep.
much. I think that sums up how we all feel about the game.
But yeah, sorry, keep going.
But yeah, you secure the perimeter eventually, and then I guess I guess it was something like this area is getting unsafe, so they're gonna take people to purgatory. They do that at some point, but anyway. But you fight another Arahabaki because you love doing that. And then you get
This one
an
goes
This one's a
invisible
very,
sometimes.
yeah, it's very different fight, completely different. Even
I
though
honestly
like
did not. Sorry.
the funniest thing is like they make it so you can't lock onto it because it's invisible, but like your cursor still goes red when you're over it. You can still clearly see it. It's just like the lowest effort invisibility ever.
mhm.
It's weird because the only you immediately take away all of the um, all of the threat of this enemy by just not being close to it. All of its attacks are short range. It has a big leap it can do, but it can't do it when it's invisible. So you just keep away, and you're
It
always going to be
can,
fine.
but
Oh, it can. Okay, my bad.
it normally doesn't. But you know, it's this game, so it's very rare, extremely rare.
Right.
But yeah,
Oh, one more thing about this fight. if you're playing on Dead Souls, the zombies that attack that the Daigo is fighting are just as aggro as all the other zombies in the game. I don't know if we mentioned this. The big difference with Dead Souls is that all the zombies are berserking at all times, as if the fatty berserked them.
Mm,
So, so if you're playing on Dead Souls, in the background, it's just Daigo getting absolutely destroyed by
yeah.
like 30 zombies, and it's kind of satisfying.
Yeah, especially after like not saving me in the building beforehand. Yeah. We have
Oh,
a
that clip was amazing.
Yeah, I had an incident last night during a run where I just needed like no one else was around me. A monkey boy was on Majima and I just needed Daigo to shoot him off. And Daigo like shot through me somehow. I don't. And then he just sat there and I think he fired again. And I just was like, I guess this is just my life now.
Yeah,
Trying
it
his
was.
best.
Mm.
Yeah, he was trying, I guess. We'll give him that.
The only time Daigo is accurate is when he rolls off of a like a hospital bed after waking up
Yeah.
from being out for several weeks.
Yep.
Yes, yes. Um, yeah, good stuff.
But yeah, other than that, you pretty much have a very depending on the difficulty, it can either be somewhat okay or very not okay set piece where you have to run through a tunnel basically,
Mm.
and at the end of the tunnel you have to clear everything to progress. And yeah, it can be very hairy on Dead Souls difficulty because everyone's trying to murder you, but I think the other difficulties it was okay.
It's nice
Yeah.
and comfy on easy.
Yeah.
I mean, even I think I would say even on Dead Souls, it's not too bad if you're, kind of just if you're not speedrunning it essentially, because you can just hang back, wait for zombies to aggro, pick up the flamethrowers. You still get knocked down a lot, but it's not that bad. But yeah, in the speedrun, it looks incredibly rough.
And then yeah, you make it to purgatory, and that's when we see another sub story where somebody is claiming to have the cure and they're trying to sell it to people. And of course Majima's interested because that was another thing that happened before they entered the tunnel is Majima got bit and doesn't tell anybody about it.
Or did he?
Yeah, or did he?
I mean, he did get bit. That is 100% accurate.
Yes.
But yeah, that's sub story. I don't remember. I know it ends up like obviously like they're basically revealed that they're just lying, but I don't remember how like it goes exactly. Or I don't even know if we want to talk about it in particular if it's that amazing or not.
Well, I have something I want to say about it. So yeah, when we get to sub stories, I'll mention it.
Okay.
Um, I do want to share stuff that maybe other people know already, but I just found out today about the people voice acting the florist. So in Japanese, the florist's voice actor is a guy called Yoshiaki Fujiwara, who's a wrestler, which is kind of interesting. But in English, in the OG1 dub, the guy voice acting him, his name is Dwight Schultz. And I looked a bit at his Wikipedia article, and he's an interesting guy. Schultz has also written for Breitbart, where he
Oh
likened
boy.
liberalism to mental illness and has similarly suggested that President Barack Obama's administration may intend to force sex reassignment surgery onto him and others.
True. They're totally going to do that.
Just a little.
Oh boy.
Again, it has nothing to do with Dead Souls. I just thought it's a little funny question mark detail to share.
A little bit funny, a little bit sad.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
But
But yeah, you make it you go meet the florist, and I guess that's where you actually get some more story, and you're probably about like 4 hours into the game, depending on how fast or slow you're going.
You are almost halfway through, yes.
um, if you want to, I don't actually remember their conversation much, other than I guess they were talking about
So the way this
Nikaido.
works is Majima reports to Daigo that he saw Nikaido, which he recognizes. I don't remember if he recognizes his face or just recognizes his pin, but he recognizes him as a member of the Omi Alliance. And Daigo calls up the I don't remember if it's like the acting chairman or if it's the captain of the Omi, but he calls them and he's like, "What's one of your top guys doing in Kamurocho?" And he swears that he doesn't know anything about it, and that kind of just leaves it there in terms of story. And then I always thought there would be more to this, but then literally Majima steps out of the room that the florist was in, and Akiyama's like, "Hey, want to just go fight Nikaido?" And Majima's like, yeah, sure." And literally, there's nothing else to that. Just Akiyama decides to show up and get Majima to fight a guy.
Yeah, I have no idea what Akiyama's motivation is here. It's just like he just felt like fucking with everything.
Pretty much, yes.
I guess his
Because
motivation was supposed to be that it's my city and I'm taking it back or something, and both of them don't like waiting around or whatever. But yeah, I don't. It's still very like you're just kind of like, okay, sure, whatever you say,
Would you like
game.
to advance the plot? Yes or no?
Yeah,
yeah, pretty much. And the thing is, they could have done something at the end of Akiyama's section where I don't know. He even meets up with the florist and he's like, "I want to do this," but it never ties it in together. It's just it just kind of happens. People just go places for no reason.
yeah.
Um,
That's actually something that I feel like is a downfall of this game, that they had four protagonists and they had so much opportunity to weave them in better, and they just didn't. Like, I feel like you were saying, like they could have tied in like the end of Akiyama's part to Majima's part somehow, or but they just didn't.
mm. Yeah, what you said yesterday about how this game might have worked better if instead of switching to a new protagonist and never going back, if it did more of a back and forth thing like Yakuza 0 did with
Mm-hmm.
Kiryu and Majima, that might actually have made things a lot easier to it would have made it a lot easier to make the plot make some sort of sense.
Unfortunately, not every game can be Yakuza 0.
Yeah, very few can. Very few can. But yeah, this brings us to, I guess, the final boss. Because at this point, Majima and Akiyama just, casually decide to go kick Nikaido's ass. And he's like, haha, psyched, I'm actually leaving you this thing. And it's the Tsuchigumu prototype, which Tsuchigumu, I have managed to track this down. A historical Japanese derogatory term for renegade local clans, which I thought was interesting, and also the name for a race of spider-like yokai in Japanese folklore, which is interesting because obviously Tsuchigumo is very spider-like, but you also fight him when you're tracking down Nikaido, who is a renegade member of the Omi Alliance, which I thought was kind of interesting.
It's more of a pill bug than a spider.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I don't even know if they knew what he was.
They
I
just
feel
kind of like
like
mashed a few different bugs together. I'm
I
like,
feel
yeah,
like
this is
they
cool.
were like making him, and then they're like, he's not menacing enough. Let's put blades on his arms. Yeah, there we go. Like, I don't...
To be fair, I kind of think the design of this guy is pretty cool and
oh
pretty
yeah,
original
yeah.
from what I can tell. Like I don't think it's derivative of anything from a Resident Evil or Left 4 Dead, but I could be wrong about that.
My opinion of him is just soured because he's annoying, but
Well, yeah. You have
I think overall that yeah, his design is a lot better. I think his boss fight actually isn't like it's okay. It's not amazing, I guess.
Kind
But
of
but then
boring.
again, like I feel like all the boss fights are kind of like that, huh? So
this is one of those bosses that's only there's only any challenge here because it's a way too small arena for what this boss is. It's just you have to deal with. By the way, would you be surprised to know that this game has a bad camera? Uh, you have to deal with a bad camera in a very small arena with a boss that's very well, not very mobile, but he gets like these bursts of high mobility. What I will say for this boss fight is it never gets old to like watch him do the jump attack and then like be next to Akiyama, then walk away and watch him land on Akiyama. That never stops being entertaining. Which I think is actually legitimately a strat, isn't it?
yeah,
Because you get
I'm guilty of using Akiyama as bait intentionally
I
because
approve.
if you basically when he does the jump attack where he spins and then he jumps in the air, if you make sure Akiyama's behind you when you do it, you can just roll forward and then he'll jump on top of Akiyama, and since he's attacking Akiyama, you have a nice opportunity to just shoot him all you want basically. So, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Not for Akiyama, but for us.
Yeah, and when you defeat him, you notice a mysterious figure in the background among all the zombies. Oh, who's that? Who's that with us in the batting cages? It is, of course, Ryuji Goda. Who? What the fuck is he doing here?
Oh yeah, what did you think about the final QTE for Majima's boss?
Oh, I can't believe I forgot to mention that. Yeah, this is like anytime anyone wants to fool you into thinking this is a game you should play, they they pull up the QTE for Tsuchigumu, which is Akiyama throws a grenade at Majima, and Majima uses his shotgun as a baseball bat and kind of throws it, kind of knocks it at Tsuchigumu, and then it explodes and he dies, which admittedly is kind of funny, but also basically impossible to hit on Dead Souls difficulty without the X and B trick we were talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's Majima's section. Do we have anything we want to talk about here before we get to the sub stories?
Mm, no.
Okay, let's talk the sub stories because yeah, I've alluded to this before. I would say this is the best set of sub stories in the game, and the sub stories are already on average very good here. So this is really good stuff. First of all, since we mentioned this, there's a sub story where Majima just straight up kills a couple of guys. It's the one with the fake cure. So there's a couple of guys who are trying to con people into buying a supposed zombie cure from them, which is obviously not real. And Majima tracks them down, and you know, eh, this is what I was alluding to before, that the game is very weird about never wanting to have you fight humans because he tracks them down, but instead of fighting them, a bunch of zombies show up and they're like, "Oh my god, save us!" And he saves them, and they give you your money back, and they also give you a platinum plate, which sells for a really nice amount of money in Abisu. And then more zombies show up, and Majima basically says, "Haha, I don't care about you anymore. Get mine. Fuck you." And he just lets them die to the zombies, and that's it. Which I thought was kind of funny, but also kind of weird. I don't know. Not the last time that a protagonist in this game is going to kill someone.
I
It's
think
okay.
for
They're con artists.
Majima
They
it
weren't really
makes
people.
yeah, I was gonna say I think for Majima it makes sense. Like, I don't know. There's no way he hasn't killed a man.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. He almost kills a man the first time he's introduced in the series. So yeah. Um. Oh, this also begins a really cool sequence of sub stories with the director and his assistant who are trying to make a very low budget zombie movie
Okay.
by
Oh
literally
yeah.
just just filming our protagonists fighting zombies. And there's a lot of really great dialogue with Majima in the sub stories. But this is where there was some really good, just really good characterization for this director. Where at some point he mentions how they lost their equipment to the zombies or got trapped in the quarantine zone or something like that, and Majima says something like "Nice work, genius," and the director says, "No, you're too kind," which I thought was kind of funny. The first sub story here is also where I got my current PFP on Twitter and Discord, which is Majima. Usually, when Majima smiles in these games, it's the very toothy Joker smile. But he has one smile in this specific chain of sub stories where he's got a wide open mouth, and with Dead Souls graphics, it's just the most horrifying thing. I kind of love it. Um, there is this sub story sequence where Majima uses the same director guys to film someone's dying message to his son, who's a cop.
Mm.
And Majima is he does gloat about this very much because he doesn't like the guy, and he says another great line: "There's worse than Yakuza in organized crime," as in the organized crime uh, department of the police. Another sub story, I just thought this was kind of funny, has a guy called Someya in it, which I just thought that was a nice coincidence. Also, one time when much like a lot of sub stories in the Yakuza series, there's this prompt that has you say whether or not you wanna take up a sub story. And for Majima, it's the game asks, "Do I care?" And the confirmation is, "Yeah, why not?"
Yeah.
It's just really good. He's so well written, these sub stories. Any that stood out to any of you?
Wasn't one of his the where they like weekend at Bernie's a zombie into pretending to be a
Yes,
Yakuza boss?
yes, that's the one with Sumaya actually.
Uh,
Yeah, it's some. There's this Yakuza guy who they're supposed to have a deal with with the Chinese mafia. Actually, do you want to describe this, Doctor T?
I don't remember the specifics of what happens. I just remember them like, their boss gets zombified, but they can't let this deal fall through, so they put thick sunglasses on him and they like tie him down onto the chair and they say that he's just very sick right now.
And they
And
also put a ball gag on him,
oh yeah, and the ball gag.
and you can tell them that it's an ancient Japanese ritual or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they figure it out because of course they do, and they try to attack you. So to not have a fight with humans, the actual boss breaks out and kills them, and then you have to chase him.
Mm. I think he still has the ball gag when you're chasing him too.
Yes, very much, very much. How about you, Panda?
So I actually I don't know if you guys did any of the hostess stuff, but I I actually like Majima's interactions with his hostess because all the guys have two except Majima. He only has one. And like the introduction for her is just fucking hilarious because he just like happens to walk by and then she's just like basically like trying to get him to go like with her to I guess the go back to the club and then he's just basically like I don't care about stuff like that. And then he basically was like, I don't need a pretty girl on me to have a drink. I can just go to a bar. And then basically it ends up like them like challenging each other almost to like, and then he's like, you know what, I'll bite. I don't know. It's just so funny to me that he just like wants nothing to do with it. And then she just gets so stubborn about like not letting it go that they end up like spending time together anyway. So,
Yeah, I haven't done any of the hostess stuff. I actually have a note here in my notes. Hostesses brackets panda, because I assumed you did it.
yeah.
So anything you want to say about hostesses, feel free. It's not quite in my consciousness,
But yeah,
yeah.
I liked her. She's not my favorite hostess. My favorite hostess is I. That's one of Ryuji's hostess, but uh
Right.
she's very good. I like their interaction. It was refreshing, especially if you've been playing the Yakuza games, so you're very familiar with the Cabaret Club, and it kind of always goes the same. Like you come in, you're just chit chatting and whatever, and then you leave, you know. But I kind of liked their. They were both extremely sassy to each other, so
I
especially
think I
because
did do
Majima
this
was
little
like,
intro with her.
yeah, Majima was like, if you're interesting, if you remain interesting, I'll stick around. But if the moment you're boring, basically, I'm gonna leave. So basically, it became a challenge to her.
That's the hostess you can trigger if you accidentally go to like under Millennium Tower from the back, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did that on one of my playthroughs. Um,
So yeah, their dynamic was just kind of funny to me.
yeah, that's pretty cool. I also like the chain of sub stories with Majima, where each time he is told that one of his men is stuck in the quarantine zone,
Yes.
and it's just a different mutant each time, and then it's never the actual guy.
Mm,
Um,
it's a good gag. Even though
it's
they do the exact same gag like 5 times, it's still funny every time.
he literally says it's a running gag at some point in that
Mm.
sub story chain. They're very not subtle about it. Um, but okay. Anything else about Majima's part?
His shotgun, very good.
Yeah, I
Yes.
was just thinking it was nice having a character with a good main weapon instead of Akiem's shitty little pistols.
Yeah. Although I'd say Ryuji's Gatling gun is also not bad. But yeah, Majima has the best one. And the cool thing, for those who don't know, who have know the speedrun of or have just used the shotguns casually in 0 or K1, the best shotgun in those games is the Exorcist MGM 56, which is just an allusion to Majima's name. It's the MGM for Majima. 56 is Goro, which, his first name. And, or not first name. I'm not really sure how you call it in Japanese names. Either way, it
Given name.
yeah, it alludes to him, and that's the fully upgraded version of his shotgun in this game, the Exorcist. Um, yeah. Okay. So, do we want to move on to Ryuji?
Sure.
Cool. I will say, do either of you want to take a break before we do, though? Because we have been going for a while.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, let's take a little break.
All right. So, yeah, we're gonna be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. I'm gonna put on the Dead Souls soundtrack again. In the meantime.
All right, well, BRB, guys.
hello, is this live?
Oh, hello.
Hello?
Sorry, that took a bit longer than I hoped. I just didn't want us to get interrupted again by me having to go get the food. So yeah, we're all back now. It's good stuff. Uh, but yeah, so we are at Ryuji's chapter.
Ryuji.
Roger.
Anyone else want to take this up?
I can if you neither of you guys want to.
I'm not familiar enough with the plot to be able to walk through it for any of the parts.
All right, yeah, Panda, go
I don't.
ahead.
So I think they do go over it a little bit for Ryuji. Like, I don't know. I guess he's aware that Nikaido is maybe, probably, kind of behind all of this. And Ryuji kind of sees it as his responsibility since he was the, I guess, patriarch of the Goryu clan. And I guess I don't know. Do they ever really say what Nikaido's position was? Like
I don't
when
think so.
Ryuji was in? Yeah, they don't really mention it. He just
He
takes
was just
over.
some underling.
He's just some dude.
Mysteriously completely missed out on everything that happened in Yakuza 2.
Yeah. But
And also apparently they didn't get disbanded, I guess, despite betraying the entire clan. Just like the Nishikiyama family.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that's kind of a recurring theme of this series.
Yeah, I would assume they would have gotten yeeted, but
I mean,
apparently not.
would you look at the aftermath of the American Civil War and pretty much every fascist regime in history, and you can't tell me that's not kind of realistic.
Yeah.
Uh, uh,
Well,
yeah.
moving on.
This actually is one of my favorite interactions in this entire game is when Ryuji, Akiyama, and Majima kind of like have this little, like, it's very brief, but I don't remember exactly how the dialogue goes, but Majima says something like basically like they're gonna split up, and then Majima's kind of like, yeah, that's fine, I'm a lone wolf, like I don't need to, and then Akiyama's like, yeah, I am too, guys, haha, and they both look at him like so awkward, like whatever, my dude, and then Ryuji
Yeah,
just
that's a
like,
really good one, actually.
yeah, and then he just leaves, like, what? And I think that's like Ryuji's like only interaction with Akiyama until like the finale. And then like the finale, like just the final scene, that's the next interaction, which is barely an interaction, so.
Hmm.
But yeah, he has like a little introduction fight in the batting center that can be absolute hell on Dead Souls, but most of the time it's fine. You get outside, Ryuji gets his introduction to Hasegawa. Yeah, that's another thing. Every character gets introduced to Hasegawa, which is honestly kind of dumb. I mean, I guess it makes sense because the character doesn't know, but you as the player know, so I think it's kind of annoying. I kind of wish they didn't do that, but you know, whatever. Game.
It's kind of annoying, and they don't really do it for anything else. Like no one ever questions like, why do I have all these weapons all of a sudden
Yeah.
in the hideout and stuff like that. So it's kind of weird that that's the one part they decided to single out and be like, we have to introduce this for each new character.
Yeah. And it's like the most disruptive prompt too, so it's just like, and also too, I guess it has another function because technically Hasegawa is also telling you when the quarantine zone is expanded, but I don't know. I still found it more annoying than like was there really no other way they could do that? I don't know.
Hmm.
But yeah, so I guess at that point Ryuji is just trying to track down Nikaido, so I guess he has like some sort of map that has like his old like I guess offices on it. but it's not his office necessarily, like on the map. Just they're just Yakuza offices that I guess were on the map, and I guess Ryuji didn't really know the connection at that point. I don't think,
Mhm.
but yeah, you go to the first one. That's absolute hell on its. Obviously, no one's there. Uh, I think actually that's where he picks up the map though, right? Because I think he knows about Nikaido's office there. He goes there, and that's where he finds this map that has all of
Yes.
the like
Sorry,
the
he gets a message
yeah.
from Nikaido to go there, and then he sees the map, and one of the offices is circled.
Mm-hmm. So then like yeah, that's basically his goal from then on is to get to that office, which eventually we do, but you know. So Ryuji's part is really like I feel like we can just like speed run this because the first part is basically you're just trying to get the fuck out of the quarantine zone, and Ryuji has like a literal gauntlet of stuff he has to do to get out of the quarantine zone. Like
Yeah.
you have to mow through zombies in Theater Square, and then after Theater Square you end up like saving groups. Basically, Ryuji's idea to get out of the quarantine zone was to shoot down the barricade that's protecting the rest of the city, and apparently Ryuji just didn't give a fuck if anyone got hurt because of that. So he wanted to shoot it down with the tank that Majima found earlier, and but there's no shells in it, so you go to get shells, and the way to get shells was kind of a ways away, and then it turns out that you can't get through because they're well, first of all, he doesn't have anything to pick up the shells with, so he needs something to carry them. And also the thing that he ends up going to get can't fit through there, but we'll get to that. But yeah, so he helps Ibuki by saving groups of people, which
Or I'm sorry, I gotta point this out. An escort mission, which is already horrifying the moment you get to it, and then the game tells you you have three more.
yeah, yeah. And
At,
for some
at
reason,
least you don't have to care about them actually like surviving, because if they run out
True.
of HP, they just keep going anyway.
well, that's the thing though.
They literally designed it to fuck with speedrunners.
The very first
Yeah.
one does matter. If they lose all their health, the game over.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
really?
But just the first one, just the introductory one, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, everyone after that doesn't matter. I
That's
don't
kind of
know.
funny.
I think this game hates everyone, but yeah, so you end up saving all the people, cool, and then you get keys to a forklift, and then it becomes Shenmue, and you get a cool puzzle that's very hard where you just move two containers, except that you don't know that because I mean I don't think anyone has X-ray vision, so you usually end up doing it a very complicated way, and then you run out of fuel, and then you get to restart.
On my first playthrough, this took me, I think, 15 minutes.
Yeah, like so this forklift is just I like the forklift just because I think it's fun to drive, but yeah, the whole section is just shit because the forklift has fuel that's being used while you're moving all the containers. It also has health. So if either one of those runs out, you have to do the whole section over again. And there's zombies. So the zombies take whenever you hit a zombie, it takes health away from the forklift. So, yay. Um I think it's okay for the most part as long as if you're playing on Dead Souls, it's not okay.
Yeah, I
But
was gonna say, I think this section alone completely justifies me playing on easy.
yeah.
I gotta say, casually, I really well. I never speedrun this game yet. I say, horrified at myself. Um, but I gotta say, casually, I didn't have too much of a bad time here. The only part I really hated was the forklift.
Yeah.
And you can also the forklift can die really easily,
Hmm.
especially on Dead Souls.
Yep. So that's basically that part. You've do all of that, you get the shells, you put it in the tank, you shoot the thing down, and then ta-da, you're out.
Yep.
And then basically from there, Ryuji goes to the office that was circled. And thankfully, those guys are still alive at that point, but I think they seemed like they were skeptical, I think, of what Ryuji said. Or I don't even remember if Ryuji got to talk to them. He did, didn't he?
He does, yes.
Yeah. But then, like, you know, mysterious thing comes in and then everyone's zombified and yay, you get to fight zombies now. You get to fight everybody but their zombie counterparts.
And actually, we already are told who this mysterious person is. It's Hayashi.
Yeah.
Because Ryuji
Her
actually
favorite.
recognizes him because he worked with him during the events of Yakuza 2. And yeah, man, imagine being a player of these games and just kind of Hayashi. That's a deep cut.
Yeah.
That's like 3 games ago. 4 if you take hands-on into consideration. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, Hayashi
you've
is the guy spreading around the virus.
yep. He's ruining everyone's day.
Yeah, he did mine just earlier today.
Oh. But yeah, so after you fight them, you're basically again trying to leave. Ryuji comes out of the office to find out he's in the quarantine zone now. So basically, while he was in there, the quarantine zone expanded magically in the span of like, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. So yeah, now you're in the quarantine zone again. So like before, you're trying to get out. So that's basically what happens. But this time you end up going through. You go through the Champion District, through Little Asia, and then through Little Asia, you basically get out.
Yeah, Little Asia is basically Ryuji rescuing a series of different Asian stereotypes.
Yeah, which is like, thanks, RGG.
Yeah, it's very weird.
And that's also where in the Champion District where we find beefy lady, as the game puts it, you know, when you first meet her, even though we know who she is because she's a character in the series. And I don't know, it's just awkward how they treat her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think I will say though that at least like Ryuji's interaction with her, from what I remember, was fine. Like I don't remember him saying anything like inappropriate or anything like that to her.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
So he just was like, "Oh, I gotta save a person," and you know, and that's what he does basically. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much that entire part. Is you go to the office and then nothing's, you know, zombies and then more zombies and then you leave. And then that's when I think Nikaido sends him a message to come to Asia.
Yeah, so at this point, I just want to, because we're about to get to Ryuji's 2 last chapters, which are basically just 2 boss fights.
Yep.
And I gotta say, I like Ryuji's characterization in this game. It's kind of weird because he's, you know, this very brash, very over the top kind of guy in Yakuza 2. And here, having lost to Kiryu and lost his position, he just becomes this very humble guy, and he doesn't necessarily suddenly think of himself as a good guy, but he tries to be a better person than he was before, which I think is pretty cool. You get more into it during the sub stories. Um, it never quite explains what the hell he's doing alive here, and it gets even weirder if you take into account something he says in the finale. But we'll get to that in the finale, I guess. I will say, and I don't know what you two feel about this. I kind of feel like this is in of the 4, this is the worst main campaign. Like this is definitely the one I had the least fun with just going through the main story.
I honestly, I think for me, I feel like Ryuji and Kiryu are both like that. Like once you get to like, it's just funny because Akiyama starts off, you're just kind of like, okay. Then you get to Majima and you're just like, hell yeah. And then you get to Ryuji and then Kiryu and you're just like, please end it now. Like, I don't know.
I love how we're basically zeroing in on this entire game only being good for the Mashima part. No, there's
Yeah,
other good stuff. There's good sub stories in Ryuji's part,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll
yeah,
get
I
to
don't
them.
think I had as bad of an experience with this. Probably again, easy helped. Uh, but yeah, it was definitely like a lot of like rigmarole just to progress. There's a lot of just like shit that you had to get through just to progress at all.
Hmm.
I think I probably had more fun with the sub stories and stuff. I don't really recall any from memory, other than like continuing the filming the picture.
Oh yeah, which is also a good one, but yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get to that.
Yeah, but now that you mention it, yeah, for whatever reason, Ryuji's part was like that. It was like, you have to do this to do this. It was like it was like a Rube Goldberg machine. Like why was it like that? Like you had to literally
Yeah.
like it was like you need this thing, but before you get that thing, you need that thing, and then you need this thing, and it's like, can this man just like walk? Like, is that okay with you guys?
It is. It is also. We kind of glossed over it, but in the thing where you have to rescue the guy in Champion District, it's not like, oh, we got to Champion District, save this guy. No, you go all the way around, then you get told backtrack to save the guy, and then you go back in again. It's again, backtracking is just this recurring thing in this game that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, and that section can be hell because they're on those rooftops of the buildings is Molotov zombies, and you can get in a stun lock
Mm.
and have a great time.
Yeah, I
So,
think I like very carefully sniped them all before they like got aggro. I don't know if that's possible in harder difficulties.
uh,
Uh,
if you're
it's
outside of their
easier.
range, probably, but other than that, they just seem to detect you way before you even know they're there.
Hmm.
And they have good arm, apparently. Because there's been times where I'm like, surely they can't hit me here, and then I just get smacked in the face with Molotov, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that, you go to Asia, and then sad stuff happens. So that's where
Yes.
you really get to you before this part, you do see basically Ryuji Ryuji's mentor who basically teaches him how to be a takoyaki chef.
Because
And
that apparently is the fallback for if your Yakuza career doesn't go through.
yeah, you can become a takoyaki chef. But yeah, he ends up becoming one of the prototypes, which is yay, and unfortunately one of the most annoying ones.
Yeah, Nikaido
Yeah.
specifically, because Nikaido's whole thing, it's revealed in Ryuji's section, is he is angry at the Tojo clan and at Kiryu specifically for bringing down the Goryu clan, or Ryuji at least. And the way he takes revenge is basically wreaking this zombie plague on Kamurocho in order to bring the Tojo clan down. And specifically, he targets Pops because he sees Ryuji working for Pops, and he's mad that Ryuji doesn't want to come back to the Yakuza, to the Oni
Yeah.
Alliance.
Yeah, because there was a scene before where Nikaido actually ends up going to the stand and, trying to talk Ryuji into coming back, and Ryuji's basically like, no. And then, yeah, so I think at that point, he's just, the whole, like, well, if you're not going to work with me, then I'm going to start doing this stuff until you see things my way. Which is like, yeah, that's, slightly unhinged, but okay.
Mm.
Maybe not the best way to get people on your side.
Yeah, probably not.
What if I
Especially someone like
murder their father
Ryuji.
figure?
I don't know what you mean. That always works really well.
It's just really weird too because it's like in this series, it happens to Kiryu a lot where you have these people who, when you clearly see them side by side, you're like, Kiryu had have no problem kicking this person's ass, but yet they're so cocky and so sure of themselves that it's like like if I saw these people in real life, I would not. I don't even know if I would approach them. I feel like they would be very intimidating. Like,
Yeah,
so it's wild. But
too
yeah,
big, too cocky.
yeah, they are a big too cocky. But yeah. So then you fight Pops. He has two phases. The first one is probably the most annoying one, where you basically just have to shoot four tentacles off, and it doesn't matter which four you shoot off. And the second phase is basically lower his health enough so you get the QTE to end the fight. And that's that boss fight. It's
Yeah.
it's almost the worst one, but I think one later on has that trophy.
The Yeah, I think this is definitely one of the worst ones. This is one of the ones that almost got me to quit on Dead Souls. And another one of those fights that's only difficult because again it's a very small arena. Also in this one you have the pleasure of getting all this furniture flying around
Oh
whenever
god.
pops. Yeah. Uh I do. By the way,
Ac-
Yatsukahagi apparently is just another name for Tsuchigumo, and translated literally, it means eight grasping legs, which makes sense because he's an octopus monster essentially.
right, because takoyaki, haha.
Haha.
But
Irony, isn't it?
before we continue, we haven't actually touched on that. The furniture in this game. You cannot convince me that the furniture in this game is not the real enemy. I'm pretty sure it is. Like you can just like
Mhm.
you'll be
The
walking down the
bikes.
street going about your day and then all of a sudden a bike will just come flying out of nowhere and like smack your character straight in the head and then you're just on the ground. Like you'll go through a room and you're like, I'm good. I got by all the zombies. I'm in the clear, and all of a sudden, a just random desk comes out of nowhere, and just now you're on the ground again. Now you're getting stomped on zombies. So it's like, and there's so many rooms you have to go through that have so much furniture, and the furniture, like, I think. I honestly am starting to believe that this was the precursor to the Dragon Engine. Like they saw the physics in this game and they're like, ah, yes, let's keep going with that. Like, cause that's all I can think of when you go through the office rooms and all the furniture's flying around. It just looks like the Dragon Engine with how everything's just going everywhere. It's just chaos.
We'll get you fuckers to play Dead Souls some way.
Yeah, and then for Pops's fight, not only do you have to dodge his tentacles, you have to dodge the furniture, and there's so much furniture.
Mm,
And you can
yes,
get stuck in it because I did that last night. That was a new one for me.
it's pretty amazing. Yeah, I remember when I started realizing I really hate the Dragon Engine. It was in a fight in Kiwami 2, playing casually. It was a fight spawn, and I was fighting some guys, and from the other side of the street, just a bicycle just wham crashed into my head and just fucking sent me flying. And yeah, that happens with all the furniture in this game essentially. And
I,
it doesn't
See,
even
and
require. Sorry, go ahead.
in Dragon Engine, I think that's fucking hilarious because then you ragdoll around and like wacky stuff happens. In this game, you just play the same falling over animation, and then
True.
that makes it feel bad.
True, I think I would get more enjoyment if I was like flailing about. I could see that.
Um, yeah.
But yeah, after you defeat Pops, you go to straight to another boss fight. It's really interesting. Ryuji's part is like this long gauntlet, and then the final two chapters for him are just boss fights.
Yeah. I was gonna say for the most part, this game is actually kind of decently paced, but it is very much not the case for this chapter or for this part of the game.
Yeah, it's very
We
weird.
we kind of we forgot to mention, they really foreshadow this part when they show you early cutscenes with Pops, where he teaches Ryuji how to kill an octopus to make takoyaki,
Oh
and
yeah.
he's like, you gotta do it in one stab to Otherwise you just prolong its suffering, and he just into the octopus. Which, man, that they I don't know, are real octopuses that cute? Because those guys are super super cute.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. They're pretty cute.
No.
Which makes
So
it
yeah,
even
it's
more
like
feels bad, man.
yeah, and yeah, Ryuji just it's kind of, oh, the irony. Ryuji just has to do the same with Pops, so he takes this big metal pole and just through the skull.
And it was big sad.
But yeah, now we fight three idiots.
Yeah. Yeah, but that part actually made me genuinely sad because I don't know. Part of me was like, kind of like, when I. Okay, at first it was kind of silly to see this big, tall Yakuza man who's just like a takoyaki chef now. But then as I went through, I was just kind of like, yeah, good for him. He found something else to do with his life. And then it basically just like all explodes in his face. And I'm just like, wow, rude.
Yeah, Ryuji is very, very likable, very sympathetic in this game. Very different from Yakuza 2, where, he's likable in the sense that you like him as a villain, but he is a dirtbag in that game.
Yeah. But yeah, as Nono said, the last boss fight is two Arahabakis and a Onraki all at the same time. Have fun with zombies. The zombies are
It
the
was
cherry on
important
top.
to have the zombies.
Yeah. Albeit
Um,
they are weaker, but I don't really think it saves that fight.
no, no. If you have the fully upgraded Gatling gun, it's pretty quick, but otherwise, yeah, it's pain. Uh, I kind of. What's weird to me about this fight, doesn't it seem like they kind of got it the wrong way around? Wouldn't you expect this to be chapter 3, and then the big story based fight against the unique prototype be the last fight for Ryuji? Like, does anyone get why they did it like this? It just seems completely inexplicable to me.
Yeah, it makes sense. I see what you. Yeah, it makes sense if Pop's fight was like the last fight,
Yeah.
I
but
don't even remember what the justification for this fight was. Was it just like they just
It's
break through
just,
the wall, and he just
yeah.
happens to be there?
yeah, because he
It's just,
comes out
oh
of
my god.
Asia, and then as soon as he comes out, they're like, there's a commotion over there, and he goes to see what it is, basically.
Or you
Right.
can go do Subterranean.
True, that, or you can do that, which I don't know if that's better, but you can do it.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit weird. It's just kind of a. It feels like a fight for the sake of a fight, even though you just had a big boss fight.
Yeah. It's sort of like, oh, right, every guy is supposed to have four parts.
Wait,
We
hold
kind of
on.
forgot.
I didn't think about it. Now that you mention it, yeah, it really makes no sense because right where he comes out is where that fight takes place. So it makes sense if that
Yeah.
fight happened first and then Pops was last. But yeah, what? I don't know now. That's really fucking weird.
Yeah, it literally makes no sense to me. And the fact that, because Ryuji, I don't remember, does, yeah, actually all of Ryuji's sub stories become available in chapter 3. So yeah, it really makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
I never thought about it until just now. Now I'm like, yeah, that makes zero sense. Neat.
mm.
Now we're cue to you.
Oh, hold on. There are some sub stories I wanna talk
Yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah, no problem. I like the movie ones for Ryuji. I think those are really funny. With the guys again shooting the film.
Yeah, those guys are always entertaining when they show up. I don't remember anything specific about them for Ryuji's chain of sub stories, but they are fun. I did enjoy them. There's also so a weird thing that keeps happening in this game, and I guess this is almost a nitpick because I mean, look what game we're talking about. Why are there multiple instances of people not only thinking they can disguise themselves as zombies and fool the zombies, but actually succeeding. Because I don't know, the way I thought about it is zombies have, you know, this um, urge to bite humans to feast on healthy flesh. I didn't think that zombies are like, oh, this guy isn't gray, so he is not a zombie. You know? And this happens in multiple there's a sub story for Yuji like that, and there's a sub story for Kiryu as well.
We just don't know.
Fair enough. There's a cool sub story where another guy from the Omi Alliance also wants to get Ryuji back into the game as such, and Ryuji has to track him down to that place under Millennium Tower where you always have a monkey boy and a crybaby. And he says another one of my favorite lines in the series, which is "Idiot. There's nothing about the Yakuza that's worth looking up to."
Yep. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. There's a kind of a this one's kind of annoying, but it's I don't know. I ended up kind of liking this one. There's a sub story where you have to rescue a couple of dudes from essentially Subterranea, and the only weapon you can use is a paper fan
Oh, that
because
was
there's a gas leak.
yeah, it's the comedy duo guys. They
Comedy
show up
dude,
a few
yeah.
times in the series, I believe.
It's the same guy that Haruka. It's the same guys from Substory in 2, and also like one of the guys that Haruka teams up with in 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But yeah, the
Yeah,
fan was pretty funny. The fan is actually kind of OP, which is interesting. I was
the
assuming it was
fan.
gonna suck, but
Yeah, the fan even on Dead Souls fucks shit up.
yeah.
You kill a meathead in another mutant we haven't mentioned. The meatheads are big dudes with you can only hit them by shooting them in the head. What's the guy called in Left 4 Dead?
It's a tank, but it's slower
Tank.
this time.
Oh right, you did mention the tank. Yeah. Yeah, you like 3-shot those guys with the paper fan, which is pretty funny.
Doesn't it have a good sound effect too?
Yes, it's the you know what it is? It's the same one from Super Smash Brothers, where it just goes.
It's,
Um,
it's a nice thwack.
Yeah, it's a nice.
yes.
Which is funny because I seem to remember that one guy kept going on about it, the thwack specifically.
Yeah, I don't remember. Interesting.
Well, he kept saying
Um,
that it was really important to their comedy routine.
oh, that's right. Yes, yes, yes. Now I remember.
Because apparently the only way to get people laugh was through violence, I guess, so.
I mean, that does seem to be kind of vindicated. There's a sub-story chain that I kind of found disappointing with not Kaoru. There's a sub-story where Ryuji sees a woman who looks like Kaoru, and the game teases you into thinking you're finally going to see Kaoru again, but no, it's just a similar woman called Kaori. And it ends with like, oh, these two are just like me and Kaoru. They have a relationship that they started late, but they don't really know how to talk to each other. Except it's not really similar at all. And where's Kaoru RGG? Give us Kaoru. Fuck.
No,
Ah,
no, that whole thing. See, and this they continue the thing how basically I was saying like when I saw Ryuji and I was like good for him and this game just keeps shitting on him. Like him specifically because like his sub stories a lot of them, not all of them, but some of them are sad like that. Like cuz there's one that involves Pops too. There's that one where I'm like, "Oh, cool, Kaoru," and then it's like actually JK and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I'm
yep.
just like, leave this man alone. But one thing I want to say about that sub story that I loved is you go, I believe, don't you go with her to Cafe Alps?
Yes.
like very briefly, but it's really funny to me when Ryuji is sitting in the cafe chair. He just looks so huge and out of place, and I just could not stop laughing when during that part. I was like, how is this big ass man in this tiny little chair? How is this chair like not being destroyed right now? I don't know. It was just he just looked like a giant in this tiny chair.
Yeah, yeah, that is pretty funny. Oh, the last sub story is actually probably the one you're most likely to run into first because you trigger it just by basically walking west of Millennium Tower. The Takoyaki sub story. There's a sub story where Ryuji notices a couple of teens are messing around with Pops' takoyaki equipment, and he kind of hunts them down and straightens them out. And they tell him that Pops actually saved them from the zombies on the night of the quarantine of the breakout. And it's really nice. It's a really nice character moment for Yuji because he also makes takoyaki for them at the end of it.
Yeah, that was so
And
cute.
yeah, it's really
Mm.
sweet. They break into tears because no one else has ever taken care of them, and he's like, "Eat up as much as you want. There's plenty for all of you." And ah, now I see why people love this man. It's because of Dead Souls.
Yep.
Um, the, I did want to mention that this seems like it should be a missable sub story, not because it's impossible to get to this point in the game, but he the reason why Ryuji chases these kids down is because he wants to find out what happened to Pops.
Right.
And after chapter 3 he knows. And in chapter 4 at the beginning, you can go back and do sub stories in Subterranea while watching this, outbreak about to happen in the street. So I'm kind of curious how the game deals with that if I'm not giving it too much credit by thinking it's going to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe it
not
just
sure.
gives you the exact same dialogue. I don't know.
I assume it just gives exactly the same dialogue. It probably
I
does
would
not really care.
I would think so as well. Yes. Um, but yeah, that's all the sub stories I wanted to bring up. Anything stands out to either of you here?
Not a sub story, but the gun arm is cool. The Gatling gun actually was pretty neat.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think the Gatling gun is again probably like the second best default weapon. It's pretty cool. If you level it up completely, it's very powerful.
And they never explain why he has it. They explain uh, when it was built for him,
Oh,
but
I'm
it's just like, why give him a gun arm?
yeah, I have a note about this in the finale. Don't worry, we'll get into that for sure.
All right.
So Kiryu time, I guess. And do you want to continue, Panda?
Sure.
Recapping? Yeah, please.
So yeah, I think when Kiryu's part starts, you have a very angry dude. You basically have an extremely angry dad who's looking for his daughter and is about to murder anybody who stands in his way. Um, and yeah, he's basically wants to get into the quarantine zone. Of course, everyone's like, no, you can't go in there. And he's like, basically like, I'm fucking going in there. And he actually gets help from Majima's men. Like they actually run trucks into the like wall so he can get through. Um, which was kind of like okay.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that's right.
yeah, I always forget that part happens, and then I'm like, I always sit there. I'm like, how did he get in? I'm like, oh yeah, that was the thing. Um, but yeah, he gets in, and he's immediately greeted by zombies who he's convinced are still people and are just like sick or something. I don't know. He doesn't want to kill them, so he just starts punching zombies instead. And that's actually how that first part goes. You have to punch zombies. They fall down. and when they get back up, that counts. So you have to do it like 6 times basically, and then you progress the part. And then that's also
My
where.
description.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say my description for this part on Dead Souls difficulty is it's so bad.
It's just
It's
re.
so bad.
Yeah. But there's also a lot of cutscenes that plays after that first part. It basically shows how we got here. Cause basically, I guess the way Haruko was baited was like it was something to do with Sunflower Orphanage.
They were, yeah, they were doing basically a reunion thing at Soundflower honoring. I don't remember if it's Kiryu and Haruka, and yeah, they just Kiryu said they couldn't both go because someone needs to take care of the orphanage, so he just sent Haruka.
Yeah. And so yeah, she basically goes, of course it was all bullshit, and that's how she gets captured by Nikaido, and then Nikaido has her call Kiryu basically to lure him in, which of course he's gonna come, so
Which is the scene from the beginning of the game,
yeah.
the in media arrest thing.
Yep. Yeah, so after that you punch more zombies. But now there's a lot more zombies, but yeah, you punch more zombies. This is where you meet Asagi, who is a part of the military. She tries to tell Kiryu that he needs to shoot them in the head. He basically says, "No, I'm not doing that." And then because I think she tries to even give him a gun, and he was basically like, "No." And then they go through an underground parking lot. Uh And then, unfortunately, you end up running into Nagahama, who becomes a zombie, and then you have to kill him. Except that Kiryu still doesn't want to kill him, so you end up punching Nagahama. So you're still punching more zombies, and then eventually, after you knock him down so many times, I guess that's when it dawns on him that, Asagi is right. So he basically gets a gun from her, and he basically finishes him off. And then he's out. He's out of the quarantine zone. And then that's when he meets Hasagawa, who that interaction's actually kind of weird because, like, I guess because she talks about the zombies coldly, and then he's like, they're people, and then she's like, they're monsters, and I'm just like, oh god, can you guys calm down? But yeah, basically that part, I
Yeah, this
get.
is the part where I thought Hasagawa there would be more to her character, but
Yeah, no, you're right. Because it seemed like that was like a little bit more development because she seemed to be really passionate about the fact that they were monsters. Um, but yeah, so basically, Asagi goes with Kiryu to, I guess, Kamarocho Hills because I think that was where he was told that there was like survivors. So I think he was just trying to look for places where he could find Haruka. Um,
yeah.
you finally get there. No one's there when you get there, except Majima. Majima's there. Um, and then basically
I
this
think.
whole. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I think you're glossing over a very important plot point that the game constantly brings up, which if you haven't, keep in mind, Asagi is a woman. This is something you never want to forget, and the game will remind you of this time and time again. Um, because basically she's the one character in this game with who, despite being a soldier, when she finds all her dead comrades in Kamurocho Hills, she immediately breaks down crying. Um, and like the way they voice her hurt sounds and stuff like that, it like hits it super hard. I don't know, the entire way they portray Asagi in this game was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and then it's even worse too that she's happens to be one of the worst partners.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of that is it just I feel like it ends up unfortunate to where it just makes it look worse because like I agree with NoNo that they were doing a pretty shit job at I don't know. It's just like they make her seem incompetent, which she should be competent because she's a soldier. So this should be like one of the situations where she excels, basically. And they're basically the game's like almost like no, she's a woman, haha, she's not good at anything. That's kind of what it feels like in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying before, any of the partner characters that have rifles. So there's a one partner character who has a sniper rifle. He's like absolutely useless. There's and she has the assault rifle, and I think Junya also has an assault rifle. That's the guy that you meet. He's
Yes.
groveling at Kamiyama's feet to give him a gun.
Yes. The
Yeah.
coward guy.
Yeah, those anyone like that, they're just not any good, unfortunately. Which is really frustrating because I do actually like her character. Like when you first meet her, she seems kind of badass, I thought. And then like it just like goes downhill from there. Like the way they portray her.
Definitely was more hopeful for that character. Did not.
But I guess this is part
end
of
up very well.
RGG's track record of not handling women characters very well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Women are scary, I find, apparently.
Oh no.
Still not convinced women are even real.
There's no women on the internet.
Exactly.
I'm not here right now.
Zombies I'm fine with, but women, you just don't know what they'll do.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. I never even thought about that, but you're absolutely right that her sounds when she gets hit by zombies is really bizarre. Like it kind of reminds me of when Kiryu was in like the booths watching the videos and stuff. Like I'm like, why is she making like this does not sound like sounds that you would make when a zombie is chomping on you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like this.
This is true. You come here to be terrified. But yeah, I honestly this part's kind of a gauntlet as well. You kind of just run here and then you're fight your way into the hills and then you fight your way out of the hills and then that's when Majima reveals that he can't go with you cuz he might be zombified.
Yeah. And I think this would be a very effective part if I didn't know ahead of time what the twist with that is going to be.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is kind of sad when you leave him behind.
Yeah, no, the first time we played I was like, "No." I'm like, "No, he can't be a zombie." Well, part of it was
Can't take my Majima from me.
yeah, part of it was funny because like after playing Kiwami because of the whole zombie Majima, but then like part of it was like, no, too real. But yeah, and then you're once again back in the damn tunnel. So once
Yeah.
again, you're running down the damn tunnel. It's basically the same. You're you're running through the tunnel. The monsters at the end are a little bit different because now instead of having an aggro forced fight, you have a hermit, which I kind of feel like at this point I'd rather have the aggro because hermits just like tank the frame rate. Their just existence in the game makes the game lag.
Yeah, that's true. Because they have particle effects not just for when their armor falls down, but basically anytime they do an attack, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think when they spin, there's like a little bit of like dust or
Yeah.
something, and then that, yeah, the game just goes to shit. But yeah, you. Oh, go ahead.
Tiniest little particle effect, and then PS3 is just like, nope, no, I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, they get there. Obviously, if you've played the series, you're familiar with Purgatory. Asagi is like, what the fuck is this? You basically go talk to the florist and find that obviously Haruka is not there, and I'm assuming that I can't remember exactly, but I'm assuming their conversation is basically getting Kiryu up to speed at what's going on and where Haruka might be.
So it's that, and also he, the florist tells you all about DD, because
Mm-hmm.
why would your characters organically discover anything in this game? They're just given the villain, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this guy DD. It turns out that Nikaido hired him because he wanted to, revenge against the Tojo clan. Yada yada yada." Weird little nod to Resident Evil 5 with DD finding Thanatos, the virus that causes the zombie outbreak, found it in Africa.
Hmm.
Yay, Resident Evil 5.
The best Resident Evil.
But yeah, after that, you kind of just leave. This part was actually
So
weird to me because it's just kind of like, okay, cool, we're here. Okay, we're leaving now. Bye. And I was just like, oh, okay. But actually, there were zombies that were coming to basically were trying to bust into Purgatory. So they, instead of sending more people, they just send Akiyama and Kiryu out into the sewers to fight them all off. What could go wrong?
speaking of which, the remember Asagi is a woman thing. There's actually, I'm not joking. Um, Before you talk to the florist, there's a cutscene with Kiryu and Akiyama where Asagi walks away and Akiyama just kind of looks at her ass, then looks at Kiryu and goes like does the nod thing, like
Yeah.
Hmm.
like great ass, bro.
And it's like, it's a zombie apocalypse, sir. Like, what the fuck? Oh.
And I get that people will be horny under all circumstances, but I mean, did we really need to get reminded that, oh, by the way, it's a hot girl one in the video game? Keep that in mind. Um,
Awuga.
oh,
Auga.
yeah, but she does have a pretty good character moment coming up in the tunnel part of it.
God,
Because yeah,
for a
they
second,
hold
I
back the
thought I
zombie.
thought you were gonna say, but she does have a pretty good ass.
I mean, look,
that
no,
that
'cause
PS3 quality.
The weird thing about this though is like, am I wrong? I feel like they didn't want her to come with them.
so she actually goes away at this point to report back to her SDF commanders. And after the time
Oh,
of
okay, so
battle,
that's
where
how they got rid of
you're
her.
holding, yeah, so you're holding back at the zombies, and then she comes in and she's like, "Fuck it, we're cleaning this tunnel out," which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
And
then the best boss fight in the game.
the literally the worst boss fight ever. I don't, is there a boss fight in the history of boss fights that's worse than this one? I don't know.
For all bosses ever, I
Run.
mean, probably yes.
So we're introduced now to the next prototype, Basan. He is like a flying. He's basically, so one of the mutants that we didn't really talk about was the Diptera, which kind of,
Oh yeah.
I don't even know how to describe them. They're like a weird
Little flying gremlins.
flying gremlin moth bug thing, and basically Basan is like a really big version of that. That also,
He's the Batman.
yeah, he's Batman. But the game gets kind of annoying at this point with what the game wants you to do is they want you to get the sniper rifle out, and if you don't own the sniper rifle, the game was nice to put a ammo box where you can get a sniper rifle out, and they want you to snipe him, except that they made it pretty much impossible to snipe him. So yeah, good luck with that, I guess. But it's really funny because if you are using any other weapon, or even if you're just taking too long, Asagi is like, use a sniper rifle, use a sniper rifle. Hey, did you want to use a sniper rifle? Hey, 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 sniper rifle. And you're just like, kid, I heard you like the first 30 times, like calm down. And then yeah.
So the thing is, on my first playthrough on hard, I actually managed to do this with the sniper rifle. On Dead Cells difficulty, because zombies are aggroed at all times, then halfway through the fight, zombies start getting spawned in. This fight is literally impossible to do in the dev intended way. You cannot convince me otherwise. There's no way you can normally beat this guy on Dead Souls. The two strats you have are either the speedrun strat, where you kind of just stun lock him with the grenade launcher, or a trick. I didn't do this myself, but I saw someone on a forum post say this. There's a limit to how many zombies they spawn in.
Oh yeah,
So
this is
if
I did
you
this too.
Oh yeah, okay. You just go into the park and wait until all the zombies that spawned in can spawn in, and you just shoot him from there. But anything else, no way. Like no way you're gonna do this dev intended on Dead Souls.
Yeah.
I truly, truly believe this difficulty wasn't. They didn't even balance it fully.
No, they didn't.
I
They didn't even try to
couldn't
balance
believe
it.
otherwise. Yeah. Which I mean, it's fine. It's max difficulty. It's supposed to be really difficult, but still, you would want a reasonable way for someone to be able to get through the boss fights.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much how I did it the first time. Um because like no one knew about the grenade launcher actually until like last year when Metza found it when he was
Hmm.
routing Dead Souls difficulty, which is how I got wrapped into all of this.
That damn meta.
So shout outs to Metza for figuring out that you can stun lock him with the grenade launcher.
Lame Metza.
But yeah, so you do that somehow, and then you get to the next best part ever, which oh wait, by the way, before this, what you're basically gonna do is you're gonna get into a armored tank and it's basically on rails and you can't do anything. But before that, can we talk about Daigo? Like where the fuck does he come from? He just shows up? Like
Yeah. Well, I guess you did clear out the tunnels so he can come in, but they were supposed to all evacuate out of purgatory. So yeah, it's kind of weird.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he just pops out like, "Hey guys," and you're just like, "What?"
Where the fuck have you been? Well, you're not even gonna say the help? What the hell?
Yeah, and then it's like, you mean to tell me that it took me that long to go through this tunnel, and you couldn't help me earlier, by the way, but you just walked through the tunnel. Like, no problem. I guess the game's assuming you killed all the zombies, but I doubt it. But anyway, whatever. He's somehow there. But yeah, this next section is just kind of, I think on every difficulty
Could
other than Dead Souls, it's okay. If you're on Dead Souls, it's just absolute hell.
could it be that the zombies all ignore Daigo because he's haha dead weight?
I mean, yeah,
Sorry, keep going.
rip Daigo. Um, so yeah, you're basically on rails. You can't do anything. You're going around. There's zombies. And then you get introduced to your boss for the section, which is an Onraki, and he ends up chasing you throughout like this whole section, and you basically end up, you get to the end and you have to basically shoot him and you win. Yay. But yeah, if you want to, Metza also found this, your health, your defense defends the tank. So if you wear armor, the tank is also armored because that's how armor works in this game, apparently. So yeah, that's how we get around it. We just buy a shit ton of armor and so we don't die on Dead Souls. But yeah, this game is weird.
Yeah, I'm actually lucky that I knew about this from you, because I actually went back. Oh, we were talking about backtracking before. good luck getting to Purgatory and then having to do something in the city because you have to go all the way back through Kamurocho
Mm-hmm.
Hills, all the way back through the quarantine zone, all the way back out the gate,
Yep.
which is real fun. But at least I had the armor, so good stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Fun times. And that yeah, that's basically the same thing with his hostess that's at Jewel. You have to run all the way around everything just to get to her, and it's just like Jesus Christ.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about that part. It's just that part was just kind of like, okay, I guess we're doing this now.
Yeah. Do we want to talk sub stories for Kiryu?
Sure. I'm trying to remember.
Let me just say first of all, and again, you may disagree, but I just with Ryuji, I felt that his main story was the worst one in the game, and his sub stories were pretty good. I think Kiryu has the worst sub stories in this game.
I have to agree because I can't remember any of them. I can remember
The-
sub stories for every character except him. I'm sitting here right now trying to remember one.
Well, I do have a few I want to bring up. I still think a few are pretty good.
Oh,
Like this game
Arase.
has good ones.
That
Yeah,
one, okay. The only reason why I remember that one is because I was so fucking mad when he showed up. I'm like, this game's not doing this. It's not doing this. Why is he here? And then it gets worse if you're doing the platinum because you have to use him to do the platinum because you have to do a sub story. And I'm just like, I hated the game so much. Like, why? I want nothing to do with this man.
yeah. The way he gets introduced, uh, is you find him in the same room as the cliches sub story from Akiyama's part, and he basically says, "Well, I don't really like you, Kiryu, but I owe you because you saved me from the zombies." And Kiryu's like, "Cool." And you're just thinking, "Hello, do you remember someone called Reina, Kiryu? Does
Yeah.
that ring a bell?" It's so dumb. I mean, this whole game is, but goddamn, that's kind of a new low.
Yeah, because it was Shinji and Reina.
Well, Shinji does Arase kill Shinji? I think one of his subordinates kills
I
him.
don't think like directly, but I mean, he sure wasn't helping.
Yeah, fair enough. Um, but yeah, it's very very weird. Even if you go with the whole Kiryu wants to give anyone another chance, I don't know. That's a bridge too far for me. Um, the Lost Shield sub stories are very annoying. I only mentioned them because there's one sub story. This game does the weird thing that some of the earlier games in the series did, where sometimes you can get partial completion for a sub story,
Mm-hmm.
and you get that if just like the guys in Ryuji's escort mission, except the first one. If their health drops to zero, they still follow you. They're just slow. But at the end, the game will be like, "Oh, you didn't save everyone. That's so tragic." Even though you literally have them follow you all the way to the end, the game still says that some of them didn't survive. Luckily for me and for the game, um, you can still get them on with partial completion. As long as you did all the sub stories, it still counts. So at least for that sub story. Um, there's there's the sub story with the zombie hostesses.
Oh, that was
So
good, yeah.
basically,
Oh, yeah.
I forgot
yeah,
that was for him though, yeah, but you're right.
yeah, like a couple of places in the quarantine zone just try to basically grift you into having a zombie hostess, which is a fun little thing, and also contains another one of my favorite lines in this game, which Kiri tries to talk to the zombie hostess, and she of course doesn't respond. And he says, "Too bad we didn't meet before you became a zombie. Would have made a more interesting conversation." Which is how I feel about a lot of people I meet in real life, to be honest.
Oh, no.
um, your other partner as Kiryu is Date, and what?
Boo.
I mean, yeah, true, but also, what's with I'm not joking here. When you meet Date, he gives you this really long monologue about how much he likes shaving, and then he has
Yeah.
Kiryu use his razor to shave. Was that product placement or something? Because I didn't recognize any brand name, but
Had to
what the fuck
be.
was that?
I don't know.
It
Yeah,
was
I don't
so
know.
awkward, and it's just like not actually an advertisement, so it's just the weirdest thing.
Wait. Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Do either of you not like Date?
Uh, I mean, he's a cop, so that kind of takes away from it. I guess it depends on the game. Sometimes he's cool. Most of the time, he's just kind of a douchebag.
He
Like when
starts
does he really
he's
add much to the story?
he starts the series by getting Haruka kidnapped 3 times. So
True.
And slapping his
he's
daughter. So
yeah, also slapping his daughter in like the next game. So he starts pretty low. He gets a little bit better when he becomes like a reporter instead, but like he's never a good character.
yeah, I don't feel like he adds anything at any point. At worst, at best, he kind of just is there. Why do you is that character you
Uh,
like?
I'm I'm just kind of neutral. I guess I've never really been like super attached to him, but I've never just been like I hate this guy either. So I just was wondering how you guys felt about him. But funny enough, he's actually one of the good partners,
Yeah,
even though he has what, the submachine gun? Isn't it like a little teeny submachine gun?
could be.
I don't
I don't
remember.
know, but I do remember him being quite effective.
Which is funny because I was just saying how like all the rifles suck. So I would assume that like all of the automatic weapons would, but no, that one was fine. So I have no idea anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
The sniper rifle
I
guy is the worst though because he just doesn't like he doesn't snipe. Like he doesn't react to zombies until they get right up to him. So then he's basically just using his rifle as a shotgun.
That's kind of funny. Date's sub-story chain is interesting in that it's the other instance of people disguising themselves as zombies and that's fooling the zombies somehow. But also, when it ends, the guy, like the final boss, I guess, of his sub-story chain, he points a gun at you and Date, and then he just runs away and initiates a chase sequence. So what? Like you had a gun? Why did you do that? It's literally just the game forcing you into a chase sequence, which um the probably the most interesting sub story for Kiryu is the zombie rights one, which
Oh
you
yeah.
get these people basically saying zombies we shouldn't be killing them, they're oppressed, etc etc. This is kind of a weird sub story because it sounds like it's trying to make fun of leftists, but then the the leader of the organization that these guys belong to is an American, and his name is Mr. Jones, and he's kind of a big balding guy. So I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be an Alex Jones reference. So I don't know what they were trying to do,
Mm.
but yeah, you get to a place where they kind of just tape this mock interview with a zombie, pretending he can talk. It's actually just a regular person in makeup. Yeah, it's not a great sub story, but I think it's about as good as curious sub stories get.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that I have to agree with you that not they didn't like because I couldn't think of any, so they didn't really stand out to me, I guess.
Yeah.
He gets to have the cool line at the end though, so I guess it's okay. We'll forgive them.
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, should we get into the finale now?
Yeah, so we can talk about Ryuji's gun arm.
Yeah, that whole thing. Do you want to introduce this, Panda?
Yeah, basically you end up taking so Kiryu ends up going with Ryuji, and they end up at a prosthetics shop, and Ryuji's getting his arm worked on, and while that's happening, he basically explains how he got his gun arm, and that he basically is like, yeah, you wanna know what happened to my arm? Kiryu did this, and you're just like, what? Because then you're just sitting there like, did I play Yakuza 2? Like, you're just like, did I miss something? Like, what happened? Yeah, because there clearly, if you've played Yakuza 2, there was not enough damage done for his, like, arm to be toast like that. I mean,
The
I'm not
thing
a
is, we don't
doctor,
know.
but, you know, I don't.
The weird thing to me about this is he says something like, yeah, he says Gary did this to me, but like, dude, we never saw him die in 2, and honestly, it doesn't seem like he should have taken enough damage to have died. But if he didn't die, he also didn't lose his arm, you know?
Doesn't he die in Karu's arms?
I
Supposedly,
supposedly
He at least like looks like he dies.
something happens to it.
like there's no indication that his arm in particular was damaged.
His
Yeah.
arm is fine. It's just like he gets shot in the chest.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
where I really like the fan theory of for Ryuji of where I guess after the fight, I guess because they leave his ass up there because it didn't seem like anybody was really concerned about getting him down. But basically that the Omi catches up to him, and for basically doing all of that stuff, they cut his arm off. You know, as a way of like, you
I
know,
mean,
like a pinky cut off, but just his whole fucking arm. And I'm just like, oh, okay, gnarly. But
that's a fucking stretch.
yeah, but like, wouldn't they just kill him? But I don't know. I guess in a way, having no arm is kind of, I guess that's a punishment in itself. I guess if you just have your arm sliced off and you know no differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess because they think slicing pinkies off are punishment, so I don't know. Who knows?
And an arm is just a really big pinky.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
But yeah, and then
Yeah.
that part gets even stranger because then he's like, yeah, I just wanted an arm, and then there was people after me, and that was kind of whatever. And then the guy just gave me a gun arm. Isn't that weird? And I'm like, what? Like, that's the way he made it seem, was like the guy was just like, hey, I'm gonna trick him and give him a gun arm. He's not gonna know anything about it. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, in Final Fantasy VII, this kind of makes sense because it's a kind of a more sci-fi world, but here it's a bit yeah. Is that a thing people just do? Gun arm?
Accidentally
Yeah.
ordered the gun arm model. Shit.
Shit.
Wrong prosthetic.
So
Fuck.
the only other thing
Well,
I
I
can
might as well. Hmm?
the only other thing I can think of is like if we're going with a different timeline, since since as far as we know, Dead Souls isn't canon. So if it's not canon, then I guess the fight in Yakuza 2 must have ended differently. I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
When now we have like continue like two different timelines, and we just need time travel now.
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same as the Zelda timeline, where because of Ocarina of Time, it split into 3 possibilities. There's like young Link, adult Link, and young Link who was adult Link briefly. So here it's just timeline in which Kiryu didn't rip off Ryuji's arm, and one where he did.
Yep.
Man, that would have been a sick heat action.
Maybe he just picked up his sword and just sliced that shit. I'm like, whoa. But then again, that seems really brutal for Kiryu, but I guess we're also talking alternate timeline, so I don't know. Maybe he's a different dude. Who knows?
This is, yeah, brutal Kiryu. This is dark Kiryu.
I mean, to be fair, I guess like we know that like whenever it involves Haruka, like Kiryu gets like really upset, but I feel like his introduction, he was really upset. Like I feel like he was the most upset about Haruka being kidnapped that I've ever seen like in the series. That's how it came off to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Pretty
is
much
this just a different guy?
he only ever reaches that point in like 6 when he's like, I'm gonna fucking murder people for
Yeah.
putting Haruka in the hospital.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just such a fun guy all the time, you know?
But we get a cool gun. The best
Oh,
gun,
the
one of the best
anti-material
guns in
rifle is
the game.
yeah. The anti-material rifle is really cool, and when you fully upgrade it, it's actually ridiculous how much damage it does, even on Dead Souls.
Yeah, it's crazy because obviously it's a sniper rifle. It works great for sniping, but it also is basically a shotgun
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
when you're not scoped in, the hitbox is like wider than you are for
Yeah.
some reason. It's great.
Um, yeah, and after this, you just go kill, as my friend Pandora says, kill the tower. You just go to Millennium Tower.
And then instead of how Majima came all the way down, now we're going all the way up.
Oh, that actually is a good point, because we do actually get a brief cutscene of Majima walking through the quarantine zone, shooting zombies, being like, "Well, I wish this thing would kick in already," which I
Hmm.
thought was a nice touch.
Is it right then there that he decides to go to the sauna? Isn't it during that
Yeah, I
scene?
think so.
Yeah.
Yes, he sees a flyer or something, and he's like, "Oh, the sauna. Maybe I can sweat the zombie out."
I don't think it's even that he wants to sweat it out. I think he's just like, fuck it, I guess I'll go there.
Could be.
Like he's not trying to fix it at that point. He's just
I
trying to
think
spend his last hours.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think he's just like this. There's no way this will work, right? But I gotta try, kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
that's
he
how I
just
read
so
it.
he just ends up going there because I mean, why not? He doesn't have anything to lose. If it works, cool. If it doesn't, well, he was gonna be a zombie anyway.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't really have for the part going up the tower. There's not really much that happens that's significant. The only thing that I can think of that is kind of funny that happens is that when you get to Majima's office and his guys are in there, there's a safe that you have to open to get the key, um, which happens to be the the room where you fight Hayashi. So you're basically getting the key to go fight Hayashi. But when you do all of that and you come back, you have to put in the code. If you, it gives you like a little riddle though. Basically, like Nishida's basically writing how the code keeps changing and stuff because like Majima's getting mad or whatever, and like Majima wrote the code, or no, Nishida wrote the code. Majima basically got pissed because he was like, "How the fuck am I supposed to remember that?" So Nishida made a new one, and then he got mad about something else about the code. So yeah, the code kept changing. And then if you can't figure it out or you put it in wrong too many times, Ryuji just basically shoots it open.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Which
Yeah,
I wish you
it's
could
good.
do in the speedrun, but you can't even interact with it until you've gotten the code.
Mm. See, that's where it kind of tries to be Resident Evil, like, oh, so horror games have puzzles in them, right? But it whiffs it in that you can't, if you know the code, you can't just punch it in from the beginning like you can in Resident Evil.
Right,
Hence,
yeah.
Resident Evil being the superior zombie game.
Yeah,
Well,
there's actually another instance of that too, and that's when you're Ryuji and you need to put you need the shells for the tank. I just felt like if you don't use the gun as Majima, that there should still be shells in it for Ryuji kind of thing, and that just doesn't work that way. And I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of thought for a moment that might be the case, but there's no way they would design that long of a gameplay section and just make it, skippable like that.
maybe RSA came in there and used the last shots.
But yeah, this brings us essentially to the end game boss gauntlet. Starting with Hayashi, who is the Itsuki prototype. Itsuki are, uh, according to my Googling, are yokai inviting humans to die, which is pretty,
Pretty much what he does.
yeah, in multiple ways, because he's also he's the one going around spreading the virus, but he can also just kill your game.
Yeah. There's a crash that can happen right after his fight, which is unfortunate because there's no save up to that point. It's right after that there's the save.
It's so
So,
dumb because
yeah.
there's days that's like, this is the point of no return. Are you sure you want to continue? And the point of no return is the moment you go into the quarantine zone.
Yep.
So it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
The game has to ask you 3 times if you're sure. Because when you go to enter, Ryuji's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? You're sure?"
Um, but yeah, how did you feel about the fight itself? The fight with Hayashi?
It was cool until the sprinklers go off. And then once the sprinklers go off, the game just lags to hell. I do like the fight had some interesting ideas that I like. I like the like him throwing grenades, like you can shoot the grenades to basically damage him, like if you shoot him fast enough. You can also do a heat snipe on him. I've never done that. I don't know if that's even worth doing. Um I really like the part where he steals Ryuji's arm. That was great. I wasn't expecting that at all.
I think all that stuff is good. It's just the fact that he can keep repeating them is kind of annoying. I wish those were
Yeah.
just phases as opposed to just things that randomly trigger during the fight.
Yeah, and that's how you if you want to get Ryuji's arm back, you basically just have to knock him over. So if you have the grenade launcher, you just shoot him with the grenade launcher once and he'll drop it, and then Ryuji will come pick his arm up. But yeah, like Nono was saying, he can just keep doing that over and over. And so after one time, it's kind of like, okay, this is annoying. But yeah, I guess to Nono's point, that's kind of the problem with all the boss fights. They kind of all just end up not being good because it's like they have good ideas, but then like the execution just ends up being meh.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Did you guys have thoughts?
The the only thing that I have about all this is that on when I played through on emulator, I got a Hayashi crash, but not the normal Hayashi crash.
Oh no.
What I got was when he started the QT where he like grabs the grenades, it like started it and it was like ready to switch over to that cutscene, except it just got stuck and nothing happened and it just like stayed there
Oh, that's
frozen. With like some of the screen still animating, which is funny because that's something that has happened to me on like I think it was in 5, like in the finale of 5 on PC in the remaster, that exact situation happened. So it didn't feel like an emulator bug,
Oh
but I
wow.
haven't heard of anybody having that on hardware in Dead Souls, so I don't know.
And I
I've
think
And
this
that
game can just crash basically at any point potentially, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be
and that
surprised.
and that's right before you get another save prompt. So I had to basically do the first half of the finale all over again. And then it happened again when the final boss, the exact same crash.
Oh my god. I was lucky. I was really concerned that on both my playthroughs I would get those crashes. Luckily, I did both finales like in a straight line. It was pretty damn lucky.
I think I really am starting to think that Froob is on to something that it's a memory leak. So I think if like you're doing because like if you're doing casual playthrough, normally you would be doing it in like sessions. So I think if you as long as you weren't playing for too long before you got to that point, I think you would be okay, but I mean there's no way for us to know for sure why it does it.
Yeah. Um.
But yeah, basically too long didn't read. Hayashi's here to ruin another speedrun.
I think this fight has a lot of, like you said, interesting ideas. It's just kind of annoying. Hayashi's movement, coupled with the bad aiming, coupled with the frame drops once the sprinklers start, that makes it kind of hard to enjoy this fight. Even though on paper it should be way better.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is good on New Game Plus because you skip everything, so.
Yes. Which I guess brings us to the cutest fight in the game.
Oh wait, before that, what did you think about the part where the siren is going off? That gauntlet where you had to run
Oh,
through?
yeah, I forgot. I forgot about all that.
Okay, that says a
I mean,
lot.
Obnoxious?
yeah.
In a word?
I mean, it's kind of just another one of those like when you're playing casually, because you just go through a bunch more corridors. I don't know. Maybe because I was only my second playthrough was in Dead Souls, so I don't know. I didn't really notice anything special about it. It seemed like just one more excuse to get you through a bunch more zombies before the next boss rush, or the final boss rush.
Yeah, it's almost like they didn't want you to just run up to the next boss fight.
Yeah, it's maybe it was planned for you to have more to do at this point, at some point in development, because between that
Hmm.
save and having another mini set piece, it suggests to me that maybe you were able at some point to do something else there. I don't know.
That would make sense because then the dialogue would make sense about like the point of no return and stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
But yeah, I guess Kinro and Ginro.
Kinra and Ginra, I think they're kind of cute. I think all the Arabuckis are pretty cute, and these guys are just big Arabuckis essentially. Interesting about their name, Kinro and Ginro. There's characters named with these names in an anime called Doctor Stone, very randomly, and it seems their names in that series are derived from the name of a Japanese folk hero called Kintaro.
Hmm.
I would suppose these guys are the same. This is not Dead Souls copying from an anime. The anime is from 2017. So I guess it's kind of the same derivation, but I really couldn't understand much about what like how they would inspire this hero. Again, it's all stuff from Japanese mythology, folklore, etc., etc. But I don't know much about the actual connection. But yeah, not much to say about these guys. Otherwise, they're just big Ara Buckies. They run around, goofy guys. You shoot them
Goofy
with.
guys. I like their gimmick though, because I believe Ginro basically spits oil and Kinro lights it on fire.
Mm, yeah, true, yeah.
But yeah, other than that, they are just big Arahabakis. They go zoom.
Is it one or both of them that's a bit fluffy? Like they just kind of look like big puppies, honestly.
Yes, I think Kinro is the
Yeah,
one. 'Cause-
yeah, the fire one.
Yeah, because Kinro means golden wolf, I think, and Gin, if I remember correctly,
What was Ginro again? Because it cut out.
silver wolf.
Oh,
Mm.
oh, that makes sense.
And
Because Keen is gold, so
oh, okay, yeah.
I had to think about that for a second.
And yeah,
Then
and Kaido.
Nikaido, yay, yay.
So at this point in the story, up to here, you just fight Hayashi because he's there because he's the guy who started it all. They infected him. We didn't talk about all this. It's revealed that Didi and Nikaido infected him when he confronted them about doing stuff behind the Omi's back, and that's why he became their carrier for the virus.
Hmm.
Then you go up to Nikaido and Didi's, I guess, penthouse, and and they're like, "Oh, if you don't want to join us, fight these guys," and then they just have you fight Kinro and Ginro. And at this point, Nikaido basically says, "Okay, you got me. We admit defeat." And Didi says, "Oh, I've got one more trick up my sleeve," and he just injects Nikaido with a thing, and he becomes a zombie.
Rip to that guy.
Rip.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Do you want to say stuff about the fight itself? Because I actually think this is a pretty interesting boss fight.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it starts out with Nikaido just being a very fast, interestingly a melee-based humanoid enemy. Basically, he's just a zombie who can kick your ass real quick until you get his health down, and um, once you get his health down enough, he becomes. This is kind of weird. He transforms into a floating heart thing. It kind of looks like the weak point that you see on a lot of enemies. By the way, during the cutscenes with Hayashi, we also it's revealed that the big weak point that we have in all the enemies, that's where the prototypes got injected with the virus. So it's
Mm.
sort of like a leftover of that. And yeah, he just looks like one of those floating, and he's got a bunch of rage zombies coming after you. Um, and you basically have to track him down and shoot him. I don't know. I thought it was kind of a cool mechanic. Still an annoying fight because the zombies are annoying to deal with, but not bad in the grand scheme of things for this game.
I really like the design of the blood zombies. I thought that
Mm.
was pretty cool and unique. And as weird as a floating heart is, so
I
I
think you
don't think anybody's done that
actually
before.
I think you actually see them in I don't remember of I don't think you see them in Kamado of the Dead. I don't remember, but I know you see them in the Yakuza 7 version.
You mean the
Mhm.
Lost Judgment version? Yes, they appear in the last fight, the
Oh,
blood
was it
zombies.
Lost Judgment one? Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
What
that
is it?
arcade machine is in Yakuza 7. Do they not appear in there in that one?
Is it?
Yeah, it's there. I just don't
Not.
know if it's like exactly the same between both games because they could have changed it.
Yeah, I don't even remember the arcade machine being in 7. So I don't know. Guess I just never came across it. By the way, this Nikaido variant, he doesn't have a prototype name. When you get the title card at the beginning of the fight, it just says Tetsuo Nikaido.
Yeah. I think the fight overall is fine. It can just be on Dead Souls specifically, it can be frustrating if he decides to target you and not Ryuji, because unfortunately, Ryuji's job for that fight is bait.
Yeah, he,
But
he has this gimmick where he also starts shooting out of his hands or something,
yeah,
and if he catches you in that on Dead Souls, it's a bad time.
yeah, you're pretty much dead. You can't really get out. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about that fight. Not other than like, you know, I agree that I think the ideas in it were cool and the blood zombies were neat.
Yeah. But once you beat him, Nikaido becomes Mega Nikaido. He becomes this huge monster called Oikazuchi Omega. The closest I could find to any sort of meaning to this is the Ikazuchi are thunder gods formed from the Shinto creator deity's rotten corpse, which kind of makes sense with this creature coming out of Nikaido. That kind of makes sense as a name. Um, and how do you feel about this fight, Panda?
Uh, so I used to not really like this fight, but now it's actually a pretty chill fight for the most part. The biggest issue is if you're playing on a harder difficulty is there's two QTEs. You're you're very much can be killed by either one of them easily,
Hmm.
and they're super fast. I think the first one when Kiryu whips out the gun, that's like I think that's the fastest QT in the game. I don't think there's a faster one than that. The only one that might rival it is Pops to end Pops' fight.
I couldn't hit the either one of those at the end. Well, I didn't try on the last one, but the one where he grabs Kiryu, I couldn't hit that even on hard, let alone Dead Souls.
Yeah, it's really
Without the
quick.
XMB trick, I mean.
Uh the only other thing that's weird is throwing the grenades. Because sometimes it just like bounces weird and it doesn't land in his mouth, and then yikes. You do not want to be on top of the grenade when it explodes if you're playing on Dead Souls. You're gonna have a bad time. But what are your thoughts?
I thought it was really funny that they like did the fake out with the classic Resident Evil thing. It was like, oh, this is grenade. This is not a rocket launcher, haha. And then they also just give you a rocket launcher afterwards.
Will, thank you for the
Yeah,
raid,
that is
Will.
actually pretty funny.
How was
It
your
occurred to me yet.
stream?
Um, yeah, I
It's going good.
yeah, this fight is whatever. It's kind of annoying that they almost bait you into trying to hit his very glaring weak points in his eyes, but if
Hey,
you
Fight
actually take the
Dome.
time to aim that high, you're probably dead anyway. So it's pretty useless. Otherwise, yeah, other than the QTEs being annoying, that fight is pretty simple. Just a big guy. Just dodge very well telegraphed attacks. And that's it. That is the end of the game, pretty
Yeah,
much.
Giendo
I
da.
can't believe I can't believe that what was it, Doom Eternal ripped off Dead Souls fighting a giant dude on a roof.
But yeah, the
I
final
will give it. I will give it this. This game is way better than Doom Eternal.
the final QT is pretty good though. Like the QT itself sucks if you're playing on Dead Souls because it's really quick, but it's pretty entertaining how Kiryu just like basically ends up having to shoot the missile to make everything explode.
Yeah, it makes no sense, but it is kind of badass.
It's on the level of how one of my favorite parts of Yakuza 5, without spoiling anything, is when he dodges the missiles by
Oh yeah,
sidestepping them.
Yeah.
and yeah, at this point, basically DD gives this speech about how we were the real zombies all along,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, he says this whole thing like people just go through life; it's all meaningless. At least, yeah, the game makes a big point of how you essentially come when you die from the zombie virus, and yeah, DD says, well, at least they go with a smile, and Kira just goes, how dare you people do things, it's important. And yeah, Akiyama just murders him.
Yeah, it's so funny how there's like, well, or Ryuji's just like, we can't let him get away, and Kiri's just like, oh, it's not our job to kill him. It turns out it's Akiyama's job.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like,
so
oh, did they
fucking
have
funny.
like a conversation before this? All right, guys, when we get here, yeah, Akiyama's gonna be the one to kill him. Okay, like what happened?
I don't even. I actually made a note of this because during talking, like during the spoiler cast, I couldn't remember. How did they even contact Akiyama? Like, how did they even know to get there? Because didn't they have a pact where Yuji and Kiryu just said, "Yeah, it's got to be just the two of us." Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Because didn't Akiyama stay behind to stay at Purgatory, like kind of like to help
Yeah,
there? But then at the end, he's not there. He's in a helicopter. We just don't know.
Maybe Kiryu like legitimately was just like, yeah, we can't kill him, and then Akiyama just like happened to show up and
I
do
can
that, and
though.
Kiryu's just like, oh, this is awkward. What do I say at this point? Just pretend not to see him. It's
But
fine.
but they didn't kill him. It was the zombies, okay?
Yeah, it
He
was this.
succumbed to zombie injuries.
It
Your
was not the
Honor, it's actually
helicopter
my
that
gun
fell on
killed
his
him.
face.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, there's a bunch of scenes of just the aftermath of the zombie apocalypse. There's a pretty cute one where Kiryu and Haruka go visit Ryuji's takoyaki stand, and he
Mm-hmm.
hands Haruka a whole bunch of takoyaki. And Kiryu gets saluted by the SDF and just ignores them because he knows the SDF's record of war crimes in East Asia. Um, and so we actually didn't mention this. The game starts with a scene of this is going to be a zombie game, so they do the fake out where a guy walks around town and he goes, "Oh, but he's just drunk," and it ends the same way. The same guy is walking down the street, goes, "Oh," and he gets surrounded by police and cops and whatever. Police and cops, police, army, and he just says, "No, I'm not a zombie." And yeah, he's just drunk again, so he just goes, just pukes on the floor, which I think is honestly very, very appropriate an ending for a game like Dead Souls.
And Majima was cured. The end. He just had allergies.
Oh yeah, it turns out that the zombie that supposedly bit Majima actually had dentures, and he just had allergies, and that's why his eyes were going red.
See, I don't get
Which
this part.
honestly,
Oh, go
Hmm?
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say
Uh,
I don't get this part because like if he has dentures, right? Like it's just he just needs to break the skin, so he could still be infected by a zombie that was wearing dentures. So it's like, huh? Okay, whatever.
I mean, you're kind of right, but also when you think about how transferring the zombie virus works, it doesn't quite make sense to begin with. So at this point, we're just where's the too little, too much logic? Where does the line pass?
We just have to give the game the benefit of the doubt at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I just think that was like one of the best twists I've ever seen because it's just so stupid. And
Yeah.
also,
It's pretty
if
fun.
you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Which you should not be thinking about Dead Souls. That's just a mistake.
True. Unfortunately, we have spent like 4 hours doing just that. So, yeah.
Well, I've been totally tuned out this entire time. I don't know about you guys.
Um, some post game activities. You can now do an endless subterranea. Holy fuck! What
Ooh,
sort
boy.
of sick individual do you have to be to even want to engage in this crap? Like, endless? No, I couldn't. The part that ends was bad enough. Thank you very much. Um, Also, I was talking about this before. This game has the worst amount in the series. They literally just took Hayashi's model and dressed him up in different clothes, and gave him a few of Nikaido's attacks. That's it. I finished him first try on Dead Souls, and that's not a testament to being a god gamer or anything. It's just that much of a nothing fight. Um, yeah, Hasegawa kind of doubles as a Bob for this game, but there's also actually a double Bob in this game. You
Yep.
go to Naomi's palace, and it's two Bobs, and I was like, oh, I've never been this turned on in my life.
Gee,
Um,
why does Naomi let you have two Bobs?
And then Bob can be a partner. Neat.
oh, really? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can take him
Oh,
into the quarantine zone.
I did not know this. Okay.
I think he has a shotgun too,
Is he
so he's
good?
probably actually
Yeah.
good.
Huh. Nice. Well, that's something for me to go back to the game for, I suppose. Um, there's a ton of mini games in this game. I didn't really engage in a lot of them outside of karaoke. You can have Majima Singh Get to the Top, which honestly is one of the best tracks. With him, it's one of the best tracks in the series.
Hmm.
Any of you have any mini? Because I didn't really engage in a lot of them. I never tried the massage um, or the bathing thing mini game.
The
So
massage thing is it's pretty much the same minigame that's in the other games as well. So if you've ever done it there, it's basically just a button mash thing. It's very similar to the sake drinking in Ishin.
oh, okay.
Like he basically needs to stay awake, but if he gets too excited, then yeah, I guess you can see what they're trying to insinuate there, but then if it gets too low, he falls asleep. So then she gets offended because I guess she feels like she did a bad job.
Right,
Like
right.
she was boring or
Oh,
something.
have you had a massage before? It's very easy to fall asleep,
Yeah, I know.
surprisingly,
That's
because it's
why
just
I
so comfy.
yeah, that's why I always thought that part was weird if you fall asleep, where it's like, isn't that what you do? Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like getting like according to this game's description, getting a massage sounds very tense.
I guess it's supposed to be a sexy massage. I guess that's the difference. And I'm like, okay, game, whatever.
Huh.
The other interesting, it's in Yakuza 4 as well, I believe, but there's the onsen, basically the bathhouse. You can take one of the hostesses there, and if you don't take a hostess, you can actually just play ping pong with just a random girl there. But if you take a hostess, you guys go.
Is that code or
What'd you say?
is that code playing ping pong?
No, you actually play ping pong. Like
Oh, for real?
literally,
Okay.
yes.
I mean, like you play ping pong, and then you can go play ping pong after.
Yeah, you can do both. But when you it's actually pretty funny. It's kind of like it's kind of reminiscent of like Zero mini games with the phone booth and things like that. Um if you take a girl there, you both take a bath, but you're separated obviously. Um and but the game made it seem like she was like on the other side though, because they can talk to each other, and depending on which hostess it is, it's a different dialogue, because there's like one where the basically very stereotypical like cabaret hostess conversation where she mentions her bust getting bigger, and then of course your character's like bust getting bigger, and then they start basically fantasizing and you have to like mash buttons basically to keep it going, and then eventually you get snapped out of it by them like shouting your name, and they're like, are you even listening? And they're like, yeah, I was totally listening. And then you play ping pong. That's the bathhouse. And then the ping pong's gimmick is every time you win, uh so it's normal ping pong, so you play to what, 11, um but every time you win, her shirt opens up more, so her
It's
robe
not the
keeps
same as
opening at
like
the top.
the air hockey and whatever in the other games.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah.
Is there a look at boobs button?
Yep. There's a look
Alright,
at boobs
so
button. That's how you charge the heat gauge.
Of course, there's a look at boobs button.
You have to do the look at boobs button to charge the heat gauge. Fun times.
so it sounds like it's very similar to like the 5 hot springs or whatever.
Yeah, they 5 just took it straight from 4, probably.
Mm.
And then was just like, ping pong's not cool, air hockey. I don't know. But the only thing else I have to say about the mini games is there's actually a zombie that you can fish. Okay, so I guess I should back up. When you go fishing in the ocean, you can fish a zombie out of the ocean, and that zombie ends up being the very hard opponent for all the mini games.
Oh.
His name is Esper Ito. So like he'll play you. He's like the very extremely hard table at mahjong. I guess you can go to the batting center with him. I don't think you can play ping pong, but you probably play pool and I guess whatever other mini games you can basically play against an opponent. Yeah, that was weird. I was really confused when I fished a zombie out of the water.
Does he like say anything?
He
Or is he just like groaning the whole time?
Yeah, he does. He's just like, oh, and then it's like your character just suddenly just speaks zombie and just knows what he's saying. Kind of like
I
how,
just googled the name. Apparently, he's a comedian.
yeah.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
So yeah, I guess it kind of just goes with the rest of Dead Souls. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. Are there any other interesting hostess things? Because I think me and Dr. T, neither of us
He,
engaged in any of that.
I guess it depends on your interest, but I really liked That's one of Ryuji's hostesses. She works at Shine, but also a maid cafe, and she's really into cosplay, and she goes to anime conventions. She talks about all this, by the way. And at some point, one of the conversations is she's trying to convince Ryuji to come to an anime convention to cosplay because he's like the perfect build for like the really strong characters, and like no one's built like that, but he's perfect for it. And yeah, you can basically, he's just like, yeah, I guess I could go, and she gets so excited about it, and I'm just like, what is this conversation? And then like, yeah, the maid cafe actually has something to basically has to do with her story, is that I guess because of the zombie outbreak, she can't leave the quarantine zone to get to her job at the maid cafe, so she hasn't been showing up. But apparently somebody's writing bad message about her on like a message board, like basically saying that she's like a bad maid and stuff like that, and she can't do anything about it because she can't leave to go there. So a lot of it is her asking advice from Ryuji about what she should do. And honestly, most of my advice was like, just go the fuck there, just tell them how it is. Because I don't know, that's just how I am. But yeah, it's eventually you get her out, and then she goes back to the maid cafe. And I guess it turns out it was like, it was still pretty shitty, but I guess it was like I believe it was a customer who was upset that she wasn't showing up or something. And I'm just like, but why would you do that? Okay, I guess. What?
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
I hope they kicked his ass out, but I don't know. I don't know if they really go into it anymore. And then you get the whole, the kissy scene where the screen goes pink and you see them leaving they're just magically now in the hotel district. So yeah, you can imagine what that insinuates, I guess.
Yes, they went into a hotel room together.
Yeah, that part's actually kind of funny because I could see how someone could easily miss that, because like you're just standing like on a street corner, they kiss or whatever, and the screen goes pink, but then when it comes back in, I don't know if most people realize that you're somewhere completely different, and then if you really look around, you realize you're in the hotel district. But yeah, all the
Uh,
hostesses end that way, basically.
oh, even Kiryu's?
I don't remember if it was Kiryu's, but someone's in particular ends in a weird spot, and it made me laugh because I was like, haha, you didn't get to go to the. I don't know, it hit me funny
It
after,
would
like,
be pretty. Sorry, go ahead.
it just hit me funny after, like, everyone's ends that way, and then there was one that didn't, and I'm like, rip. But I can't remember who it was. That's the
It would
problem.
make a lot of sense for it to be Kiryu.
True.
Yeah, the only other thing I have to say about this game is weirdly during the credits they show still images, still shots from all the previous Yakuza games, including Kenzan.
Yeah.
How weird would that have been for people actually playing this game back then? Like suddenly there's Kiryu in samurai armor and stuff. But yeah, does anyone else have anything to say about Dead Souls before we close it out?
I guess the reason they did that is there was a possibility it was the last Yakuza game that they made. So they
Really,
wanted to just like reflect back on all of them. And
I
they
did.
also just wanted to like fuck everything up. I don't know if that's actually true. That's just something I heard. Which,
Whoa.
you know, you can't necessarily trust everything you hear on the internet. So I've
I
heard.
mean,
Wait a minute, I
you're
heard that
saying
on the
someone
internet.
would lie on the internet.
It definitely seemed like a turbulent time for RGG though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know if they
But
were just
I
like
mean,
on the chopping block with Sega or what.
yeah, I mean that was right after they had like a terrible showing in the West and everything was kind of not going so great. But on the other hand, like nothing meaningful changes at the end. Like they basically just rebuild Kamurocho, and like I said, nobody important dies.
Yeah.
So nothing of value happens. So it's not like they were trying to actually kill everyone off or anything like that. In fact, fewer people die in this than a normal Yakuza game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
kind of
like
true.
what good guys actually die? There's like Nagahama
Pop Stars,
and
Nakahama.
Pops, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And Pops even was like
Well,
he wasn't.
Nikaido and DD, but oh, the good
Yeah,
guys.
but like the bad guys always die.
Yeah, of the good guys, yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
So it's actually less bloody than most Yakuza games.
Yeah. But yeah, my many criticisms of this game aside, I can't deny having enjoyed um, a good amount of my time playing it. Probably the majority. Got its issues, but yeah, the sub stories are real good, and at least for Majima and Ryuji, and somewhat for Akiyama. So that was nice.
So
And
what's the letter
yeah,
rating?
oh, this is I don't know. This is like depending on the day, I will give this somewhere between a 4 out of 10 and a 6 out of 10. Because you can't deny the amount of good stuff that's in this game, but man, is it a pain in the ass. Man, is it a pain in the ass to play.
So
Like,
is that like
I
C
doubt,
tier?
in terms of tiers, it would still be bottom tier, probably. Because it's better than, I don't know. I'd probably say this is better than OG1, but, not. I can't, in good conscience, put this in the same tier as, like, Yakuza 3, you know? Um, yeah. Yeah. What do you feel about this?
Well, this is one of my favorite games, so I think on my tier list I would put it in S as my delusional, like this is just the game I really enjoyed, but
More like S. Am I right? No, I'm just.
if I'm saying from a technical standpoint, yeah, it'd be like it would be off of the alphabet. I don't even know what you would give it. There's not a letter for it. It's that bad. It's honestly just playing through this, you just sit there like, man, this is really unfortunate because there was some really good stuff here, and if they could have cleaned up some of the technical stuff, it could have been, pretty good game.
Yeah, which is why I don't think this game should have a Kiwami. I think you just need to take some of the sub stories, some of the ideas, and just transplant them into a new game.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't even really need to be a Yakuza game, to be honest, because this didn't really need to be a Yakuza game for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of funny because, like, when I was thinking about this, uh, I was thinking this is kind of like the opposite of Ishin, where like um they tried to just like update a few things and they kind of just fucked it all up. Um, but with this game, like all it really needs is like a remaster that updates basically all of the technical concerns like frame rate and well, cat is screaming in the background, like frame rate and crashes, and then just like make the controls better and make getting knocked down less shitty. And then like that's pretty much almost everything you need to do to make this game good.
Yeah, like if they did like a 3, 4, 5 remaster for Dead Souls, I think I would take that, I guess. If I could just run the
Yeah.
game at a consistent FPS, I'll take that. I know the bar is really low there, but
I don't know. To me, that would help, but if you don't revamp the at least the aiming system in this game, I think it would still be pretty bad.
well,
Well, yeah,
have either of
you'd
you
have to
played Binary
redo the
Domain?
controls.
Yeah, I tried to. I played like the first couple of
I was
hours.
just thinking that because supposedly a lot of people like that, so I was like, couldn't they just use those controls? I mean, they've done it before, but I don't know. I've not played it myself, so I can't say.
Uh, Binder, I mm,
I tr-
I'd
I
prefer
tried
they
it
leave it
like
this way.
I tried it a while ago, so like before I played Dead Souls, and I was like, these controls are kind of bad. I don't really want to play with them.
Were they Dead
Yeah,
Souls bad?
I gotta take the normie outlook here and say that binary domain kind of sucks.
I I'm sure I could get used to them like I did the Dead Souls controls. But like, yeah, if you take this game, make it run smooth, give it good controls, you're already like 90% of the way to a good game.
That actually reminds me, because you almost said Dark Souls there for a moment. I
Yeah.
think. Do you think the reason why this game is called Dead Souls in the West is because they realized, oh, Dark Souls is getting kind of popular. Let's just slap on something that people might connect with, something people already like, or is that a stretch? Actually, no. You know what? This is 2011, so I'm not even sure it came out in time for people to be interested in it.
When did Dark Souls come out?
Also 2011, but I'm not sure the
Oh,
exact
let's see.
the exact time. Dark Souls is September, and Dead Souls is June. Okay, then no, it's probably has nothing to do with it.
Well, when did it come out in the West?
Yeah, I don't think it came out here though.
It was 2012 in the West.
Oh, is it? Okay, then yeah.
I think it could be, but I think unfortunately for them, if that is what they were trying to do, I think it works opposite than what they intended. Because whenever there's been a few times when I've mentioned Dead Souls and people are like, "You mean Dark Souls?" See, so I feel like they just if that was their goal, they failed because of, this game is not going to compare to Dark Souls.
I mean that's true, but also I feel like up to Yakuza 0, all of their marketing in the West was garbage, just completely off
Mm-hmm.
base.
Yep.
These are bad dudes.
That's so good. But yeah, I guess this would be it for us. If no one else has anything to add about this game,
This game's good. Bring
Play
it
Dead
back.
Souls, I guess? Question mark?
Just call it Kiwami of the End, and nobody will know.
Like a dragon, Kiwami of the end.
Of the End Kiwami? I don't know.
Oh
What
yeah,
would the
you're
order
right.
be?
Well, according to the K2 naming convention, it would be Kiwami of the end, I guess,
I
or
mean, I think
of the
one
Kiwami end.
one thing that RGG cannot figure out is how to fucking name their series in the West.
Yep.
If they did it now it's like like a dragon Dead Soul. Like what? Oh no. Just throw it in the
Like
Like a
trash.
dead dragon.
All right. Well, yeah, this was fun and way shorter than I thought it would be. Like this is less than half than we had to go for Asian.
This game, well,
Um,
we didn't have to spend an hour talking about the fucking horrible crafting system in this
true,
game.
true.
This is a
Which
very
actually,
straightforward one.
yeah, I had a note for it, but we kind of never got into it. I think the crafting system in this game is fine. It's kind of a
It's
pain in the
better
ass
than
to,
Ishin.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like it can be kind of a pain in the ass to grind for certain materials, but it's mostly not that bad. But yeah, I don't know what we'll do next time, but I would like to do this again, so I guess we'll discuss that amongst ourselves. Panda, are you going to keep streaming?
Uh,
You gotta route all S's. Or
okay.
all asses.
All asses. Okay, now that I think about it, I guess that would be doable because you could just sit there to spend time to get the A for the time. But yeah, I was gonna stream more. I don't know what we're doing. I probably won't do a Dead Souls run because
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
ain't got brain cells for that. But
I just wanted to know if to radio or look for someone else. But yeah, for the stream on my end, I'm gonna call it here. Tomorrow I will be back with OG2 runs.
Oh no.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Hope this was entertaining to you. And yeah, we'll be back with another spoiler cast. Hopefully next month. Have a good one. Bye bye.
bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye everyone.
Good luck, Manda.
Thanks. No, thanks for the raid. Alright, hold on, let me close this tab. I don't want to watch myself. That's weird. Oh my god, it's Dead Souls Speedrunner Panda. Oh my god. Why am I even interested in this, though? Why do I hate myself this much? So, how's everybody? I had fun talking about Dead Souls, but it's Dead Souls. I don't know. I don't know what it is about this game. Like, on paper, when I think about it, I feel like I should not like this game. I should think this game sucks, but I don't know. There's just something about it. Dead Souls good, exactly. I like the two worst games in the series, depending on who you ask. This game and Ishin, let's fucking go. I just like garbage tier games. The worse the game, the better, apparently. You like Fist of the North Star? I don't know yet because I haven't actually played it because I wanted to read the manga and Froob said not to play it until I had done that if I because it was going to spoil everything, and I said, oh, okay. So I have not done that. Why do I have no video? Oh, because I didn't turn on the OSSC. I'm smart. Alright. Not that I don't think that should be the next game we do, but do you think we'll ever talk about Black Panther? What a cursed game. Okay, let me tell you though, Black Panther, while some parts are just like, what? The mini games are some of the fun, they're the most fun some of the most fun mini games I've played in this series. The mini games are just really good. They're very addictive. You'd be down, but only after the new translation patch. But then we can't have a big too cocky. Patch it back in. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna take my headphones off. I was like, why is this game in my ear? That's weird. Yeah, if you guys don't know that, I never stream with headphones on. Headphones are gross. You still miss the highlighted Dora tiles ever since you saw them? Yeah, that's actually a good point. I think Black Panther handles Mahjong the best out of any of the games. It's especially helpful if you are learning Mahjong because it helps you with like hands too. Like if you're gonna get a Mongon or like Hanuman, it like counts for you. Like it lets you know when you go to like discard. So glad you said the one time you don't use a headset because you've been the same since. You only use a headset on the Spoilercast. Same. I only use the headset if we're doing the Spoilercast or if I'm like playing a game with other people. I guess you could argue that maybe hearing the game through headset would help me speedrun, I guess, but I'm good. The other problem is like, I can't wear my glasses when I wear my headset because, well, hopefully soon I'll be able to do that. I actually ordered a new pair of glasses that are metal frames that'll be thin, so I should be able to do that now. But yeah, all of the glasses I have currently are like plastic and the arms are thick, so it just is a bad time. I wear glasses? Yes. That's why my VTuber has glasses on. I'm technically supposed to wear them all the time, but you're making a terrible joke. No, it's fine, Will. That's wild. You wear yours all day long. Hey, TMS. Ross wears his a lot, which bless Ross, because unfortunately, that's the thing with me and ADHD. I can't, if I pick up a sound that I deem annoying, I can't ignore it. Like, my brain immediately goes to must eliminate this sound at all costs. So usually Ross ends up having headphones on a lot of the time because, like, if not, I would just go insane because he's playing a game while watching like 20 streams, and I'm like, there's too many people talking. And then if I'm watching a stream, it's just amplified. You got no headset for once because you're hanging out alone tonight? Yo, nice. You might change once you're not sharing a wall and a roof with random people. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good point. You play a game with stream and usually a YouTube video. Yeah, I just get actually that's probably one of my worst I don't know. I don't know if you would say symptoms but for ADHD for me is I'm very sensitive to sound, and I get like overstimulated with sound very easily. Like, it's just I basically at some point, if like I have to endure a sound for too long, I just end up having like a meltdown like I'm a 3-year-old. And I'm not even kidding. ADHD's fun, all the stimulation, yeah. I actually got I got new earplugs recently that that's what they're for, basically, is just to filter sound. So like if something is too jarring, like so another thing I don't like is dishes. I struggle with doing the dishes, not just because like the task itself sucks, but really I just don't like the sound. I don't like the clanging, and no, it drives me insane. I did the dishes one day for like 10 minutes and I was like so on edge by the time I was done. Like, I wanted to scream. It's just things like this that I realize now that I'm older, like that I realize that it's a thing and why I was so upset by certain things, and I'm like, wow, I wish I would have known this before, because I could have actually, you know, done stuff about it, but here we are. What are we doing? I guess what would be more interesting? Weirdly, dishes are your favorite chore. Nice. You also have pretty bad tinnitus. Yeah, I also have bad tinnitus. My ears are always ringing. That's why when you hear like flashbang sounds in video games, it drives me insane, because I'm like, I don't need assistance with tinnitus. That's what it sounds like all the time. And then sometimes if it resonates right with my ear, it'll cause my ear to like do a really loud ring, and I'm just like, thanks. It usually goes away, but it is annoying. Ears, they're weird. But I don't know. I went to the doctor, I don't know, like probably 3 years ago now about it, like about my ears ringing, and he said my hearing is basically excellent. He actually said, I don't remember which ear it was, but one of my ears can actually hear like, I guess lower, I don't remember if it was, I think it was like higher frequency sounds, like sounds that most people I guess wouldn't normally hear, and I was just like, okay, I guess. I don't know how that's gonna benefit me. But ears work too good, yeah. You never got your ears checked, but you know, doctors notoriously don't care about hearing here. Yeah, and that was the thing, basically. He did give me, so one interesting thing about that appointment is he actually was like, he just sat there for a second and he was like, do you have migraines? And I'm like, yeah. And then he basically told me about this type, they're cochlear migraines. So basically migraines that actually affect your ears, which I'm like, okay. And he's like, yeah, you should look into that. And I'm like, okay. But the problem here is like, it's a relatively newer thing that like doctors are studying. So I would need to find a neurologist that even knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Which, good luck with that. I think, funny enough though, I think that it could be that. It's pretty spot on with what I experienced, but it's like how, I don't know what I would, I don't know how you would even pursue a diagnosis for that here. Not to mention, like, I don't really understand what they can even do to make it better, so it's like, I guess I just don't see what the benefit of going through all of that would be. Talk to doctor. Doctor tells you the problem, then immediately says, okay, good luck. No, you say that well, but that's exactly what happened. He literally printed out some stuff and was like, here you go, good luck, basically, and I was just like, what? I mean, I will give it to him that I do appreciate that at least he was honest, that it could be this, and that basically it was outside his wheelhouse. Because a lot of doctors here won't do that. They'll just, even though they know nothing about it, they'll just keep trying to throw stuff at you when they should have just sent you to like a specialist or something. So I guess I am thankful that he basically wasn't just trying to get money out of me. But even then, it was just like, what am I gonna do with this information? Wait, no, I don't want this. I want the other button, no. Oh, wait, hold on. I know what we can do. We wanted to see if you can go back to do Daigo's thing. Where is that save? No, it has to be before that. Wait, I need his chapter 3 complete. Where's that save? Yeah, it should be between these two and it's missing. Oh, gone. Yeah, because that's I swear to. Did it end up down here somehow? Did I just like not make one there? I had to have made one for Tsuchigumo. Yeah, I don't see one. Wait. It's this one. Wait, why is it all the way at the bottom? Yeah, this actually came up in the spoiler cast that we were wondering if... Yeah, this is just speedrun saves I made, so I shouldn't have done any sub-stories. I guess I have to go back through the quarantine zone though, right? Because I don't think it'll let you go backwards. If you could go... Wait, will it? Wait, no, not that. Can you... Wait, can you leave out the front? No, I'm just nosy. Oh, I think I'm gonna trigger this one though, and I don't want to do this one. Can I get by you? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's closed off, so I have to go around, yeah. I was just curious if he could go backwards at all. I feel like they should have let you, to be honest. Like, why won't you let me? No. But yeah, basically we're wondering if there's two sub-stories in particular that we're like, are these missable? In theory though, it wouldn't let me go out the other way. It said that it's closed off now. So I guess I'm gonna have to go all the way around. I'm gonna have to go through this way. Was he even there though? I feel like the other one would be easier way to traverse, but it doesn't really matter. No. This tunnel is just shit. Because this should be on Dead Souls too. I don't remember. Beep beep. We're gonna find out. Wait, here. Let me in. Oh, I hope I have ammo. We're gonna find out. Yeah, I don't know what difficulties this is on, so I'll just assume the worst. We're gonna find out. No, no. Yeah, it should be faster. Let me through. Let me out. Alright. Maybe they just don't care about it. I don't know. I don't even know what difficulty this is on. But that's fine, because we don't care about that. We just want to know if we can do the sub-story. Hey Sky, how are you? Wait, how do I get back in here? Oh wait, I have to go to the front. I'm dumb. Because some of the saves are different. I don't even remember which one's which now. Whee! Alright, we can go in. No. I keep hitting. Oh, I can't see it because I'm on the same floor. God dang it. Whee! It's looking like yes, you can. Yeah, it's there. So I guess you can go back and do it. So I guess it's... I'm gonna assume then that if this isn't missable, then the Pops one is also not missable. Because this is the one I figured that would be, between the two, would be more likely, I guess, to be missable. Yeah, no, I can go do that too. Poor Daigo. Rip. Wait, do you want me to just go? Do you want me to go to his last chapter then? Ryuji's last chapter? You're okay, you woke up from a nap like 20 minutes ago? Oh, nice. How was your nap? Did you have a good nap? Hmm. Wait, no. Yeah. I think on my premium adventure, all the ones I have on premium adventure, unless I make a new one, I've done all the sub stories. But I could make a new one. And before the game freezes here. Wait, I don't understand this. How come sometimes you're facing the other way? I don't get this game. I guess I could have cut through the alley, but whatever. Nap was fine, but now it's almost 10 p.m. and you have stuff to do tomorrow? Oh. Alright, wait, hold on. What do I have on me? Alright, that's probably fine. Just go in here immediately, gets destroyed. Oh my god, BB. See, that's what I mean, right there! It was the perfect example of what I was talking about. The zombie was gonna fall there, so I already couldn't move through it. It's so annoying. Yeah, here you go. Takoyaki. Maybe it's got something to do with pop, so I guess we can. Worth checking out. Let's go. Which is... So this part makes it even more weird because we just... Oh no, this is so weird. We literally just ended Pops, and now we're doing this. That dialogue he said there was the same. He said it could be something to do with Pops. From what I remember, that dialogue is the same. I smell takoyaki coming from Nakamichi Street. I don't remember. Where did we go for this one now? Do we go this? Oh, that's right. We have to go further down. Takoyaki looks awful. It's like literally his arm.
ストを売ったことあるんか？
なかったらどうだっての。俺らには撃てるわけねえってか。
いらんせは言うわけだ。
その腕の銃、おっさん何者だ？名前は？
人に名前聞く前に自分らが名乗ったらどうなる？
Breakfast, it's night, kid.
ま、でもいいや。俺はユウト、それと愉快な仲間たちさ。
ま、そんなことはどうでもええんや。
あのな、あんたが名乗れって言ったんだろ。
それよりこのたこ焼き焼いたんはお前らか？
ああ、それが？
このたこ焼きどないしたんや？なんでお前らがこれ持ってんの？どこで手に入れたんや？
天下一通りさ。ゾンビが街に現れた夜にな。おいユウト、来やがったぞ、ゾンビだ。何？
Nani?
くそ、もういい、ずらかろう。ユウト、たこ焼きはどうすんだよ。諦めろ、早く逃げるんだ。くそ。
Those guys know Pops? Alright. Hold on, I need to reload. Sir, can you stop spinning? Gotta see what happened to Pop. Those punks said check out Tenkaichi Street, better check it out. Alright, we're going, we're going. Beep beep. Whoa, buddy. Hello. Tenkaichi Street. Oh my god, I can't read that fast! But yeah, it looks the same.
お前は確かユウトやった。
Yuto. Wait, that means his name is actually Yuuto. Yuto.
聞いとったんか？
さっき逃げた後、影からこっそりと。
そうやったんか。なあユウト、お前らがあのたこ焼き器を手に入れた時のことをわしに詳しく話してくれんか？
ああ、いいぜ。そのために戻ってきたんだ。
You've noticed the localizations do that a lot. Yeah, I think it's that specific kind of Romanji. I forget what it's called.
最初は何があったかわからなかったんだ。急にあちこちで悲鳴が上がり始めて、逃げるにしてもどっちに逃げるべきかわからねえ。それどころか、なんで逃げなきゃいけないのかもわからねえ。
And in some cases, I feel like it makes sense. Because, like, for example, Ryuji's last name, Goda, everyone would say Gouda. Ryuji Gouda. It's too heavy and greasy for you in the morning. What is local breakfast food for you, Nona?
とにかく死にたくねえって腕振り回しながら必死で逃げた。そんな時、ごつい腕が俺の襟首を掴んだ。すげえ力でどんどん引きずり込まれてよ。
Look at that zombie back there chilling. The zombie's listening to the story too.
俺を屋台の下に隠してくれてよ。しばらく二人で一緒に隠れてた。でもその後はもうどうなったかわからねえ。いつの間にかおやすさんもいなくなった。まるで
Zombie's like, this is such a good story.
込まれたみたいな感じだった。朝になってボロボロになった屋台から俺は抜け出した。そこにはもう昨日までのカムロ町はなかった。今みてえなご覧のありさまさ。
おやっさん、いつもはこの辺で勝負をせえへんかった。それがなんでその夜に限って。
そんなこと言ったら俺だって同じさ。カムロ町なんて月に 1,2 回しか来ねえんだ。どうにもならねえことさ。
そうやな。
なおさん、あんたタコ三昧のおやっさんの何なの？息子さんって感じでもねえけど。
おやっさんはわしの師匠や。たこ焼き作り。
I wonder what.
おっさん、たこ
I didn't get to hear the last sentence in Japanese very well, but I think it's kind of funny the translation for this in English versus what they're saying in Japanese right now.
何も食うとらんのか。
襲撃の夜からなんもな。あんたと会った時のたこ焼きも食い損ねたろ。あのたこ焼きはさ、ゾンビが集まってくると思ってずっと作るの我慢してたんだ。でも思い切って焼いてみたら、まずあんたが来てゾンビまで来て結局食えなかったってわけ。
そういうことやったんか。
まあね、踏んだり蹴ったりさ。
そしたらわしがたこ焼き焼いたろか。
Let's go learn how to make takoyaki, guys.
さあできたで。食え。
うめえ。ほんとか。たこ焼きってこんなにうまかったのかよ。ああ、こんなうまいもん初めて食った。
Man, you want takoyaki now?
当たり前や。まだいくらでも作った。
Usually eggs, vegetable salad, cream cheese, bread. Yeah, cream cheese and bagels is pretty common here for breakfast.
バカ。何や。
What's his name? It's Taichi, right? That's what he looks like. This kid over here,
苦労してきたんだ。
like an older
こ
version.
の狂いで生き延びてきたんやな。どうや。がむしゃらに生きて飛んでくるもんや。まずいわけないやろ。その味忘れんことやな。
ありがとうよ、幸田さん。あんた最高のたこ焼き職人だよ。
You do love a bagel with cream cheese.
足元にも及んどら。
I like when it's fall because you get the pumpkin cream cheese.
ええから早く食え。
Pumpkin spice cream cheese.
止まっとるで。
わかってるさ。
I like pumpkin spice everything. See, he still says I hope he's alright. We just murdered. We put Pops out of his misery. I hope he's alright. No. You skewered his brain with the pole. Yeah, exactly. Rip. Yeah, that would kind of hit a little different if you did that now. If you did that after killing him. Oh, it's Kaoru. Kaoru, no! Where are you going? Kaoru, that looks like my little sister. What would she be doing here? Where is she going? I hope she's not sniffing around for trouble. Alright, I can't have my heart broken twice. I'm good. I don't even know why am I running out? What am I going to do? IDK. Beep beep. He's alright because he's dead. Ryuji's in denial over his past choices. Oh no. 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 Rip. Well, I like this. Is it that code? No, I'm not going. You can't make me. You can't make me do Subterranea. What I was curious about. What is this save? Oh, that was the safety save I made. Oh wait, we could actually... So since I have that save, we could actually do Nikaido's fight again with the double upgraded material rifle. So what I was curious about, oh no. This was also my first playthrough, so I'm assuming like all of the scores suck, but the only thing that sucks about these, if you use this thing, is like you start with like nothing, basically. So not ideal. Also, I don't think this would be very fun. Well, I don't think it would be very fun just in general, but... Oh, it tells me, oh, there's a chart. Oh. That's interesting that Majima and Kiryu have a battle 6, but no one... Not Akiyama or Ryuji. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna complain for a second. Wait, why is... Wait... Oh no, they did flip. Never mind. Okay, we're good. I was looking at this like, what? This doesn't surprise me. But this, I think this file is on extra, is on EX hard. The one I'm curious about though is, I don't know how, I'm pretty sure when I did this one, there was still heat snipe things. But how would you get the heat snipe to S? What, I don't even think, what is there to heat snipe? You gonna go lay down?
My headache has gone away.
Sorry, I'm loud. Did you take anything? Alright, love you. Yeah, I wonder... I guess that's the only other downside to seeing this screen. Is that you don't know... Like, I'm sure if I click on it, it just starts the thing. Oh no, it does show you. Oh, okay, cool. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, well, what do we know what we missed? Yeah, heat snipe, too. Oh wait, yeah, that's I was gonna mention that too. So I noticed this last night actually. So for the speed run, when you finish it, it says you always get 2 for heat snipe, but I'm like, what boss counts as heat sniping? Because we don't heat snipe anyone. So there's some boss in this part. So it has to either be Kinro or Ginro, or unless they count. I don't know. I don't understand this part. I don't understand what the 2 heat snipe kills are. Damage on this part would also be a problem because this is where the alarm is going off. The first 2 are probably okay. Headshot kills. Yeah, so the main problem with this one is I really don't know what you're gonna heat snipe and where. Because I don't even know... to be fair, I haven't like sat and looked around for stuff to heat snipe because this part is like absolute chaos. So, I mean, most of the time people aren't gonna just be like waltzing around looking for things to heat snipe. Like, I just don't see people doing that. Mutant kills. Only 4. How did he only do 4? Why were the other ones standing? Because there should be 6 just on the outside alone. Some confusion. Yeah, there's 6, and then there's all the ones that are standing out here when you come out, so... It's interesting that there's only 4. Yeah, this one would be difficult too. Especially on this difficulty. I feel like if you wanted to do this, you'd probably want to do it on an easier difficulty first, not EX hard. Heat sniping is going to be a problem here too. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I'm sitting here like what are you going to heat snipe? Okay, I was going to say, is heat snipe thing here too? Okay. Yeah, and this one would be very hard without, I don't know how you would do this one, actually. Even on easy, I think it would be very difficult, because you would have to pretty much shoot, like, majority of the zombies. You can't get hit by the Onraki at all, so you have to stun him every time, including when you're driving. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how... And the accuracy would be an issue, too. Headshots is also kind of an issue, because, like, it's kind of hard... I feel like it's kind of hard to aim the minigun on the tank. It just kind of does whatever. So, yeah. Alright, before I do anything, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna take a break since we took a break 2 hours and an hour 5 hours. Should take another break. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I was thinking about it. I guess we can do... I don't know if I want to get into figuring this out, but I am morbidly curious how easy it would... Easy and or a pain in the ass it would be to do all S, but I think it would make sense to do it on, like, easy first. But yeah, we can just do... We can just do a no reset run. And just whatever the fuck we get is what we get. Even if we die, we're just doing it. Alright. But yeah, I think I need to think a little bit more about what we're doing stream-wise, like, for the future a little bit, because I was thinking I should probably start, if I want to do another platinum, I should probably start, like, weaving that in with speedrunning. Not to mention, my hands are okay now, but I don't remember which day it was. One of the days after I'd finished speedrunning, I was just like, maybe I need to lay off this. But if I'm playing a game casually, then it's not the same, like, stress on the hands. This game isn't that bad, because you only really have to, like, mash start and X, and to me what gets tiring is actually holding R1 and X. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. Alright.
Sega.
New game plus. Also, how is everybody? I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. I went and earlier today, I guess before the spoiler cast, Ross and I went to Lowe's and Home Depot, so basically hardware store. And because we did the edging for the flower bed in the back, but then, like, the more I think about it, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I feel like it's better. I'm starting to feel like it'll be easier maintenance-wise to have, like, some sort of barrier between the grass and the bed. Uh-oh, he's cursed again. Okay, there you go. He's going straight again. This part's actually kind of hard, because sometimes if you hold the stick the wrong way, he just, like, starts going in weird directions. Gardening, yeah. So it was just weird, because I guess I just thought the whole thing was funny that we basically went to go look at stones to use as edging for the bed. Most of your day before Spoilercast was taking notes and doing some research? Nice. You finished an OG2 run offline. You cut your grass, took down some ivy, pruned some trees, clipped the hedges, got attacked by a leech. Wait, a leech? Which you guess it happens when one touches grass. I didn't know we had leeches. Oh no. But yeah, I guess it just seemed weird to go. Basically, when we went to the hardware store, I couldn't decide if I wanted like which one I wanted, so we ended up buying like one of each and then bringing them all home to look at them, basically, like in the spot they're going to go in to decide. And it just, I don't know, it just seemed really funny to me because it's like when you're picking out flooring, like tiles, but it's for outside, so it's just like, okay, do people actually do this? But yeah, I'm trying to set the garden up for like to be easy maintenance over time. Like easy as possible. And technically just having a bare, like a straight edge border, like where you just, the end is basically like, there's literally like a 90-degree angle in the grass. That's a little bit more maintenance. It does look good. It looks very good. It's just, I don't think we're gonna keep up with the maintenance of that. I'm just being honest to myself. Last night you hung out at a friend's house and played Magic. Tonight you're just chilling at home. Nice. Nice. That sounds like a fun time. Ma'am? Alright, that's fine. I don't know. I think we picked one, but I don't know. I'm gonna look at him again tomorrow because now I'm sitting here like, do I really want that one? God. I think the problem is like there wasn't actually like a whole lot of choices, and I'm not like completely like into any of them, so it's harder to decide, I guess. Oh my god, no! See, that's the lingering hitbox. Like, this dude is dead, but I can't get by him. Rude. Someone kicking a pipe? But yeah, that's pretty much all I did, because I slept in, like, pretty late, so I pretty much got up. We did that, and then Spoilercast. And then last night all I did was play Star Rail, because, you know. Which honestly, I really like that game. I think it's pretty neat. It's kind of funny to me, like, Spectral and I kind of mentioned those to each other, but it's kind of funny that, like, in Star Rail, they fixed a lot of Genshin's problem. They fixed a lot of the problems we've been complaining about in Genshin. But they, instead of implementing those in Genshin, they implemented them in Star Rail, which is like... I mean, good for Star Rail, I guess? Alright, here's the DVD shop that we talked about earlier. But yeah, normally you would have tutorials here for Nagahama, but since it's New Game Plus, you don't have any, you just run. That zombie tried to hit me, that's rude. It's always the crowbar zombies. Yeah, and you would have a tutorial here too, but we just run because it's New Game Plus. Oh yeah, you slept till late afternoon and then went on a mad dash to fix the yard before it rains for a week. Oh, is it gonna rain all? Oh god. Oh no. So, oh yeah, I didn't update everybody on the pipe situation. Jeez. So, I thought they would be done Friday, but I don't know when the inspector actually showed up. But I don't know. I don't know if they came late or didn't call the plumbers back or I don't know. I figured they were gonna figure that out on their own because, you know, we didn't even order the inspection like they did because they were doing the work. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I'm kind of frustrated by it. So basically, it failed inspection because there is standing water around the city's side connection to the pipe, so he can't see it, basically. So he failed it because he can't see it. And now I'm sitting here like, well, if it's gonna rain all week, then I don't see you doing that for a week then, so... And I don't know why there's... I don't know. I don't know why there's standing water there. So that's the thing. So yeah, basically the yard is how it was, well, all week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's still the same. The yard remains unchanged. So needless to say, I'm pretty annoyed because it took like what, 3 days to get the inspector. I'm not saying it's necessarily the inspector's fault. I'm just, I don't know. I feel like, I guess I'm a little confused. I guess I would assume that they would have handled that, like pre-planned for that. The plumbers, I mean. which, based on our conversation about how, like, this whole thing would go, it sounded that way. Like, they basically said it was gonna be 2-day job, and then Wednesday they would have to... Basically, it would be a 2-day job, and either they would inspect it Tuesday or Wednesday. But then it ended up being, like, probably Wednesday, but then it's like, never mind, we're not doing it then. I'm just like... What? Just checked. Now it appears that it will not rain Tuesday and Thursday before restarting. So it rains Monday, Wednesday, and then the Friday onward, right? I don't think he needs all of that, but... Hey, Star Soldier, what's up? So, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm kind of... If I'm being honest, I'm kind of upset. Because, like, I knew that there was gonna, like, be... I knew that the yard was going to get torn up, and I knew to what extent it was going to be torn up, because that's just how the nature of how this repair goes. Like, they have to dig into the ground to get to the pipe, so the only way to dig in the ground is to actually dig and fuck everything up. So I was aware of that, but now I'm kind of upset because now it sounds like if it's gonna rain and they can't see it because there's standing water, then I don't understand how they're gonna fix it, and it hasn't been raining. That's the thing. That's why I'm concerned. I don't understand what's going on. How could there be standing water there? It hasn't been raining, so now I'm like, is it leaking? Whose side is it leaking on? Is it leaking on the city's side? I don't know. I have like 1,000 questions, and it's kind of annoying that it all happened on like late Friday, so like literally everyone's like, bye, we're going home. Like, you can't really call anyone. And then it's the weekend, so we get 2 days to just sit there going, wowee, I wonder what happened. Have fun with Spoilercast? Yeah, it was fun. Enjoyed it. I like talking about this game. But yeah, I don't know. So now I'm anxious about that, because if it's gonna rain, then they're still not gonna be able to see the pipe. So I'm just confusion now. I feel like if they can't see the pipe, I guess I'm just a little confused, because that makes it sound like if they can't see the pipe because there's standing water there, that makes it seem like the pipe, something is leaking. So... Like, I don't know how there would just casually be standing water there, unless... The only other thing I can think of, because I didn't watch them do the whole job, but... If, when they were removing the old pipe, you know, there was standing water in it, which seems understandable, that there'd be standing water in a pipe that was being used for, like, 50 years. So, it could be from that, but then I'm kind of upset. Then I'm like, well, then why would the fucking plumbers leave it there? Like, wouldn't they know that? I guess I'm just like, what? There's no way they've never encountered this before, I guess. Like, is this gonna be the first time ever in their history of plumbing for, like, how many years now that they've had an inspector basically fail something because there was standing water? I don't know. Sunday to Wednesday, then Friday to Sunday.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, I am.
Don't worry, it's Brick Muppet.
Yes. That's good.
And I haven't even looked at it, so I don't even know what they're talking about. But I didn't really think it mattered if I looked at it because it's not like that's gonna make the inspector come back or something. But Ross said that, like, when he looked, it was like basically like mud water, so yeah, you can't see anything. So I'm just like, cool, neat. The other reason why I'm concerned is because if, like, this is going to be delayed this long, then basically the real problem with this is that if it's going to take this long, the, like, entire yard, the entire front yard now, not just the strip that was going to be removed, but the entire front yard will basically be a disaster zone. Because, you know, if they dig a hole, they have to put the dirt somewhere. So, of course, you would put the dirt beside the hole. Which wouldn't really be a problem if it was like a few days, but if it's gonna be like weeks, the grass is gonna die, so then... Okay, I don't know how Akiyama managed to do that. So yeah, now I'm just kinda like, well... fuck me, I guess. I guess it's more of a bummer too because, like, we've been working really hard to basically fix the yard because I don't know. Based on what's planted, it seems that, like, at some point the yard was maintained, but it had not been for quite some time based on, like, how it was when we moved in. I can't get by the bike. Are you kidding? Jesus Christ. The bike was just blocking everything. Oh yeah. Needless to say, all that's very annoying. Yeah, no, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean, Brick Muppet. Like, I understand that all, but that's my point. Is that, like, I would just think, wouldn't the inspector would know that, right? Because they're the inspector for, you know. Well, I guess I can't. They're the inspector for our city, so they understand the issues of the city. So I feel like that shouldn't be something that's unusual to them. So now I'm just sitting here like, so what do you do when there's just water then? Because you can't tell me that this is the first time this has happened ever. So yeah, that's really just the problem is like, you know, it's not, generally inspectors like that don't knock on your door, you know? So it's like, I didn't really have a discussion with them or anything like that. Apparently they had just left things basically saying they had done the thing on the mailbox or something. Because I had checked the door and I didn't see anything on it. Oh yeah, I don't know. Like I guess that's the why I'm upset, because we've been working really hard trying to get the yard back in order. Which I do enjoy doing, like I like gardening. So I don't say that like, well, you shouldn't have bought a house. No, that's not what I mean. I do enjoy gardening. I don't think I can get by now. Alright, come on. Why are you sideways? Ryu. Yeah, this is New Game Plus, so on New Game Plus you kind of just go fast because you have max upgraded everything. And you also save time too, because you don't do like any of the tutorials basically that you're required to do in a new game playthrough. Oh yeah, I was prepared for like the grass where the work was being done to be messed up. And unfortunately for the time of year it is that they're doing the work, it's kind of too late to do seed grass now. Because it gets really hot here in the summer, so I feel like the grass is just gonna catch on fire and die. Alright, I'm just gonna go and hope he comes with me. I wonder why this specific load takes so long. It's kind of weird. We would have saved more time. Actually, that might even have been a gold if the meathead just ended up in a really unfortunate position, so we lost a lot of time there. He was like turned sideways. I don't even know how he managed to do that. But yeah, that's my concern, because we have an excavator parked on the front yard. There's, you know, the giant hole, and then all of the dirt from the giant hole. So basically that's like practically the entire front yard that is just gonna be dead grass now. We'll just mulch the entire front yard and it'll just be one giant flower bed. How is this guy not dead? But yeah, we're... Actually, this is Akiyama's last part, so we're basically just racing to the boss fight. We have to turn the power on. Can't get by these zombies. Alright, in the elevator we go. But yeah, on New Game Plus this is just really simple. There'll be 4 zombies that fall. You just kill them. And then on any other difficulty, we'd actually just throw a grenade here. But I could have done with the laser, I guess. How did he not die? There we go. Okay, that's kind of unlucky, but yeah, basically you have to kill everything here to be able to progress. Alright. We're gonna switch to the laser because we're gonna fight the Arahabaki with the laser. You know, I didn't think about it, but the rage gear might actually be decent for this fight. Because in theory you could just press, could just fire the laser as soon as this fight starts. You can fire it now, but the problem I'm having is like whenever I've done that, it just seems to, whenever I've done that, it just seems to hit you instead. Is there anything in the law saying you can't make your lawn say fuck you? Probably. I don't know. And it's not like it'll get dealt with in time. It's just really the timing of all of this, I guess, is what's really unfortunate. Is because like if it was earlier in the year, we could just plant new grass seed, and it would have been established before it got like really hot. But yeah, that's what I mean too, is like when you live in a coastal region, I guess like I expect people to like expect, you know, we're pretty close to the water table, like I would expect people to assume there would be water, so now I'm just like wee. Imagine having grass. On the other hand, summer seems to be delayed. True. It seems like it's been pretty cool. Alright, I didn't really need the healing drink, but whatever. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Maybe I'll just leave it as a giant dirt mound. I don't know. Will that make the city upset? Probably. And then just be like, well, you caused this giant dirt mound. Not my problem. You know, all of the grass wouldn't have died if you just didn't, you know? I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is, but either way, it's irritating. Plant more grass on the mountain, just make a hill. How are you still alive? Pretty. How can they complain? A dirt mound is literally standing on your ground. I don't know. Maybe they don't care. I don't know if they care about stuff like that. Like, I know, like, if your grass gets too tall, like, they'll basically, usually they give you a notice that if it's not cut by this date, then, we're gonna cut it for you. Basically, we're gonna have someone cut it for you, and then you're gonna be charged for the service, basically. But like, because we don't have an HOA, there's no homeowners association here, so there's no like rules on like how pristine your yard needs to look. No, that was actually we had two conditions really for the house that were like must-haves, that were deal breakers. No HOA, and it had to have, we specifically wanted Verizon Fios internet because all the other internet around here sucks ass. Nah. Oh, he didn't even pick up the car. Nice. Be a pirate and bury a chest in the mound. Your cousin was in an HOA when she was in Georgia and received a strongly worded letter about having fake flowers at her door. Are you... Oh my god, are you... Wow, that's a new one. I've heard some HOA stories, but that one's kinda... Yikes. Yeah, I remember, we used to live with, my grandparents, and they had an HOA, and basically, when they did not like when my grandpa parked his... He had an RV, basically. They did not like when he parked it in the... like, in the driveway. And that's the thing, it was in the driveway, it wasn't even like on the grass or anything, because they had like a double car garage and basically a big ass driveway, so it fit in the driveway. But yeah, they would always complain. So he would open up the fence and basically just drive it in the backyard and then like close the fence, and I was just like... Because he can't say anything then, but still, it's still really fucking dumb. It's like, it's just an RV? I don't... It wasn't even like, it was the nice looking RV too, I don't know. Strange. That would mean someone came to her house and snooped at her house. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, is there's people who are like that. There are people who, like, just... know everything. They're the people who make the like neighborhood watch, which in a way I understand and I'm grateful for the neighborhood watch, but then there's like people who do it on like a neurotic level. Like where you get stuff like that. Actually, I don't think... Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Majima needs the... Oh no, yeah, he does. Never mind. I lied. He does. I was gonna say, does he even use this? Yes, he does. Alright. You've never heard of people being that in the US suburbia sounds insufferable? Yeah, that's why it was really important for me to not have a HOA, because I don't need to be... Basically, if the way our yard was when we bought it, if we had an HOA, they would basically be knocking down our door every day. We would have gotten so many citations because of the yard. And it's like, dude, I just bought the house. What do you want me to do? No, you buy house. Next day, it's fixed. Everything's fixed. You have to fix everything the next day. Unacceptable. Yeah, like there's a difference between watching for actual sus and complaining about flowers being unsightly. Yeah. Is that what it said? They were unsightly? Oh my god. Give me a break. And that was probably before like Ring cameras were a thing. I would have loved to figure, like, if I were in that situation, I would have loved to know who it was so I could just go knock on their door. You have a problem with my fake flowers. You had a friend in Newport News who was a professional artist. Her HOA demanded that she rent an office. Oh my god. Who's alive? Huh? Oh. Like, where's the dude? I hear him. Working out of her home. This is not an office park. They were going through her trash before she moved. What the fuck? That's the thing, is like you're allowed to have your business at home. The only stuff that's regulated when it comes to business at your home is like you can't, like, for a lot of things you can't just have like a storefront at your house. Like you can't have people coming and going buying stuff kind of thing. Oh my god, please let me in. But yeah, I don't know how they handle it, but I know here, you're allowed to, like, you can, like, they don't really care. Gonna lose all my time. Yeah. Yeah. I always seem to lose time on this part, to be honest. Some people just want to be cops for the most petty shit. Yeah. Yep. The weirdest, one of the other weird ones I've seen is like, not people needing like specific kind of fences and things like that. Like, I don't know. Excuse me, sir, your fence isn't fancy enough. Almost got mannequined again. Let me in. That was actually really good. Nice. I didn't get knocked down or anything. No one grabbed me. Sorry, Daigo, I had to kill the monkey boy. Daigo just laying there. Thanks, Daigo. One of the weird things I've noticed about the satellite laser is I noticed that it doesn't do well hitting zombies that like have fallen down, but it can hit mutants that are fallen down. So that's kind of weird. Like, cause that's a problem when you first come into here. When you're doing the fight outside before you enter the building, like the zombies on the ground, if you fire the laser again, the laser just goes somewhere off in the distance, and I'm like, huh? That's why sometimes you'll see me like swap back and forth between like the shotgun and the laser. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because it shouldn't matter, but... Bonk. You really wanted that zombie over there. Why can't I shoot that one? Weird. See, look, it's already lost health. No one's been up here. This barricade part is so broken. Like, if you get too far away, it just starts losing health and it doesn't make any sense. Alright, we're probably good. Actually, wait, hold on. Hold on, hold the phone. Yeah, see, that's the best case scenario. Like, if he would just hiss like that at the start of the fight every time, then you wouldn't even need the armor, but most of the time he does not, because he's rude. How could he do this to me? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just frustrated because we've been working hard on the yard, and the front yard's gonna be a disaster. Rip. Okay, I can't get by. I need y'all to move. Alright. Hey, Lagmaster. Might actually be worth it here to swap the armor so you can run down here. But then you're gonna put it right back on, so I don't know. Did Daigo actually shoot someone? Give that man a medal. Ass. Exactly. I'm doing good, Master. Besides, I was just complaining about the plumbing thing, but the plumbing itself is fine, as far as I know. Like, that part is fixed. It's just the I'd like to put the yard back together now. That'd be neat. I don't know, maybe like a flower bed. Maybe just put a flower bed there. The whole front yard is a flower bed. Solved. Problem solved. I don't know if this will be a gold, but we should save time, unless I'm just overestimating. There we go. Everything's a bed if you're brave enough. Let me in. What the f- Let me in! Mm. Oh wait, hold on. We're gonna have to... We're gonna have to... play Kiwami 2, I guess. Probably for the submission, I guess. I don't know, unless my record video doesn't have like extremely cursed stuff, but usually my records do have extremely cursed stuff happening in the videos. So I can only imagine what was going on while I was doing Kiwami 2. I don't know, unless I just don't want to submit Kiwami 2, I guess that's an option. To be honest, if I was honest, I'd like to run this game, but I mean, this game's also long, so... I think New Game Plus has a good chance. Everything else, though. Yes! Yes! Die! Good shit. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. See, this is square. Look how long it takes, even though I'm mashing square. And then that's like most of your time wasted when you're playing on Dead Souls. Well, I guess that one's easy to do all this. Assuming you have the satellite laser anyway. It's Probably pretty easy though, regardless. This fight isn't too bad. Even on Dead Souls, this fight isn't really bad. It's just kind of long and boring. Who didn't die now? It was literally- he literally fired one bullet. Nice. Yeah, because like I don't know if I would want to submit like any meme categories to, though in my opinion, I really do think the rocket launcher run is actually very interesting. Because I feel like it is actually a very, like it is actually a challenging run. Because there's, you need to put, it's basically positioning the game, I guess. What, where are you going? Oh no, you're not still alive? Alright. I think the rocket launcher run's actually a run that is in reality a lot harder than it looks. But I don't know, maybe us speedrunners in general make these games look easier than they are. Maybe that's just an overall general problem. No! Maybe drop my chainsaw. What do you mean if you have free categories? As in, like, they don't care, or? More categories show versatility? I mean, all you can do is submit, right? I mean, if you don't submit anything, it's always a no. I don't know. I've always been a big, I guess, proponent of the worst that they can say is no. Which you would be no different than you are now, so it doesn't matter. Free isn't, oh, no, something you couldn't submit. I don't actually, so I can see, I don't really see the rocket launcher as being a meme run. Like, I feel like it's actually an interesting run. I guess it's a meme in the sense of, like, we don't have it on the board. And I wouldn't argue for putting it on the board, because I don't know if it's that serious, but... Gun percent, I don't know. Even then, I guess, depending on how you look at it, might not be a meme run, because I guess... I don't know. I guess it's also series dependent too, because like Resident Evil has knife-only runs, but... Now, if you're using like Gary Buster Holmes things, then yeah, I guess that's kind of a meme, but... What? Alright, hold on, I wanna... Can't see because of the shaking. Right. Which you would say at the very least applies to gun only. Yeah, and that's, and I can see that, because I mean that wouldn't be the normal, like at least like in Resident Evil, like the knife is a normal weapon, but you don't, like Yakuza is not really associated with using, not that weapons aren't a part of the game, but usually it's more like hand-to-hand combat kind of thing. The weapons are just kind of like a supplementary thing, so doing the entire run with a weapon is kind of, I guess, in general, memey, I guess. I guess, but wouldn't knife only also be slow? Ow. I don't disagree that it's easier, but but knife only is also just a restriction, no? But yeah, I agree that I feel like gun percent in general is just a meme in and of itself. Who's alive? Oh my god, sir, please. And then he misses. Just... Really? You guys couldn't kill that one dude? Yeah, I guess that's how I feel about rocket launcher for K2, because when you hear rocket launcher, you assume good, right? But it's not actually. And it's not an easy weapon to use in that sense. Every category is equally arbitrary. That includes any percent. Would you just... I mean... I guess so. How did I didn't even aim that way. How did he die? What? Okay. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. This is why we can't have nice things. Oh my god, you guys are in the fucking way. I couldn't... They're kind of all stacked, I couldn't count them. I hope they're all there. It looks like they're all there. What? Don't go that far. Dude. Oh my god, bike, leave me alone. Oh my god, he was right there. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're just saying in general that runs, I guess categories are arbitrary because someone somewhere picks them and those are the categories. It's like, but I guess in general, like there's, you know, I guess you would expect any percent, I guess, for all speedruns. No any percent, only 100% now. I'm taking a chance here. Oh dang, he straightened it out. Is he gonna back up again? No, he didn't. Okay. Alright, let's drive this thing out of here. Meow. This makes me miss forklift racing. That was like one of the best things in Shenmue. I don't know. Did you see that? One of the zombies kicked the oil barrel at me, but it like, I don't know, it like went into the building, or I don't know where it went. It just disappeared. Hey, Professor Pavlov. Yeah, I figured to do a run. Honestly, a lot of that time loss can also be contributed to the prompts of missing. Because it's not like a huge deal, but it still does waste seconds if you, like, talk to the building before everyone's in range for, like, going inside, basically. Alright. Looking good so far. Oh, I did not want that, but okay. Oh, wait. What is... Oh wait, no, I need that. I almost didn't bring the thing. Oh wait. How did it end up all the way over there? I'm just gonna put these on for now. I'm gonna have to swap armor probably anyway. Oh wait, did I put the... Okay, I didn't. I autopiloted that, putting the equipment on so hard because I started running. I was like, I don't remember equipping the satellite laser. Wife's visiting family, so your cats are all over you. Like, mom's not here, need lap time. Aw. Says I'm still on the talk shows. Oh, I might still be. I might not have changed it. Probably not. Alright, hold on. Alright, hold on. I got the thing up, but... Alright, there you go. Alright, it should be fixed now. Don't worry, the stream history will only be mildly confusing. I mean, it's... I don't even know if people... because I don't, personally. I don't really watch VODs on Twitch. I don't know. I find them to be very insufferable. I make them because I know other people watch them, but I myself am just like, I don't know, I just really don't like the player. I can't get this man to go up here. Or someone was looking really hot that day. Hey Master, how are you? I don't know. I go back and forth with that, like... Sometimes I didn't care about being on camera, and then other times I'm just like, get that shit away from me. Someone's alive behind me. Sorry, you gotta be true to yourself. That's fine, no. Why did they get it for free? Playing Mario and Rabbids? Huh. I've not played any of those. Oh my god, sir. But I don't know, I get that, no. Like, there's days when... Alright, who didn't die? I don't know. People, they're just like, damn girl, look good today. I mean that as like a compliment. But in general, it's okay if girls do say that to other girls, but if a guy would say that, unless they were like friends or something, it would be weird probably. Oh yeah, you would never. Wait, oh, it's gonna bring out the gun anyway. I don't even know why bother. My brain. Why can't I split? Hello? Okay. What? Oh. As a man, you gotta know the boundary between a nice compliment and giving. Do you mean like men don't know the boundary, or? Ingy. Alright, well. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So, it seems like a lot just don't care. Alright, I'm just gonna stand here, I guess. Can you stop it? Rude. Oh my god, stop. Stop turning. Wow, why is he... He's actually giving me less time than he would on Dead Souls. That doesn't make any sense. Am I on Dead Souls difficulty? Like, you can't even do that on New Game Plus. That's not even possible. Oh, why did this one not break earlier? I thought we broke that one. That's another thing about this fight. Sometimes he does the animation, like the tentacle broke off and then nothing happened. So we'll lose time here then. The game is secretly always on Dead Souls. I'd believe it. Oh, like, hello? Oh yeah, it has a hard time hitting with me. Yeah, see, it was square. It's so weird that that one time it was circle. But now I know. Don't trust the game. Wham wham. Okay. I don't know. Pops just didn't wanna. Oh yeah, I did have a fake gold there. True. But that fight was really bad regardless. Because he was actually more aggressive. There was less downtime for him than there would be for me on like Dead Souls, which is kind of insane. Yeah. That's probably more like that. Ah, yes. 1.1, yeehaw. Time to whiff some punches on zombies. Oh, where are you going? Wow, she interrupted his attack. That's rude. Am I missing one? I thought that was the last one. Rip. I count real good, guys. Meow. He's so wide in this game, Jesus. It's not even like that him being wide is an issue, it's just like that the newer model is not as wide by comparison, so it stands out a lot. It just cannot hit them when they're sideways. Yeah, I think honestly I'm starting to feel like this part just goes better if you don't use the lock-on, which is kind of funny because isn't that what it's there for? I don't know, sometimes it like works perfectly and other times it just doesn't even work, like I don't... But yeah, I forgot about that. We'll have to fix the time. Let me in. Alright, not as much ammo this time. Alright. I think that, like, I feel like I am getting better, like, with the menuing for this game, but also I just feel like I know that the box works similar in the other games, but I don't know, it's just so, it's still so weird how it works. It's like, why does it work like this? No, he does, okay. I can see it now. I think it's very little. I feel like they don't, he doesn't slow down as much if he shoots the handgun, but it looks like he does just a teeny bit. But it's easier to see when you're lagging, I guess. I'm stuck. No, I just preemptively shot, because usually that zombie's in the way. But then he wasn't, so... What do I know? What is exploding over there? I should probably just pull this out now. Now I'm actually like, does he actually run slower when he's carrying like the rifle or like the shotgun? Wouldn't that be interesting? But I don't actually know. Where are you going? I don't know, it just kind of seemed like he went slower, but... Maybe I'm just drunk. Oh my god, get out of here. Characters move at different speeds depending on their equipped weapons in Resident Evil. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess it would be worth looking into. Unless, like, Froob and Street Bat Guy looked into it Not that another look doesn't hurt. I'm curious if they've looked into it. More eyes are better than one. Sorry, Asagi. Who's alive? Oh my god. I'm gonna need the rifle out anyway, so whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It did really seem like there was a difference between the handgun and the material rifle, though. That would be an interesting aspect, though, to balance, is like if there is a difference, because, like, swapping guns is pretty much the same as, like, firing a gun when you're wearing the sprint shirt, like the slowdown. So you wouldn't want to be switching guns constantly then. Oh, rip. You can actually snipe from over there too, but... Yeah. Who else is left? Let me out. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna wear this here. Sorry, Majima. Oh, he looked over there like they were still alive, but no one's there. Alright, the zombies over there seem... I guess it's just the truck ones now. Yeah. Also, I forgot, I didn't get to say anything, but for like the first part of the spoiler cast, May was actually in my lap, and I had to keep stopping her because she kept trying to rub the mic. She had a lot to say, apparently, about this game. she was apparently probably gonna be like, this game sucks because she plays it all the time and ignores me and doesn't feed me, so this game sucks. Kaboom. Frame rate. What frame rate? Can I walk? Is that okay with you guys? Is it just this guy? Yeah. Ah, that's why you had a different opinion. Can I please skip this? You had a kitty passed out on the couch behind you the whole time? You guess this game is boring? You didn't have a cat, you're all alone. No. You need a cat to chill you out. May is actually, I mean, most cats are probably chill. May is like usually extremely chill, except for like her little zoomies she gets sometimes. But even then, it's very short-lived. She like zooms for a little bit and she's like, alright, I'm done, goes to bed. Why did they do that? Oh, the zoomies? From what I understand, I guess it's just because since they're house cats and they're not about, they, I guess they just have pent-up energy and they just gotta zoom. Come here, you booger. Akiyama. If you're not coming this corner, fine, then they can kill you, I guess. Tried to save you. It's funny, you both put it the same way. Save the frame rate. Cake meows a ton and then cries and runs away if you don't give him attention. Yeah, that's what- okay, so that's what May was doing during the podcast. She was on my lap, then she jumped off. Then she was rubbing my legs, trying to convince me to pay attention to her. Then she was meowing at me. And then once I- basically, she exhausted all of her options, she bit me in the leg. She's like, I tried to warn you. Pippin started yelling at you towards the end. Aw. You found a picture of Cake on Discord. Cake is a good name. I want cake. We have muffins, that's all we have. It's good enough, I guess. Not exactly cake, though. You're eating cake right now? Wait, really? Look at- or also I noticed this the other day. Like, you can do this. Ah, no! I was gonna say red velvet! No! How dare you! The betrayal. So Nono said he didn't like donuts, but the local donut place made these red velvet cake donuts. Holy shit, they were so good. They filled like the entire center of the donut with cream cheese. It's like cream cheese frosting. Can you all move out of the way? So I feel like most of it was icing. Cream cheese on dessert? I mean, red velvet frosting usually is cream cheese. Oh, how did he miss? Oh, great. Well, this is Ogre. Alright, well, if you're gonna stand there... Where did he go? Where did he take Akiyama? Is he just like literally right on top of me? Yes. Cream cheese is very flexible, works both sweet and savory. Yeah. Cream cheese is good stuff. All my time. Weep, weep. You have here what is called white cheese. Beep, beep. You used to think that it's cream cheese, but maybe you're wrong. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I still think even if it's not what we say is cream cheese, it can still be cream cheese because like we've gotten in the scones biscuit debate I don't know how many times on this stream. Bonk.
道が塞がれてんの。他のルートを探さないと。
But you said it's thin though, so that's interesting because cream cheese is pretty thick, I would say.
ここは俺に任せる。道を確保してくれ。
分かったわ。
Did he just throw something at me? It's rude. We have like cream cheese spread and then bricks of cream cheese for baking. You randomly remembered the Never Say No to Panda. I love those. The Panda cheese commercials are hilarious. It's all cream cheese. Well, but even the cream cheese bricks for baking are still very similar to cream cheese spread. It's actually thicker in my experience. It's almost like margarine before you melt it, or butter before you melt it. Also, this part's very exciting. We just look at nothing. But yeah, I like those. I love those commercials. They're so funny. Panda was very angry. Oh, we're got a little too overzealous. Look, sir. Fuck off. Oh, I thought the game was gonna crawl again. It was looking that way for a second. I was like, ruh-roh. As long as we're all here, what do you feel like for the next one? Hmm. I don't know. I'm assuming we've played all of the games. I feel like we've done all the juicy ones. Clearly, Kurohyo. 6 or 7, I guess, could be interesting. I feel like I would have to play... If we did Kurohyo, I would need to play it again. Oh, right. Wrong thing. Actually, you know what? Whatever. I don't care. We're just running. I'm just running. I was gonna put on the Zoomy shirt, but I'm good. Oh boy, stop spinning. Oh wait, we need this. We. Think you have a good amount to talk about with 7? Oh, Ryuji shot somebody. Amazing. What's the possible time say? This could still PB you. Alright, can y'all get the fuck out of the way? Thanks. They're still alive. Oh, never mind, they caught themselves on fire. The 2 Molotov zombies caught themselves on fire. It almost looked like they got caught in each other's fire, almost. Maybe they just got too close. I don't know. Who knows what happened? Yeah, if you get a direct on shot with the aggro with the fully upgraded rifle, it just immediately destroys them. Oh, I didn't realize you needed to reload. No. Get the hell out of my way. Where's Ryuji? Oh, the monkey boy found him. How was it even hitting them still when clearly the the gun was just firing through? Yeah, I actually think the golden gun's better in that room. Because there's so many zombies in there, when you shoot the material rifle, the frames drop, but it didn't seem to drop when I used the golden gun. Yeah, I'm I guess fine with 6 or 7.
ちょ待て。ちょ待て。嫌な予感がする。
I can't get by. See, look at all the furniture. Furniture everywhere.
一段落よね。ちょ待て。油断すんなや。くたばれ。やるしかないよや。ちょ待て。
Beep beep. I think that was him smacking a table over and over or something. Oh my god, I'm right beside you. Why is he panic basking? Alright, we just need to fight. Oh, I guess we'll see if Hayashi lets us continue the game. I love how I conveniently always forget about the fact that the game can just end here every time I run this until I get here, and then I'm like, oh yeah, the run might be over. Which honestly is probably for the best. Optimism, yeah. Did it lose him? He was like still right in front of me, but the laser lost track of him. Good job, laser. Okay. I was like, Game's like, you didn't kill any zombies. You suck. Honestly, I don't think the laser's any faster here because you have to do so much spinning, and if you miss zombies, then it's like whatever. But I don't know. I could be very wrong. Just sucks when you have to keep spinning because you missed a zombie. Beauty girl figure. I can't get it. No. No. They're just jamming in there. Also, why does it take them so long to shoot this? I like how they have like a conversation about where is it? Oh, you don't think it's the loud, you know, the loud beepy thing that's like right beside you? Nice. Good Kinro and Ginro. They never would, but what if they made a Kinro and Ginro plush? Cute. Okay. I was gonna run that way with him, but he stopped right in front of me? I've never... okay. Oh, did I miss it? Alright. Yeah, like I think that's always triangle. I haven't seen it be anything else. Alright, that should be a good spot. I don't know. I feel like this part takes too long. I feel like no.
対戦車ミサイルよ。それで腹の弱点を狙って。
Maybe. I know, I guess so, huh?
これでジエンドだ。
Thanks, Dr. T. Thanks, Garlic. Yeah, that could... Well, obviously Basan was absolutely terrible, but, Nikaido could have... Nikaido's fight was fine, it's just, it took me a little longer than I would have liked to find the heart, but it's okay.
観念したらどうや。もう逃げられへん。
殺すのかい私を。八つ咲きにしても飽きたらないそんなに悪いことかな。だってこの世界はさ、大部分の人間にとって生きるのは辛いようにできているんだ。でも
Yeah, because this was a fake gold from before because I accidentally split too early, so there probably wasn't that much time lost there. It was really just Basan.
どちらがいいかなんて選ぶまでもない。大して報われもしない人生。そんなものに汗をかくなんて滑稽でさえあるよ。私も仕事柄
Yeah, the challenging part with, I think, New Game Plus for Basan is, like, it's faster to do it with a rifle. The rifle just does so much more damage. But it's easier to stun lock him with the grenade, in my opinion. Because with the rifle, even though it has a wide, like, radius, you still have to hit it pretty spot on, like, on his weak spot for it to count. I don't know, the weak spots in this game are just fucking weird in general. Alright, neat.
なぜ笑うかって？おかしいからだよ。おかしくて仕方ないじゃないか。
笑えねえよ。お前と一緒に笑ってくれるやつなんてどこにもいやしね。
Yeah, honestly, that would have been really interesting. Really interesting run if, Yeah, I guess technically if we didn't lose time for Basan, it probably would have been under 209.
そして全力で生きて戦い抜いて最後に死ぬ時が来たらこう言うんだ。生きててよかったってな。
まあそういう理屈もあるだろうね。桐生一馬、二階堂が君にご出身だったのもわかる気がするよ。
Alright, we don't need that now. Where can we go? Oh, actually, someone I follow is playing Judgment. So yeah, we will raid them. DJ Azure. Alright, well, thank you guys for hanging out today and doing the podcast. Was fun. Thank you guys for listening. Hope that was interesting for you guys.
似合いの最後やな。
No problem, girl. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, controller's not vibrating. Yeah. It's now the Sunday, so we will be back on Monday. I'm assuming we'll do more Dead Souls, but I guess we'll see. I'm assuming we'll do more Dead Souls, but yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna have to think about what I wanted to do. Maybe we can even do a poll or something, I don't know. Thanks, Lagmaster. But yeah, probably should balance the speedrunning out with doing other stuff as well, so I don't like completely destroy my wrist. Probably not a good idea. Alright then, well, I'm gonna send y'all over. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys on Monday, unless something comes up. I'll let you know. Alright, night night. Have a good Sunday.